Hey guys. This is part 12 of What If Naruto was captured by Madara and went back in time with the tailed beasts. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 39, Team Naruto. Our new experiment is progressing very well, it seems. Yes. But we are still lacking a very important element. Without it, even if we perfect this, it is still not enough for us to go against things like the Ninetales and his lackeys. The underground laboratory of Orochimaru was still bathed in an eerie light, as usual. But this time, the source of the light was the giant test tube standing in the middle of the room. Inside, there was a glowing green fluid, which emitted the creepy light. But that wasn't the only thing in the tube. If someone had paid more attention, they could have seen a very tiny thing floating inside it. The thing didn't even look like anything. Its size was about that of a fingernail. But there was only one thing for sure about it, which was that it was moving, albeit so slightly normal eyes couldn't see it without focusing solely on the thing. So, is our plan for the Three Tails and Kirigakure still progressing as expected? Of course. But even if it doesn't, we still have an alternative, an even better one. Naruto Uzumaki is here, sir. The third Hokage smiled pleasantly at the secretary who had just announced Naruto's arrival. Very good. Send him in dash. Yo, I'm here. What's up, Gigi? Hiruzen sighed. You are becoming more and more like Jiraiya these days, Naruto. Can't you wait until I let you in? Nah, Naruto answered him with a cheeky grin. So, is there any trouble you want me to solve? The Akatsuki attacking Sunagakure again? Tailed beasts trampling over a village? Or… No, it's nothing like that, the older man cut in hastily before Naruto could continue his rant. You see, the next Chunin exam is coming soon, and that is the best opportunity for Fu to be promoted to Chunin before she can officially be recognized as a Jonin. But in order to take part in the Chunin exam, what she needs is a team. I have already decided the members of the team she's going to be in, so I'm pretty sure she's going to do well in her exam. Ah, that's awesome. Naruto laughed. So who's going to be her Jonin sensei? The Hokage smiled cheerfully. You, of course. Naruto's grin froze on his face. Then after 3 seconds he disappeared from the office in a flash. Naruto Uzumaki, come back here right now. After 5 hours of chasing around the village, with the help of half the shinobi force of Konoha including Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hiruzen himself, Naruto was finally brought back to the office, bound and gagged not unlike a certain purple-haired kunoichi 3 years ago, with the addition of a bunch of powerful chakra-restraining seals on his body to prevent him from using his Flying Thunder God jutsu to escape. And right now, Naruto was cursing like a sailor in his mind, as Kurama and the other tailed beasts hadn't even responded when he desperately called them for help. I thought I taught you better, Naruto. The Toad Sage looked down at Naruto's tied-up body on the ground and clicked his tongue. But Naruto could swear his eyes were gleaming in a gleeful joy. You don't have the right to say that to me, pervy sage, Naruto glared at his teacher. The sage clutched the right side of his chest in mocking pain. Oh, I'm hurt. How can you say something like that to your poor sensei? And anyway, why should I be her Jonin sensei anyway? Naruto complained. Can't Sasuke or Sakura do that instead? They both don't have a team either. You are the one who understands for the best, not us. Sasuke looked at him with a deadpan expression. You are the one who trained with her for 3 years straight, so you should know all of her strong and weak points to help her improve in a team environment. You are the best choice for the position of Fu's Jonin sensei already. Besides, even if we wanted to be her Jonin teacher, it's impossible for us to do so, Sakura added in. We have our own roles in the incoming Chunin exam already, as well as any other free high-ranked shinobi, leaving you the only one who can lead Fu's team. So, suck it up and prepare yourself for your new duty, she finished with a mischievous grin. Naruto groaned and slammed his face on the ground. Don't worry, Naruto, the third Hokage comforted his grandson figure. With the team I'm planning for you, I don't think you would need to put a lot of effort in training them. Come in, you three. The door opened, and 3 people entered the room. One was, of course, Fu in all her chipper and cheerful mood, and the other 2 were. You're kidding me, aren't you? It's been a long time since we last saw each other face to face, Naruto-kun. Or maybe I should say, Captain Naruto. Sai, one of the two people who walked into the room together with Fu, greeted him with a fake smile. From your expression, I guess you already met Sai, Hiruzen smiled. He is one of the most skilled shinobi at the genin rank the village has to offer. No kidding, Naruto deadpanned. He's a freaking ANBU operative. How can he not be skilled? The third Hokage still didn't drop his smile. True, but in rank, he is still a genin, so he's more than qualified for the Chunin exam, any? Somewhere in the room, a snicker could be heard. Right, Naruto glared at him. And this old man is? Kosuke Mariboshi, the eternal genin of Konohagakure, Jiraiya answered in place of the third Hokage. He has worked in Konoha's shinobi force for more than 50 years, but he was never promoted to anything higher than a genin. Naruto gaped. What the, doesn't that mean he is even older than you? In the sage's eyes, there was definitely a mischievous twinkle. Great, Sakura groaned. What kind of overpowered genin team is this? They are going to steamroll through the Chunin exam for sure. There goes my plan for the second task. The first thing you are going to do is to become familiar with each other, then, the third Hokage cut in. And I think the most perfect opportunity for you to create bonds between members of a team is a mission. Luckily for you, I have a mission that requires the power of you two right here, ready? What kind of mission is that, Hokage-sama? Fu politely asked. The Hokage's eyes twinkled. The Three Tails has finally resurfaced, and Kirigakure has just sent a request to Konoha for assistance in communicating with him. You have 1 day to prepare for the mission. Today, I expect you to do everything you need to get used to the team environment, Team Naruto. Fu blinked when she saw Karen and Hinata walking towards her. On their faces, there was a similar expression of concern and caution. Karen is one thing, but it is so rare to see Hinata donning this kind of expression on her face. What's wrong, Karen-chan, Hinata-chan? Karen went straight to the point with a sharp voice. Fu, you have just been put into the same team with that ANBU named Sai for the Chunin exam, haven't you? Fu blinked again. Well, yes, but... Please be careful around him, Fu-san. This time, it was Hinata who spoke. Fu knew that when a person like Hinata speaks like that to her, there is definitely something wrong. Yeah, but why? I talked to him. Besides being weird and everything, I don't think he is anything that bad. Karen didn't let Fu finish her sentence. Fu, do you remember the battle at the hospital 3 years ago? Fu was confused. Why did the Uzumaki girl bring this back at a time like this? Yes, I do, but... Then her eyes suddenly widened in horror. You don't mean... Yes, Fu-san, Hinata answered her. That Sai person was one of the people who tried to kidnap Naruto-kun at the hospital. Sasuke was tinkering with his newest project in his workshop. No one knew since when had he acquired the habit of messing around with machinery in his free time. Kiba had even said before that he somehow acquired a technology fetish when Naruto was away. Naturally, the dog boy had already eaten a punch to the face, but everyone else seemed to think that he made a point, much to Sasuke's annoyance. Absently, he pulled a notebook from the bookshelf above his head and opened it. He couldn't help thinking about the conversation with the second Hokage the other day, at the Senju mansion. What do you need me for, sir? The second Hokage motioned for Sasuke to come to him. Come here and have a look. The Uchiha went to the table where the white-haired Senju was sitting. On the table, there was a microscope with a petri dish attached on it. He took a glance into it, and frowned. This is... a robot the size of a cell, yes, Tobirama nodded. This is one of the projects I was working on before the mission that took my life. This tiny robot has a rather interesting unique trait. Watch. Then he touched the corner of the petri dish. Before Sasuke's astonishment, the nanobots started multiplying in an astounding speed. The tiny robots, upon generation, immediately linked themselves with each other, and very quickly, the surface of the dish was covered by a layer of the material used to make the nanobots. I had been thinking about the regeneration ability of the Kubikuribocho of Kirigakure before I died, the ex-Hokage explained. The idea of using the iron in enemy's blood to regenerate the blade when it is broken is just too absurd, if not to say ridiculous. That sword weighs about 100 kilos. You would need to slay at least 20,000 people and drain all their blood to repair half of the blade if that's the case. No, it's more likely that the sword is made from a type of material that is able to regenerate itself when exposed to chakra, It uses the chakra absorbed from the enemies as an energy source to generate this material to regrow the blade in case it is broken. Chakra is very rich in bodily fluid of all kinds, much richer than the iron in the blood. That's why such a thing makes way more sense than the blood-iron idea. But I couldn't find out what the hell that kind of material is, so I tried a lot of different things, hoping that even if I couldn't completely replicate the technology, I could still make something close to it. And the closest thing to that I could ever find is, well, this. But isn't that defying every rule of physics ever? Sasuke blinked. Like you just created something out of nothing but chakra. Indeed, Tobirama nodded in agreement. But don't you remember that shinobi were born to defy logic? This is basically a replica of the steel-style advanced element. Had it not been for your research on combining different elements into an advanced one, I would have never been able to complete this. It is a combination between the earth, water, and fire elements. Luckily, I had mastered all three before I passed away. As long as you still apply enough chakra into the container of the nanobot, it will keep multiplying and stay firm at the form it is intended for. But when you stop, he lifted his finger off the dish. The structure formed by the nanobots gradually disintegrated in front of Sasuke's eyes. I see, Sasuke pondered. It sounds very familiar though, just like the creation-rebirth technique of Lady Tsunade, yeah? Just, instead of regenerating organic cells using chakra, now we use artificial cells made from metal. That's right, the undead Hokage nodded again. The difficult thing is how to control the growth of the nanobots, how to form them into the shapes we want, and how to keep them in place even after stopping the flow of chakra into them. If my theory is true, then the person who created the legendary swords of Kirigaku really was a genius. Those swords lasted centuries, even before the great villages were established, and yet they are still among the greatest weapons of all ages. If we can somehow master the art of controlling and shaping nanobots, it will be the greatest breakthrough in ninja tech ever. Sasuke closed the note with a slight chuckle. Figuring out the theory is one thing, but putting it into practice is another thing, completely different and way more difficult. Not to mention the amount of money and material they would have to spend in order to make it a real thing. Still, it was an idea worth considering, and if he could bring it into practice, for what he was trying to make. Bang! Bang! The Uchiha jumped upon the sudden noise. He was still wearing the dirty shirt full of oil spots he usually wears when working with machinery, and his hand was still holding a screwdriver. But there's no time to worry about that. Grabbing Takamikazuchi on the table, he ran out of the workshop to the front door, fully expecting a break-in. Sasuke! Are you home? I need your help. The Uchiha blinked when he realized Naruto's voice. He opened the door to see the Jinchuriki, whose face was full of panic. What happened? Did the Akatsuki attack you again? Even worse. What the hell can I do now? Sasuke was clearly at a loss now. Okay, just come inside to talk first. The corner of Sasuke's left eye twitched. Okay, let's round it up. So you are panicking because you don't know what to do with your team? Yes. Naruto wailed. Have you even looked at me? I'm good at fighting, not leading a team. I don't even know how to be a teacher. And I only have one day to figure out everything. What should I do? Arg. The Uchiha's forehead started twitching while watching Naruto run around like a headless chicken. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, he snapped his finger. A torrent of water blasted Naruto right on his face. The Jinchuriki was sent sprawling on the ground, spluttering. What the? Can you even calm down a bit, idiot? Towering over the Jinchuriki, Sasuke growled. Looking at you like this, even the calmest head could go crazy. Just think of that as a way to cool your head. But Sasuke didn't let Naruto finish his sentence. Look, dude, he grabbed the Jinchuriki's shoulder. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails Fox. You have faced Suzumamochi, Orochimaru, the leader of the Akatsuki, and a lot of powerful enemies before. You even befriended the most powerful tailed beast. And now you are running away from such a small task as leading a team of genin? Easy for you to talk, Naruto grumbled. You don't even have a genin team to lead. How can you know how difficult it is? It's true, the Uchiha nodded, completely unfazed. I might not know anything about leading a team, but we are not the only jonin in this village. There are still a lot of people you can go ask for advice. Why don't you just go and ask them first? Asuma-sensei. Kurenai-sensei. The aforementioned couple blinked in surprise when they heard their names being called. Then they smiled when they realized who had just called them. Well, isn't it Naruto? Asuma laughed. What a surprise to see you here today. Aren't you busy with your new team? That's what I want to seek your advice about. The Jinchuriki stopped right in front of them, a little bit out of breath from running so fast. Can we go somewhere we can talk? The two Jonin blinked again. So that's the problem, huh? Asuma and Kurenai looked at the newbie Jonin in front of them with a look full of amusement. Yeah, Naruto said in depression. When I accepted to take the Jonin exam, I didn't think it would be this difficult. Kurenai giggled. You remind me of myself when I first took care of my team, Naruto. It was difficult at first, but when I got to know them a bit, it turned out not to be that difficult. So don't worry, you will get it sooner or later. Just take your time with them and try to understand them little by little. Easy for you to say, Naruto scowled. I haven't had any experience leading a team before. Have you tried talking to them, Naruto? Asuma suddenly asked. Naruto blinked. Well, I haven't had a chance to do that. Then I suggest you go and do a team introduction first. The older man nodded, just like what you did with your team when you first met each other. Then take them out somewhere to eat might be a good thing. I did that to my team at our first meeting too. Then he scratched his head. Well, maybe it was because our team has a big eater like Choji, but still. Naruto's face brightened. Thank, Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-sensei. Welp, this is not gonna be good. Naruto's eyebrow twitched like crazy while looking at the three members of his team. How could he not worried at all, when Fu of all people was glaring at the younger male member of the team with an eye full of hostility and killing intent? Okay, he coughed awkwardly. So, introduction? You know, your name, your hobbies, what you like, what you hate, your dream for the future. I think as the captain of the team, you should be the one who introduces first, the oldest member of the team answered him with a smile. No one in the team showed any objection. Naruto sighed. Well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like a lot of things, and have a lot of hobbies. A lightning bolt shot out from the sky and fried Naruto right at the place he was standing. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Fu asked curiously, poking the charred twitching body of her fellow Jinchuriki on the ground. Damn you, Kakashi-sensei. Ahem, so anyway. Naruto cleared his throat, pushing himself back up from the ground after his fried body recovered like nothing. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, as you all knew. Now your turn. Starting from you, Sai, maybe? The fake smile never left the aforementioned shinobi's face. Is that an order, Captain? Naruto facebeamed. Yes, it is. Now, please. My code name for this mission is Sai, the ANBU agent spoke plainly but smoothly. I don't know what I like. I don't hate anything. I don't have any dream for the future. Naruto blanched. Just as he expected. This Sai was no different from the Sai he used to know in his past. So basically, we got even less information about him than about Naruto-kun. Fu glared at the male, who just returned the hostile glare with another fake smile. Yeah, Naruto quelled her down. Let's see if you can do better, Fu-chan. Your turn. Of course I will do better than him. Fu exclaimed hotly, pumping her fist. My name is Fu, and I am going to become a top-tier chunin of Konoha soon. I like to make new friends, meet new people, and I love everyone who is precious to me. My dream for the future is to become friend with everyone else in the world. And what I hate is... Suddenly her excited eyes turned into daggers aiming straight at the male sitting next to her. This bastard! She yelled, pointing at Sai. Oh boy! Just like our team when we first met Kakashi-sensei. Desperately trying his best to suppress a groan, Naruto turned towards the last member of the team. This old man had been intriguing Naruto since he first saw him. He had never met a genin as old as him in the past, even during his time. Just like knowing what he was thinking, the old man smiled. My name is Kosuke Mariboshi. I have been a genin for more 50 years, but now I think it is the time for me to become a chunin. So, please take care of me, Captain. Why didn't you try to become a chunin in the past? Naruto asked in curiosity. Usually the people I know would take the chunin exam at the age of less than 20. The smile still stayed firmly on the old man's face. Please excuse me for not telling you the reason, Captain. It is a personal matter to me. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Fu was still glaring dagger at Sai, while the ANBU agent just smiled back at her with such a fake and innocent face as if he was mocking her. Finally, Naruto cleared his throat. Alright, so, who wants some ramen? My treat. Okay, so, introduction is complete. What should I do now? Maybe I should do the bell test like Kakashi-sensei did to us. That would be a bad thing to do, Naruto. Naruto nearly jumped when he heard Kurama's voice. Where have you been, Kurama? The fox gave him a mirth chuckle. We have always been here since the beginning, when you were chased around by half of Konoha. Naruto exploded. Then why didn't you do anything to help me? Shikaka answered in place of Kurama. We could have helped, but it's way more funny watching you squirm. You guys are a bunch of jerks. Anyway, Gyuki butted in, bringing the conversation back to its topic. We all know that Fu is a person with skills rivaling yours, and since she has just been with you for 3 years, she kinda knew all the tricks you can pull on her. And that boy Sai, I don't know much about him, but since he used to be a member of the ANBU, his skills cannot be underestimated. We don't know anything about that old man, but he has been a shinobi since even before your father was born. He is very experienced, and is definitely someone you cannot afford to lower your guard around. And by now, I'm pretty sure they all knew what they must do during a bell test. Basically, if you try the bell test with them now, unless you are planning to blow up the whole village, you are going to put yourself in for a very humiliating defeat, no matter how strong you are. Remember, you are their Jonin sensei in name only. Naruto winced. Right, that makes sense. The team had reached Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto swept the curtain aside and walked into the store. Hey old man. Today is a special day, so I'm going to treat my team. The old ramen chef looked up from his counter and greeted Naruto with a bright smile. Ah, Naruto! What a surprise! Never thought I would live to see the day you finally treat someone to ramen. Naruto turned bright red at that statement. Hey! I'm not that stingy, am I? You are, Naruto-kun, Fu answered dryly. Everyone in the store laughed. Even Sai, who wasn't the type of person who understood a funny joke, also gave a confused smile. Then Teuchi realized the man who stood behind Naruto. Ah, Kosuke-san. It's been a long time since I last saw you working as a shinobi. So what makes you decide to take Hokage-sama's offer and lead a team of your own? The old man laughed. Actually, starting from today, I'm going to join a genin team again. Captain Naruto here is the leader of my new team. The ramen restaurant suddenly went silent. The Ichiraku chef let out a small sigh. Is that so? I thought you already got over it and accepted the Jonin promotion. After all that time, why couldn't you? The old man cut in with a smile. Can we just stop that matter here and get to the eating part? Well, that was just weird, Naruto thought while slurping on his ramen. Old man Ichiraku knows Kosuke-san? I mean, well, he is old, but surely he couldn't be so famous even a ramen chef knew about his past, could he? Well, that old man is old, so it is obvious that he knows more about people in the village than you ever do, Koko reasoned. Besides, a ramen store is a place where a lot of people gather, especially one that is with the popularity of this store. I know, but it seems he knows things that I don't think he's supposed to know if the information just comes from serving ramen to people, Naruto pondered. Especially that last sentence. After all that time, who would say that to a person they only know from casual meetings like this? Can't believe there would be a day our Naruto could notice things like that, Shikaka snarked. Oi? He pondered. Considering the old man's reaction, this should be a long story. And they would have to depart for the mission the next day. Maybe he should just put that aside for the time being. He made a note to himself to ask Kakashi-sensei about that later, just in case he couldn't find out what had happened. The mission was the more important thing to focus on, anyway. Pain, the Three Tails is reported to have reappeared at a lake near the border of the Land of Water. The Rinnegan glowed in the darkness. I see. So did the villages have any reaction? Kirigakure has noticed that, and has sent shinobi to go after it. And I heard Konoha also dispatched the Nine Tails to assist them. His team has just departed from the village a few hours ago. Unmistakably, it was possible to clearly see a flash of red in the Deva Path's Rinnegan now. Nine Tails. Yes, Toby nodded. We also need to send someone immediately if we want to get our hand on the Three Tails. Pain's Deva Path stood up from his seat. Then this is the chance for our newest recruits to show off. Send them to the Land of Water, and tell them if they can, slay as many friends of the Nine Tails as possible, but do not kill him. He is mine." Then he walked past Toby on his way out of the room. The masked Uchiha glanced at him with his single exposed Sharingan. "Then why don't you go after them yourself?" "This is not the time," Pain answered coldly before disappearing into the darkness. "But when the time comes, and I assure you that it is coming soon, he is going to fall by my hand. And I will enjoy seeing that, very much." Unknown to both of them, a shadow was watching them secretly in a dark corner of the base. Comparing to the trip of Team Enko and Team Guy to Kirigakure, Team Naruto's trip to the Land of Water was a relatively short one. Well, especially when you have a member of the team who was able to fly. "Why are you guys so late? I have been bored to death here for a while." "Not all of us can fly like you, Fuchan," Naruto deadpanned when the three males landed in front of the Jinchuriki girl, who had flown all the way from Konoha ahead of them and was now sitting on a rock, waving at them cheerfully. The sun was setting at the horizon. The team was now standing on a beach at the border between the lands of fire and water. Their destination was supposed to be across the sea. It would take about 6 or 7 more hours to get there. The only problem was, how are we supposed to get there? That island is hundreds of miles away from here, right? You're not telling me that we have to swim all the way there, are you? Naruto shook his head. Kirigakure is supposed to have a boat to come here to get us, but... Right on cue. A shadow suddenly rushed out from behind the rock Naruto's back was turning towards. The movement was so fast Naruto couldn't even react in time. Even the 3 genin who were standing around him couldn't even move a muscle. It launched itself towards the newly promoted Jonin and latched around Naruto's neck. "I told you not to do that whenever we're supposed to meet, Haku-chan," Naruto sighed tiredly, grabbing the aforementioned girl by her waist so she wouldn't fall to the ground while happily swinging around by his neck. Haku finally detached herself from Naruto, but the peppy smile still stayed on her face. And Naruto finally got the chance to have a close look at the first girl who had ever given him a kiss. Comparing to the last time he had seen her 3 years ago, when he, together with Fu and Jiraiya, had made a stop at Kirigakure as the first destination of their trip, Haku had changed quite a lot. She had returned to wearing a yukata like the first time they had met on the Great Naruto Bridge, but now, instead of the old gloomy green color, the outfit was bright blue with the pattern of snowflakes covering its surface. She looked way more mature and elegant, and even though it is usually not a combat-oriented outfit, Naruto knew it wouldn't stop her from giving any enemy she faced a whole hell of pain. It's safe to say that she had become a proper lady, even though her personalities were still as peppy and cheerful as ever. But the most important thing was, isn't that the famous long sword Nuabari of the 7 legendary swords of the mist? The oldest member of the team suddenly asked, obviously very interested in the object strapped tightly in a scabbard on Haku's back. She smiled, pulled the aforementioned object out of its scabbard and twirled it around like a rapier on her hand. "Correct. Since I am the best shinobi of Kirigakure when it comes to fighting with Senban, Mei-sama thought I would be able to put this to good use. And there you have it. I hadn't used a sword before this, but everything came to me as if I were born for this sword, seriously." Then she blinked. "Wait, I know that Konoha was going to send a good team, but sending 4 jonin for just a diplomatic mission, isn't it a little bit overkill?" Fu smiled awkwardly. "Actually, Haku-chan, Naruto is the only jonin among us. All 3 of us are just genin, at the moment. No, seriously." Haku gawked in disbelief at the information. Then, she started to laugh hysterically. "Wah! Ahahaha! Oh my god, this is awesome! Your Hokage really has a sixth sense of joke. Wait until Mei-sama hears about this." Naruto facepalmed seeing his friend rolling around on the ground laughing like crazy. "Look, you are the one Kiri sent here to get us to where the Three Tails is, right? But aren't you supposed to be here with a boat?" "Ah, that," Haku answered sheepishly. She had managed to stop laughing. "It's not like the boat can come straight to the beach, isn't it? It is anchoring out there, waiting for us," she pointed to the sea. "I'm actually waiting here to escort you to the boat." The team followed Haku's finger towards where she was pointing at. Now they could see a very tiny shape of a boat bobbling up and down gently at the horizon. Naruto grinned. "Then what are we waiting for?" 5 minutes later, Team Naruto, together with Haku, arrived at the boat. "This is what you call a boat. This is a freaking battleship." Naruto didn't exaggerate a single bit with his exclamation. It was impossible to call the vehicle they were standing next to a mere boat. The hull of the ship was made from wood reinforced with steel, and was the most gigantic one Naruto had ever seen, with the length of at least 80 meters and a height of about 8. Standing on the water next to it, Naruto had to bend his body as far as he could to the back in order to see the full height of the ship. With the 3 sets of sails fully rigged on the hull, the Colossus was assured full speed on the sea of the land of water, since the wind is always very strong here. And Naruto could count 48 cannon heads on the broadside of the ship. It is not an exaggeration to say that this was a war machine. And how the hell can we get up there? It wasn't even necessary to look closely to know that Kosuke was right. The hull of the ship was coated in a type of paint, which Naruto figured out to be chakra repellent after touching it. There was no way anyone could use the tree climbing technique to climb onto the ship. But just like answering his question, a rope ladder dropped down right next to the team. Everyone looked at each other, then shrugged and climbed up the ladder, one by one. Greeting them on the deck were Haku's 2 teammates, Chojuro and Shiro Ichigaki. Seeing the familiar faces, Naruto grinned and waved at them. "Ah, hey you two! Still as shy as ever at Chojuro?" The aforementioned swordsman gave him a meek smile and a hesitant wave, while the white-haired one reached his hand out to pull the Jinchuriki up onto the shipboard. Welcome aboard the KPN Byakuren, Naruto and his team. When everyone had arrived safely on board the ship, Fu looked around in awe. Wow! This is the biggest ship I've ever seen in my life. But I didn't see it when I was at Kirigakure 3 years ago. Shiro nodded. You are correct. This ship was constructed 1 year after your departure. This is the masterpiece of the shipbuilding technology of Kirigakure, the flagship of Kirigakure People's Navy. Wait, what? Did you just say flagship? Hearing those words, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this just a diplomatic mission? What do you need the most powerful warship in your navy for? That is because this mission is not simply a diplomatic mission anymore, Naruto-kun. Naruto snapped his head back toward where the new voice had come from. And his eyes widened. Ah! Mizukage-nichin. Mei Terumi giggled, while everyone else was terrified from Naruto's blasphemous way of calling the Mizukage of the land of water. Except for Haku. She pouted. Mao, Naruto-kun, you should change that way of calling, because if you don't, soon I will have to become your niece. Silence filled the air for a few seconds. Then, Naruto and Fu screamed in surprise at the exact same time. Wahawe-awayet? After a rather lengthy explanation, Naruto stared at Haku. His eyes were bulging out from the astounding news the girl in front of him just brought to him. So, Zabuza, that crazy guy, is getting married to Mizukage-nichin over there? Wow, that's such a big news. Yes, Mei replied with a bright smile. And we would really want you to be at our wedding as our honored guest, Naruto-kun. That's awesome, Naruto replied cheerfully. So should I call you Mizukage-bachan now? The temperature on board the ship suddenly dropped by 20 degrees. Everyone squeaked and scrambled away, as far as possible from the Mizukage, who was looming menacingly above a terrified Naruto's head. You're so lucky you're cute, Naruto-kun, she said with a smile which disturbingly reminded him of Zabuza. But the next time you should watch your mouth before saying those words if you don't want to die, any? Naruto couldn't do anything but nodded in utter fear. So let's get to the point. Why do you think bringing a battleship here is a good idea? Not to mention, the flagship of your own navy? We are not going to war. Right now, the team was sitting in front of the Mizukage in the meeting room on board the KPN Byakuren. Despite Naruto's angry outburst, Mei still kept her calm demeanor, as though nothing had just happened. That might be true, Naruto-kun, until the news about Orochimaru appearing at the border of the land of water arrived, she said, staring straight into Naruto's eyes. Silence filled the air. Then, what? Naruto blurted out in disbelief. Orochimaru? Why is he here now? I didn't hear anything about that. The Mizukage nodded calmly in response. We have just received the news a few hours before you arrived, Naruto-kun. For the sake of Kirigakure, we must prepare for the worst situation. Orochimaru is not someone you can underestimate. The explanation sounded reasonable. After all, it was mentioned in the mission debriefing Naruto received from the Hokage. However, that isn't the only reason, is it? Everyone turned towards Kosuke, the one who had just spoken. The oldest man on the ship stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. If it were just simply because of a missing nin, there would be no need for the Mizukage to go to the front line herself, together with 3 members of the 7 swordsmen, and at least 15 more Jonin-level shinobi, and at the same time, mobilizing the most powerful warship of the village. Then he looked straight at the Mizukage's face, and Naruto felt the obvious vibe of an experienced veteran exuding from the old man. If you allow me to, I dare guess that Kirigakure is planning something big, something like capturing the 3 tails by force. Am I correct, Mizukage-sama? The bomb dropped in the middle of the room was so huge no one was able to open their mouth for quite a while. Then Mei narrowed her eyes at the old man. Now I remember, you are Kosuke Mariboshi, the notorious eternal genin of Konoha. You are definitely not at mere genin level, aren't you? Glad to know that even Lady Mizukage knows about me, the old man answered her with a smile. Wait, what? Naruto finally woke up from his stupor. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean you are going to capture the 3 tails by force? Didn't I tell you that using violence is just going to make it worse? Calm down and let me explain, Naruto-kun. Even though Mei Terumi was a woman, she wasn't named the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village just for show. The aura of authority coming from the woman right now was so overwhelming even Naruto himself had to relent. He sat back down on his chair, waiting for the Mizukage to speak. I know that provoking a tailed beast with violence is unwise, and we are not going to do anything like that. However, if what we are thinking is true, Orochimaru is also aiming to get the 3 tails for himself. A confrontation with him will definitely result in, at worst, the 3 tails falling into his hand, and at best, the 3 tails going on a rampage and destroying Kirigakure. Think about it, Naruto-kun. If you are a Kage and this happens, are you going to leave this to your subordinates, and sit at your desk watching things from a safe distance? As the Mizukage, I have to do everything I can to ensure the safety of my village before thinking about anything else. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? Oh, isn't that obvious? She means she needs something with enough power to fight a tailed beast ready nearby, so that she can subdue Isabu by force if things getting out of her hands. Everyone in the room jumped in surprise when the feminine voice echoed around the room. That voice, surprisingly, came from Naruto himself? What? Suddenly smoke filled the room. Everyone tensed up, fully expecting an attack, but appearing in the room was the most beautiful woman, almost, everyone had ever seen. Her pearly skin looked like it was shining under the rare rays of light leaking into the room from the cracks on the ship's windows, and the deep blue, long-sleeved kimono she was wearing contrasted nicely with her orange long hair, and the 2 long fox ears on top of her head. But the most special thing about her was the 9 fluffy tails behind her back. No one knew who the mysterious woman was, except for Naruto and Fu. Ah, Kurama-san, the female Jinchuriki said, as if this were just an everyday thing to her. Well, it kinda was, considering that had happened very frequently during her training trip. Nice kimono, Naruto also grinned. Decided to change your wardrobe, eh? The woman, now identified as Kurama, glanced back at the 2 Jinchuriki with a small smile. Then, she turned to the Mizukage, who was still glaring at her with her body tensing up in a battle-ready stance. You can relax. I have no intention of fighting you. I just want to talk to you about something. The Mizukage's glare intensified. Who are you? How did you get into this ship? Why do Naruto-kun and Fu-chan seem to know you? The fox-like woman answered her in a friendly, civilized tone, though her eyes stared straight into the Mizukage's eyes as if her look could penetrate her skull. Nice to meet you. I am the one you human know as the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Do not worry, Naruto over there had me under control, she added upon seeing the Mizukage and everyone else's baffled looks. Can't believe the notorious Nine-Tails Demon Fox is such a smoking hot woman, Haku whistled. Kurama threw her a smile, then sat down on the chair across the table, facing the red-haired Mizukage, who was still staring at her with a look containing a mixture of shock, fear, and confusion. The fox woman just smirked and returned the stare, straight into the other woman's eyes. What do you want from us? Finally, Mei managed to speak up. No, scratch that, what does a tailed beast like you want from us? She had really tried to keep the venom in the word tailed beast as low as possible. However, there was no way someone like Kurama didn't notice that. But contrary to Mei's thought, the fox woman didn't show any change in her expression. She just stared back at the Mizukage with a look full of amusement and pity. Just like I said, I just want to talk, she answered simply. Mei bristled. Why should I listen to you? You are just a… Kurama didn't let her finish. And that is the exact thing I'm talking about. You are thinking that because we are tailed beasts, we are just mindless, savage tools of destruction who are not worthy of standing beside you humans. You are wrong. Just because we take a beast form doesn't mean we are not sentient beings. I will tell you this, all of us tailed beasts have been in this world way before any of you humans standing here were born. We are children of the Sage of Six Paths. We were all taught what was right and what was wrong by the great sage himself. We wanted to coexist with you humans, but you are the ones who tried to push us away. You have no right to look down on us. If anything, it is us who have the right to look down on you, considering what your species did to us in history. But you attack villages and hurt your citizens? Kurama cut in as if she had read the Mizukage's thought. Certainly we did. But have you ever stopped to think about the reason why we attacked you? Have you ever considered our feelings? I think not. Human is a conceited race. You always think that everything else on this planet is below you and isn't worth thinking about. You are the ones who attacked us first, thinking that you can use our power as weapons for your quests of domination. And that alone would bring your downfall. Why you? The fox woman's eyes didn't even move away from Mei's face. So? Do you have anything to say about that? Of course, Mei Terumi didn't have anything to say. Even though Kurama's words were full of arrogance, deep inside she knew that everything the tailed beast in human shape had just said was true. Even before the first Hokage, many attempts had been made by tribes of shinobi to capture and control the power of the tailed beasts for wars. And it was also true that shinobi had long since considered tailed beasts mindless creatures hell-bent on destroying everything alive. Maybe it was actually true that her ancestors just used that as an excuse to justify their action. But even if that was true, something in the words of the Ninetales seemed to anger her. She didn't know what it was, but she was definitely pissed off by the verbal lash coming from the tailed beast. Maybe it was because of her pride as a human being, which couldn't stand being talked down by a creature she unconsciously thought to be not at the level of a human. Knowing that it was wrong didn't help her any little bit. At the other side of the table, the fox in human form was still talking. My little brother is one of the more docile ones among us tailed beasts, so he usually avoids fighting if possible. But if you dare doing anything bad to him, then not only will you face his wrath, you will also have to answer to me. That last sentence was said with clear venom dripping out of each word. Mei couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up from her chair and snarled at Kurama. Don't you dare talk to me like we were the only ones at fault. What do you even know about us? Naruto-kun might approve of you, but do not think that you can say whatever you want. Kurama calmly received the angry look on Mei's face. Oh? Tell me then, what do I not know? There are only 9 of you in this world, so it is understandable that you are able to care for each other, and to protect each other, the Mizukage answered coldly. But we human are different. Unlike you, humankind has existed in this world for far longer than you have ever, and our number has grown far, far bigger and faster than you could imagine. When that happens, it becomes impossible for us to care about anything other than the benefits of ourselves and other people we cherishes. Can you even understand that? Are you sure you could still sit there and tell me things like you just said if instead of just 9, your number were 900, or 9,000? Kurama was taken aback by the retort of the other woman in front of her. That was, actually, a question she couldn't find the answer herself. But the nine-tailed fox wasn't someone who would give up that easily. She also stood up and opened her mouth, ready to fire back a retort. Enough! The 2 females recoiled, startled by the sudden shout. The owner of the outburst was none other than Naruto himself. Please, you two, he said in a calm, but strong voice. This is not the time for us to bicker like this. All of us here want to achieve the same goal, which is to protect Aisabu and not let him fall into the hand of Orochimaru or the Akatsuki. So why can't we just put aside all the conflicts for once and work together? Mei's eyes narrowed. So what are you going to propose, Naruto-kun? Naruto nodded, his voice was still firm. I'm saying that we leave the ship offshore and land on the island in a small boat. We do not need to bring an army with us, either. I am sure with our team and you 4, he pointed at Mei and the 3 members of the 7 swordsmen, there won't be anything bad happening to us. It won't trigger Aisabu's wrath, and I'm sure we can deal with whatever happening in there. The 2 women glared at each other again for a second. Then, Kurama humphed, and disappeared back into Naruto's seal in a puff of smoke. Mei glanced back at Naruto. I didn't say that I would let her get away with this. But you will, won't you? Naruto smiled at her tiredly. Just this time, pretty please? The Mizukage glared at him. Then, she waved her hand in defeat. Fine, fine. It will take us until next morning to arrive at the island. We already prepared bedrooms for your team. Go take a rest. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Well, can't blame him. The argument earlier had shaken him so much he couldn't even shrug it off his head to fall asleep properly. It wasn't because any side was wrong. Rather, it was because both sides were right. He had heard the opinion of the tailed beasts about humankind before. While it was disturbing, he couldn't help but agreeing that their idea actually made sense. But now, hearing the argument of Mei Turimi, no matter how peaceful the world can be, there will always be conflicts. If they were among just a small number of people, they might be easy to resolve, but when the conflict is among thousands or millions of people. The Mizukage was correct. In such situation, they would have to choose between trying in vain to appease all sides of the conflict and more than likely ending up with utter failure, or focusing on protecting whatever precious to them first. And any sentient being would naturally choose to protect the ones close to it before even thinking about the others. Kurama and the other tailed beasts, which were small in number and powerful enough to take care of themselves and each other, were never put in such a situation, so they couldn't know what was going on in a person's head when something like that actually happened. But even so, wasn't their instinct of protecting their kin first the very proof that they were not that different to humankind? Thinking about that makes Naruto's head hurt even more. He sighed and jumped down his bed, walking out of the room on the ship he was sharing with Sai and old man Kosuke. The two were sleeping very soundly, and didn't show any sign that they would wake up any sooner than in the morning. Very gently, he opened the door and slipped out, before proceeding onto the deck of the ship. The night was clear. Moonlight brightened every sail and mast, making them glitter beautifully just like a diamond in the middle of the sea. The air was mostly quiet, except for the sound of seawater gently slapping the hull under his feet. Naruto couldn't see the captain of the ship. The helm must have been designed inside the ship so that the captain could avoid the harsh weather condition usually seen in the land of water. The deck was almost empty except for Naruto-kun? Why aren't you sleeping? Naruto turned back, startled from the sudden call. Then he relaxed when he realized that the call was from Haku, who was walking towards him from behind with Fu alongside her. I can't sleep, he answered. Why are you two still awake? It is gonna be a tough mission tomorrow. You should go to sleep to save your energy. You should do it first before telling us to do that. Fu stuck her tongue out at him. She ran past him and jumped to the crow's nest of the ship, sniffing the air happily. Ah, the sea smells so good. Naruto sighed in defeat. He walked towards the starboard and leaned on the rail, taking the salty air of the sea into his lungs. Fu was actually right. The air, while a little briny, smelled quite pleasant, and somehow it managed to ease the tension in his head a bit. Then he felt Haku's hand on his shoulder. You are still thinking about the conversation this evening, aren't you, Naruto-kun? Naruto sighed heavily. Yeah. I can't seem to get it out of my head. Both sides have their own arguments, and they all make sense. Then he suddenly turned towards the girl. What about you, Haku-chan? I want to hear your opinion. For a few seconds, there was absolutely no sound in the air except the sound of the wave below them. Then Haku said, Yeah, it is impossible for the world to become completely peaceful like you said. But well, to be honest, I think not every kind of conflict is bad. Humankind or any other species need contradictions in order to develop themselves. If there is absolutely no conflict, no contradiction existing, the world is not going to grow at all. The world would just stay in a stagnant state, then wither away eventually. That is even worse than a few wars here and there. Naruto stared at the girl in disbelief and a bit of anger. So you mean wars are good, and we should just let them happen without doing anything? No, Naruto-kun. Haku looked at Naruto with a serious face. War is a bad thing, everyone knows that. What I mean is, just like I said, not every kind of conflict is bad. Some of them, if used in the right way, can even help humankind advance to become better. And peace is obviously a good goal for humankind to achieve, but trying to force peace to the world is a wrong thing to do. It is just like, well, I don't know, forcing a child to become an adult in one single day. It is impossible. Even if you could, it would just bring forth more harms than goods. Then what are we supposed to do? Naruto punched the rail in frustration. Remember the first time we met, Haku-chan? Weren't you ready to kill us if we harmed Zabuza? How can we expect people to understand each other if everyone needs to put themselves and the ones precious to them first? Easy, Fu said. She had landed on the deck next to him since God knows when. Everyone should just think of everyone else as their precious people, and every problem is solved. Naruto stared at his fellow Jinchuriki. It's not that easy. Then we just need to make it easy, I guess, Fu answered simply. If all people in this world are friends, there wouldn't be any need for wars. My dream is to one day see the world become like that, so I want to make as many friends as possible. 100, 200, it may be difficult, but I believe if we try our best, our dream will someday come true. I will not stop making friends before my dream comes true. Naruto was dumbfounded by the declaration of the female Jinchuriki. He opened his mouth to protest, but found out he couldn't say a word. Because wasn't that exactly what he did himself in the past? Almost every single one of his friends used to be his enemies or rivals. Haku, the girl standing in front of him right now, had wanted to fight him and his team to the death the first time they met. Gaara, the fifth Kazekage, had tried to destroy Konoha during his first Chunin exam. Sasuke used to be a murderous broody bastard who was obsessed with revenge and had actually tried to kill him several times before turning over a new leaf and sacrificed himself to protect him during his final battle. Hell, even Kurama, the nine-tailed fox herself, was the one who killed both his parents right after he was born a few minutes. And yet, all those people had now all become his good friends. Suddenly, the seemingly naive and outrageous plan of the female Jinchuriki became not that naive and outrageous. Yeah, hope so. Sai stood quietly at the corner, listening to the conversation with an emotionless, calculating face. Friendship wasn't a completely alien concept to him. He knew what it meant from the lessons he learned en route, and he knew that the love between two individuals is what helps it form. What he didn't understand was how Naruto Uzumaki and Fu seemed to think so highly of it. He had been taught since he was still a child that emotions and bonds are the things that hold the shinobi back. Shinobi are the tools for war, they should not be used for anything except being killing machines. Because of that, emotions, loves, bonds, all those things need to be eradicated. He is a shinobi. And right now, he needed to do anything necessary to complete his mission. As a member of Root. The ship arrived at her destination when the sky was still dark. As discussed the last night, the group would send only the minimum number of people to the island so that it wouldn't disturb Isabu unnecessarily. Therefore, right now, standing on the island was just Naruto's team, together with the Mizukage and the 3 members of the 7 swordsmen. This island is different from what I imagined, Naruto remarked while sniffing the air around him. The quiet air showed that this area is clearly a place human rarely set foot on. Yeah, Fu agreed. Isabu really chose a good place to revive in, huh? Among the group, the only one still keeping a grim face was old man Kosuke. Seeing that, Naruto asked in curiosity. What's wrong, Kosuke-san? The old man answered him with his own question. Did you hear anything? Naruto blinked. No, but... The old man looked at him, his eyes gleaming in alert and wariness. That's the problem. There is absolutely no sound around here. Not even the buzz of insects. This is not natural at all. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Jiraiya had taught him about this before. A place which was so quiet there was absolutely no sound at all in the air could only mean 2 things. Either it was an ambush, or the place had just been through such a devastating battle no living creature survived to make a sound. It seemed Mei and her escorts had also realized this, because they had slipped into their battle stances with their weapons unsheathed. Naruto-kun, Fu said urgently. The special marking around her eyes showed that she had entered her sage mode. I feel a very large source of chakra at the center of the island. Around it, there were a few other smaller ones. Isabu is being attacked. Naruto gritted his teeth. Looking at the others, he nodded, and the group all dashed forward, towards the center of the island. And a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes when they finally reached their destination. The clearing, which must have been a very picturesque scenery before, was completely ruined. The ground was full of scorching marks. Trees were either broken in half or uprooted, and the beautiful lake only had half of the amount of water it was supposed to contain. Lying at the center of the lake was a giant figure with a big, spiky shell, and standing around and on top of it was… well, all the familiar faces. It's been quite a long time since we last met, Ninetales brat. Naruto glared at the 5 figures standing near Isabu's body with a look full of disgust. Never before had he felt such anger boiling within him. Orochimaru. Chapter 40, Confrontation, Part 1. Kakashi landed at the edge of the cliff with a light thud. He glanced around, taking the familiar scenery which he didn't ever want to remember again into his view. It had been years since he last visited the site of the Battle of the Canopy Bridge. That bridge was no more, but the memories had been engraved so deeply into his brain he hadn't dared come back to this place since that destined day. But now he had a reason to come back. He needed to do it, for the sake of a friend he had to save from the darkness. So you suspect Rin Noara might not be dead yet? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi after hearing Guy's report from his mission to Kirigakure. Of course, he had gotten that information for the sake of Kakashi himself, so it was natural for the boisterous taijutsu master to tell Kakashi about that right after he returned to Konoha, even before reporting to the Hokage. According to what the Mizukage has given us, that assumption might not be very far-fetched, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded. Hiruzen scratched his cheek. What I still cannot understand is why she didn't return to the village if that were the case. It has been quite some time since the revolution of Kirigakure ended. She had more than enough time to return to the village, then go away and then return to the village again. We cannot rule out the possibility of her already being dead. Kakashi nodded. Indeed. That is why I'm requesting a week of absence. The Hokage blinked. You're planning to go track her down? Yeah, the Cyclops nodded again. And I have a feeling that I already knew where to find her. And now he was standing here, at the place where everything in his life had changed. He wasn't sure why, but something in his mind told him that not only would he find clues about where Rin actually was here, but the answer for everything was also lying here, waiting for him to expose. Now let's find out. With those words, he walked down the hill, towards the place of destiny. For a few seconds, no one dared move a muscle. It's not like they hadn't expected a confrontation with Orochimaru. In fact, when the Mizukage revealed the news that Orochimaru had appeared near Kirigakure, Naruto had already known that they would have to encounter him somewhere during the mission. It's just that no one could imagine Orochimaru arriving at Isabu's lair way ahead of them, and even defeating the tailed beast, alone, seemingly without even breaking a sweat. Not to mention that it was freaking creepy to see 5 people that looked exactly the same staring at them with the same crazy slasher smile on their face. Well, Naruto actually didn't have any right to say that, but for the sake of not wasting parts of the story to think about the names for each body of Orochimaru, the author is just going to call them the Orochimaru Corps for now. What do you think about him, guys? He heard Koko saying. I'm not sure. His chakra is indeed terrifying for a human. And to be able to defeat Isabu alone without breaking a sweat like that, maybe he is as powerful as you think. Maybe you should be careful. I know. Even looking at him alone, I can feel the enormous amount of chakra coming from each of his body. What is your intention, Orochimaru? Before Naruto could raise his voice, Mei had already spoken up first. Why are you after the 3 tails now? The Orochimaru Corps replied her all at the same time, still with their nasty smiles. You are too naive to think that I would give you any idea about what I'm going to do. And what would you do if we force you to tell us? Haku retorted, a little bit too confident for her sake. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Ah, little Haku-chan. Then we must see if you are able to do that first, aren't you? Okay, just stop it with that voice, really. Naruto butted in, annoyance clear in his voice. Seriously, that's just fucking creepy. Listening to one of you talking is already scary enough. 9 tails, Orochimaru answered, still with that creepy legion voice, turned towards Naruto. What a good opportunity. I haven't forgotten the humiliation you and your curse team gave me in the Forest of Death 3 years ago. Oh really? Naruto retorted in a confident voice. If you already knew that, why don't you run away now? You might be able to avoid another time being humiliated. Do you really think you can do anything to me, demon? Orochimaru sneered. I know that you have just finished some kind of training with the pervert, but trash would always be trash. You still have a long way to go before you could catch up with people like Sasuke-kun. Yeah. Sure. Tenten wrinked her nose when snot and spit hit her face. EW. Sorry, Sasuke grumbled, wiping his own nose with his sleeve while offering the girl a handkerchief. Maybe someone is talking about me, curse you, Naruto. So, what do you need of me so much that you need to come to my home to sneeze at my face instead of going to the workshop? Tenten raised an eyebrow. Well, Sasuke twiddled his fingers not unlike a certain hear the girl, which raised Tenten's eyebrow even higher. Can we get inside first? The girl of Team Guy grimaced in disgust. EW. Are you hitting on me? Wait until I tell Sakura about this. Somehow Sasuke's face managed to blush and pale at the same time. No. I mean, I'm not trying to flirt with you. I'm just here for business. I mean, I have something I want to ask you for assistance. Tenten still glared at the Uchiha with suspicion, but after a few seconds, she turned and led the Uchiha into her house. After the pair had managed to settle down on the couch in Tenten's living room, she asked, Okay, spill it. What do you want? Sasuke went straight to the point. You were the one who made Naruto's mechanical arm 3 years ago, aren't you? Tenten was a little bit taken aback. Well, no, that arm was created by my dad, but I believe if I try, I can make something which might stand equal, if not better than that now. I have learned quite a lot from my dad in the last 3 years, you know. Excellent, Sasuke grinned. So what if I tell you I want to collaborate with you in making something way bigger than that? Tenten couldn't say anything for exactly 4 seconds. Then, at the 5th, she answered with the biggest grin anyone could ever see on her face. I'm listening. Then let's see how this trash is going to kick your ass, Orochimaru. That growl came from Naruto. He opened his eyes, and everyone could see he had entered Sage mode in just that single second. Orochimaru still smirked, although his smile had faltered a little bit. Sage mode, so you have become stronger than the last time we met, Ninetales. Chakra suddenly burst from Naruto's body. Everyone had to cover their eyes when the pillar of light swept through them, blinding them momentarily in the process. When the light died down, Naruto was covered once again in his chakra shroud he received from Kurama and the tailed beasts. But different from what it used to be, instead of its usual cloak-like form, the shroud now looked more like a body-fitting armor shielding his chest, torso and crotch, with arm braces, shoulder pads, boots and a helmet made of glowing, golden chakra. Black lines could be seen clearly engraved on each of the armor's parts, connecting to and expanding the spiral seal on his torso. Surrounding his body, there were 3 black spheres which rotated around him like 3 tiny satellites. And the most astounding thing about it was Tailed Beast Chakra, together with Sage Mode. Impressive. But you must be an idiot to think that you can defeat me alone with just that. Suddenly a beam of chakra cut through the air, aiming at the Orochimaru core, and the snake Sannin actually had to jump away to avoid being reduced to atoms by the surprise bombardment from above. The beam pierced the ground, leaving a big gaping hole right between Naruto and the Orochimaru core. Tho landed on the ground next to Naruto. The tip of her staff was still glowing with energy. Don't worry, she glared at Orochimaru. He's got help. Seven Tails too. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of worry in his face now. So you decided to gang up on me, huh? Not only her, the voice of Mei rose from behind Naruto. She had walked up to the 2 Jinchuriki while cracking her knuckles. You should be worried, because every person here all shares the goal of finally killing you once and for all. Big talk, the Orochimaru core sneered. 3 years ago you could only do something to me because you were with the 2 most powerful shinobi Konoha had to offer. What do you think you can do with only these 2 monsters as your backup? Naruto glared at the middle body of Orochimaru. Of course I know what I can do, he answered curtly, and his mouth curled up into a smile. And you will go down here, because I already knew your weakness. Then he moved. The force of him kicking the ground was so strong the ground under him was torn apart violently, and in less than a blink of an eye, he appeared in the middle of the Orochimaru formation. What speed! The golden bullet then launched his palm forward. It connected with the body standing in the middle of the formation, who seemed to be too shocked to react, and the body was launched violently into the rock formation behind it with a force so great a web of cracks was formed all over the surface of the very hard rock. Not stopping there, Naruto spun on his feet, and a tornado of chakra exploded from his body, tossing the 4 other bodies of Orochimaru around not unlike Niji's full power rotation. The tornado died down, and the 4 Orochimaru were thrown away. Their bodies flailed around in the air helplessly before crashing into the ground with 4 similarly sickening cracks. The 4 Orochimaru stood up nearly immediately. They started going through hand seals very quickly, but before anything could be done. Lava style, restrict lock. Surges of hot liquid lava burst up from underground. Upon contacting Orochimaru's bodies, they immediately hardened, trapping them in prisons made of incredibly sturdy concrete. And 4 massive Raisengans slammed down their heads from above. Whoa! Haku breathed out in awe. Naruto-kun has become incredibly strong. Mizukage-sama too, Shiro narrowed his eyes. If it were Fusan and Naruto-san I could understand, but to think that even Mizukage-sama can cooperate with him so flawlessly. It's not over yet, Kosuke suddenly said. Watch out. Sharp spikes made of white bone erupted from the ground all around the battlefield, and the shinobi of the alliance had to retreat quickly to avoid being skewered. The swordsmen swung their swords to cut down the spikes, but more and more of them burst out from the field to replace the downed ones almost immediately. Brace yourself, the old man yelled. He slammed his right foot down, and the forest of spikes stopped expanding immediately. One by one, they retreated back into the ground, returning the battlefield to its original state. From the craters, the 4 bodies which had just been hit by the giant Rasengan stood up, cracking their necks as if nothing happened. And the main body which had been punched into the rocks also walked out from the piles of debris. On his hand was a sword made of something that looked like a spine, showing that the body used to belong to Kimimaro Kagaya, the leader of the Sound 4 who wielded the Kekkai Genkai Shikatsu Miyaku. Naruto gritted his teeth. Of course it can't be that easy. Orochimaru responded in kind. The bone sword on his hand separated into pieces, connected by a chain Naruto didn't know what it was made from. It lashed out like a whip, swiping at the Naruto clones who were charging forward. Even though the whip sword looked fragile as hell, its strength was more than enough to dispel all the Naruto clones enhanced with both Sage and Tailed Beast chakra in a single hit. The area was filled with smoke in an instant. Then a Raisin Shuriken tore apart the smokescreen, aiming at all 5 bodies of Orochimaru. Instead of the greenish-blue color the technique usually had, the giant chakra shuriken was now glowing in a dark golden color, showing that it was pumped full of Karamas and nature chakra. It crossed the distance between Naruto and the Orochimaru core in a blinding speed, and it seemed they were going to be shredded into minced meat. However, that never happened. Before the jutsu could even travel half its way, the body with 6 arms had already jumped into action. From its 6 wrists, web shot out, grabbing rocks scattering around the battlefield and pulled them in front of the Orochimaru core, crashing into the incoming Raisin Shuriken. With a sudden collision, Naruto's jutsu was forcefully detonated, forming a vortex of wind so strong it nearly threw everyone off their feet. Debris covered the battlefield. Then Orochimaru's voice rose from behind the vortex of wind. Scorch style, Daimonji! A ball of scorching hot fire burst out of the wind vortex. Coincidentally, thanks to the Raisin Shuriken, the power of the already powerful jutsu was amped up even further, and when it hit Naruto, it exploded violently into a flower made of crimson fire, drowning the Jinchuriki in a sea of light and heat. Naruto-kun! Haku screamed. But when the explosion died down, she sighed in relief. Naruto was shielded in a barrier made of the black substance from the 3 orbs rotating around him. The barrier retreated back into the orbs, and everyone could see there wasn't even a single scratch on him. The black shield was just that powerful. Out of the way, Naruto-kun! From behind him, Fu yelled. Glancing back at her, Naruto immediately understood what was going to happen. His eyes widened, and he hastily jumped aside before. Lightning style, thunder calamity. A blizzard of thousands of daggers made of pure lightning chakra tore through the air and rained down the Orochimaru core's heads. With the incredible speed and covering range of the jutsu, dodging is impossible. There's no way Orochimaru could avoid this. However, they had underestimated someone like Orochimaru too much. The body with 6 arms, now standing at the center of the formation, which used to belong to Kadamuro of the Sound 5, immediately made blindingly quick hand signs with all 6 of its hands. It spat out a string of something golden from its mouth, which quickly spread around and formed a cage made of gold around the Orochimaru formation. The electric daggers were all absorbed into the cage and drained into the ground harmlessly. Then Orochimaru saw Fu's face. The right side of her mouth was rising upward into a smirk. Why is she? Wait, where is the die? When? No, it couldn't be. Orochimaru Kimimaro hastily and desperately threw his head backward. From his mouth, a new body shot out right before Naruto's planetary Rasengan landed on the old body and tore it to shred. The power of the jutsu, enhanced by the momentum of the 3 satellite smaller Rasengan rotating around the core, was so immense the mere shockwave coming from the impact was enough to tear apart the gold cage as if it were made from paper. Dust, debris, gold and Orochimaru, pieces and bodies, flew everywhere. How? Orochimaru snarled when scrambling back to his feet. Shinobi older, smarter than you thousands of times have spent all their lives to figure out that jutsu to no avail. How could an idiot with no talent like you manage to learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu? Looks like you underestimated our power, Naruto grinned. Just like you did in Konoha years ago. And that is exactly your weakness, Orochimaru. In the middle of their usual meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto suddenly brought out a strange question. Hey, pervy sage. Do you know what Orochimaru's weakness might be? Jiraiya blinked when he heard Naruto's question. Well, that is a very difficult question to answer, the old sage admitted. When it comes to ninjutsu and things, I don't think that bastard has any weakness at all. He had managed to almost reach immortality after all. That is where you are wrong, my student. The 2 shinobi turned towards the entrance of the store, where the new voice had just emerged from. But the old ramen chef was the one who raised his voice first. Lord Hokage. Long time no see. Hiruzen entered the store with a smile. Long time no see, Tochi. And you too, Itachi, he added upon seeing the Uchiha entering from the back. The man only nodded in return. One of my usual favorite, please. Coming right up. After the 3rd Hokage had settled down on his own stool, Naruto spoke up. So you know what Orochimaru's weakness is, don't you, Gigi? Of course I know, Hiruzen nodded. After all, this is a very common weakness of shinobi who thought of themselves as powerful, you know. Naruto blinked. And that is… The Hokage smiled. It is… I still couldn't believe someone like you would fall for something like that, Fu raised her voice. Her staff was still smoking after the bombardment jutsu. Just a few sluggish moves, some mediocre jutsu and a little bit of showing off, and you're already hell-bent on thinking that we are just 2 weaklings who can't do anything but wasting our tailed beast chakra. Then she added with a grin of her own. If that is everything a legendary Sannin can do, then you still have a long way to catch up with us. Orochimaru's face turned purple with fury. After I'm done with you, there won't be a bone left in your pathetic body, you cheeky bitch. Wicked purple chakra started leaking out of all 5 bodies when black mark began spreading over them. Soon, all of Orochimaru's bodies entered their stage 2 curse seal states at the same time. Naruto grinned. Now this is when the real battle begins. Anything, Pakken? The ninja puppy glanced back at his partner. Just as you thought, Kakashi. It is very vague, but there definitely is some of her odor here. Just like, it has been here for years already. For how long? Pakken shook his head. No way to know. Based on the strength of the smell, it might be about 14 or 15 years. Or maybe even more, I guess. But there is no way to tell exactly when. Kakashi winced. Pakken was the Nikan with the best sense of smell in his pack, and if even he couldn't figure it out, there was no way anyone else could. Still, it was still a result. 14 or 15 years. That is about the time when the Third Shinobi World War was over, he mused. So she did come here after she was released from her custody. There is another weird thing, actually. The Jonin blinked. What is it? Her smell exists not only on the surface. Though very difficult to detect, it reaches out underground too. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. What? The battle, as expected, soon turned into a gigantic carnage. Not only did the curse mark transformation boost the power of each body massively, it also gave the users a massive, nearly unlimited amount of chakra, to the point they could throw devastating jutsu around as if they were nothing. And Naruto was now regretting his decision of provoking Orochimaru, after being bombarded by at least 20 high-powered techniques, each of which had the power to destroy a battalion. Even though they couldn't hurt him thanks to his truth-seeking shield, the destructive power of those jutsu might hurt the others. And the worst thing was, even though Orochimaru had to resort to the curse marks to gain advantage, his teamwork still didn't lose any touch. Maybe I shouldn't have pissed him off, Naruto thought while throwing up his shield to deflect another explosion. You just realized this now? Kurama said dryly. And you'd better hurry up. You only have 5 minutes left until that form reaches its limit. Naruto winced. This was the first time he used that new form, which he named Tailed Beast Sage Mode, in actual battle, and he hadn't thought about the time until Kurama mentioned it. Up until now, he could only maintain that form for 15 minutes straight. After that time limit he would have to power down, and wouldn't be able to use it again for 3 days. He had to duck when a drill made of bones nearly pierced through his forehead while wreathed in flame, being shot from the gold bow of the six-armed body. We won't be able to do anything if we just let all 5 Orochimarus stay close to each other like this. He glanced at Fu and Mei. No word was said, but both of them understood what he meant. We need to separate them. Summoning his swords into his hands, he rushed Orochimaru Kimimaro, who was also charging at him, this time with the sword of Kusanagi ready on his own hand. Like two dancers entwining in a deadly sword dance, the two shinobi traded blows after blows. Usually, in a battle between swords, the swordsman with the better blade would come out victorious. And the Kusanagi, which belonged to Orochimaru, was infamous for being one of the sharpest, sturdiest swords in the whole history of bladed weapons. If trading blows directly, there's no doubt that almost none of the swords in existence now could survive 2 clashes with the evil katana on Orochimaru's hand. However, Naruto was one of the rare people who could bypass that common rule. His Nidan Ichiryu sword style, taught to him by a descendant of the famous swordsman Musashi Miyamoto, was created to fight against opponents with bigger, better swords. The creator himself had defeated a lot of enemies during his time with that style, including the infamous sword master Kojiro Sasaki. That style doesn't focus on powerful strikes, but rather on quick, well-timed parries of his enemy's own strikes and then wearing them down in a battle of stamina. That was why Master Miyamoto, wielding only 2 makeshift swords made from a wooden oar, could defeat Kojiro even though his opponent owned one of the best swords in the world. And if Kojiro Sasaki, one of the greatest sword masters in the history of humankind, the one who was in possession of the legendary skilled Sabame Geishi, the undodgeable sword skill which is said to be able to cut down a flying swallow, had to admit defeat against the owner of the Nidan Ichiryu style, then how could a normal swordsman like Orochimaru could even think about overcoming it, even with the best sword in the world? And it seemed Orochimaru himself realized this. Because the two had traded more than 50 blows already, but Orochimaru still hadn't been able to land a single hit. Even worse, it felt like he was being pushed back. How did this brat manage to grow so much in such a short time? Another thing that pissed him off was, even though the brat was obviously using the beast's power, he didn't even transform into the beast form. It was just like he was toying with him. He didn't even think of Orochimaru as a worthy enemy of using his full power. Snarling, the snake sending through the Kusanagi at Naruto. The sword flew at the Jinchuriki like a missile, but it was nothing against Naruto's enhanced reflex. He only needed to lean aside for the sword to fly past him. Using that moment, Orochimaru went through very quick hand signs. Fire style, dragon gunfire. The scorching white flame from Orochimaru Kimimaro's mouth shot out towards Naruto. Even with the chakra cloak protecting him, Naruto knew it would hurt a lot if it hit. So he also dropped his swords, and went through the hand seals of one of the simplest water jutsus he knew, pumping as much chakra as possible into it. Water style, water gun. The jet of water shot out of Naruto's own mouth wasn't a normal water stream at all. Rather, it was like the most gigantic fire hose in the world had just erupted. The two jutsus clashed violently against each other, making a dangerously loud hiss in the air and at the same time covering the whole vision of the two shinobi in a thick cloud of steam. Heh! Dodge to the left, Naruto! The sudden yell of Goku from inside his head startled the Jinchuriki. He hastily leaned aside again, right before an arm bone flew past where his head had been just a moment ago, and stabbed itself on the trunk of a tree behind him. And to his horror, the tree started disintegrating. Not breaking down, not burning, the tree was disintegrating bit by bit starting from the place the bone struck it. What the heck is that? From the look of it, that should be all-killing ash bone, but that technique is supposed to be lost forever. Naruto heard Koko exclaiming inside his head. Even though that Shikatsu Miyaku Kekei Genkai is derived from her ability, it shouldn't even be able to reach that level. How did that bastard Orochimaru do it? Now is not the time to worry about that. Naruto thought urgently when he felt similar chakra to the attack coming from where Orochimaru was standing, albeit in a much bigger scale. It's obvious that the snake Sannin was planning to go wild with the attack to take him down at any cost. It's impossible to dodge all of them if that's the case. And if he let Orochimaru let loose the attack, it would harm the others too. Then I would have to match all of them with my own attack. And doing that was something very easy for him. He had been able to match the attack of the first Hokage himself. Something like this was just like a child's play to him. Hundreds of kunais and swords of all kinds appeared from thin air and surged forward right at the moment the bones shot out from Orochimaru Kimimura's body. The two rains of projectiles met each other in midair and completely neutralized each other in deafening clashing noises. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Some of the shrapnel was thrown towards the three swordsmen and the other members of Team Naruto. Chojuro reacted immediately, using his sword to block them, but when the shrapnel touched the outer cover of Hiramakerii, the sheath itself started disintegrating, too. Damn it, so even small pieces have the same power. He couldn't prolong the battle any further. He needed to finish this right now. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones of Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke. Chakra swirled, and a Rasengan formed in an instant in Naruto's palm. The 3 clones gathered around him, beginning to create his most powerful jutsu. Then suddenly Naruto felt a sharp, piercing pain in his stomach. He looked down, and saw the blade of the Kusanagi protruding out of his torso. Gah! How? He collapsed onto the ground in pain when the sword ripped itself out of his stomach and flew back to Orochimaru, who grabbed it by the hilt easily while walking towards him with an arrogant smirk. You arrogant brat. You think that you can afford not going all out against me. Too bad for you, that arrogance would be the very same thing that brings your downfall here, Ninetales. Naruto could only look up at the snake Sannin with a glare full of anger. Orochimaru walked up, with the Kusanagi raised high, ready for the final strike. Then Naruto smirked, and disappeared in a burst of smoke. Orochimaru Kimimura's eyes widened when he realized what was going to happen. He tried to jump away, but there was no way he could avoid the Rasengan slamming into his stomach from the real Naruto who had been hidden underground. Naruto landed on the ground with a laugh. So who's being an arrogant brat now? At the same time, Mei was fighting the 2 Orochimaru bodies which used to belong to Jirobo and the Sakanyukun brothers. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, she was still holding herself pretty well against the enemies. She clapped her hands together, and the ground rumbled. Lava and rock erupted from under the surface and melded together, forming a gigantic golem. It let out a roar, and threw a nasty punch at the Orochimaru core. But before the punch could hit, Orochimaru Jirobo had jumped forward and met the punch with his own punch. The force of the punch was so incredible it shattered the golem back into shards of debris and rocks. But if that were everything the Mizukage could do, she wouldn't have been called the Mizukage, after all. She quickly flipped through another series of hand seals. The fragments of the golem scattering around the battlefield immediately melted back into lava and surged upward into a humongous wave of magma. Orochimaru's eyes widened when the wave towered over his head and was about to crash down on him. Oh son of a bai, Orochimaru-san immediately went through very fast hand seals. The 2 heads opened their mouth and spat out a torrent of water at the incoming magma wave. It wasn't enough to stop the whole thing, but at least what it managed to do was splitting up the wave so that the 2 Orochimarus wasn't charbroiled by the overheated lava. Rock Wrecker! Orochimaru Jirobo's eyes widened. Rock Wadash? Then a giant fist made of rock smashed into his face. He flew away like a ragdoll, which was something rather impressive coming from the Mizukage, as Jirobo's body was very fat and heavy. You bai, not yet! This is not the time to hold back my assault. Lava style, acid rain! Mei yelled, and spat out a shower of sickly yellowish-green liquid at the 2 bodies of Orochimaru. Anything touched by the liquid was melted immediately, and Orochimaru had to hastily retreat back to avoid being liquefied by the technique. Damn it! If this continues, even these bodies won't be able to hold it. Under the relentless pressure from the Mizukage, Orochimaru-san didn't realize that he had been forced towards the direction of Orochimaru Jirobo, who was still lying on the ground, stunned from the attack of the Mizukage. And that was the final nail in the coffin. Ice-style, chilling prison. Immediately, the 2 Orochimarus were trapped in the icicle prison, courtesy of Haku. They tried to break out, but couldn't even move a muscle to use hand seals. You! The only place on their bodies they could move was their mouths. After all, you are still a coward, still couldn't face me alone. Look who's talking. Haku, from behind, walked forwards and stuck out her tongue at him. You are the one who ganged up on the Three Tails yourself first. Orochimaru-san snarled. He opened his mouth wide, ready for his special substitution jutsu. Only for a lock made of ice being stuffed right into his open mouth. The girl wagged her finger mockingly at him. Can't let you do anything to escape, can we? Now stay there and watch. Orochimaru couldn't do anything before the icicle prison was complete, locking both of his body inside helplessly. Meanwhile, Fu was having troubles with Orochimaru Kidamaru and Orochimaru Taiyuya. It's not like she didn't have enough power to overcome them. In fact, if it came to firepower, with the help of Chomei in her Hyperia form, there was no way she could lose to them. However, that was only true if she were fighting them one by one. In a fight when one side had the superiority in number, there was no way to tell that one side had a clear advantage or not, even if they were more powerful. And unfortunately for Fu, she was facing Orochimaru here. His raw power might not be able to compare to what she possessed, but when it came to experience, he had decades more than her. A 16-year-old girl simply couldn't have enough strategic skills to compare to two legendary Sanins, even if she was trained by one. And worse for her, he was pissed. She could fly. But too bad for her, Kidamaru was the member of the Sound Five with the best anti-air strategic advantage. He could create a bow which, with his 6 arms, could shoot arrows with the velocity of anti-air missiles, just like what she was being shot with, right now. Ah crap, maybe pissing him off like that isn't a good idea after all. Another arrow made of gold whizzed across her face, slicing a strand of her hair off and leaving a rather deep cut on her cheek. Ow! Meanwhile, Orochimaru Taiyuya was still following Fu's movements on the sky. Then, without any warning, she, or was it he, opened his, her, its, oh whatever, mouth and screamed. Suddenly Fu felt something hit her chest with the force of a truck. Losing her focus, she fell from the sky and hit the ground painfully. Had anyone stood next to her, they could have heard the sound of bones cracking from her body. As a member of the Elite Sound 5 of Odogekure, Taiyuya was chosen by Orochimaru thanks to her special ability, which allows her to manipulate sound waves. With the ability, she could do a lot of things, including using music to control puppets and cast sound-based genjutsu. However, Orochimaru doesn't have any talent in music, so a lot of skills he inherited from Taiyuya after taking over her body were unusable to him. However, it didn't stop him from just screaming at his enemy with the speed of sound and the power of a cannonball. Fu-chan, are you alright? Even Chomei was so shocked by the sudden surprise attack she couldn't react in time to shield Fu from the impact with the ground. Another gold arrow was released from the deadly bow on Orochimaru Kidamaru's hands. There was no way she could ever dodge the arrow coming for her with more than enough speed and power to pierce through her and a few rocks behind her. There was only one choice. Blossom Shield, Fortress Mode. Not 1, but 10 shields made of chakra appeared out of thin air and formed a line in front of Fu, standing in the way and taking a direct hit from the incoming missile. To the Jinchuriki's horror, the arrow pierced through the first 9 layers of the barrier line as if they were made of rice paper. Gritting her teeth, she pumped more chakra into the last one, and it exploded violently, throwing the arrow off course, but not before leaving her a few burn marks on her arms, legs and body. Her magical girl outfit was torn at the chest and torso due to taking a direct hit from the explosion, exposing the lower part of her breasts and her navel. But thankfully, the move managed to help her avoid the worst outcome. The battlefield was immediately covered with a thick cloud of smoke. And then she felt it. Both bodies of Orochimaru dashed out of the smokescreen and flanked her from both sides. Their Kusanagi swords were aiming for her neck. And she knew this was when she made a turnabout. She stretched her arms to the sides, and 2 blossom shields appeared in a flash of light, stopping the 2 swords dead on their ways. But Orochimaru didn't even falter. The Kusanagi sword is the sharpest sword in the world. There's no way those flimsy energy shields could stop it for long. Binding shield. What? Chains made of pure orange energy burst out from the surfaces of the shields and immediately wrapped themselves around Orochimaru Kidamaru and Orochimaru Taiyuya, who were both too close to even think of avoiding. In just a blink of an eye, they were completely restrained from moving even a muscle. It's a mistake of yours to think that I would take on someone like you alone, Fu said with a triumphant grin. Because, no matter how strong I am, or would become. And two swords pierced Orochimaru Taiya and Orochimaru Kidamaru from behind. We are still a team, Kosuke, the owner of one of the swords, finished the sentence for her. They got him! Chojuro exclaimed. Wait a bit, Shiro suddenly said. Something is wrong. A deafening howl, which sounded like it came from a very angry animal, made him flinch. Then everything went chaotic in just a blink of an eye. What the hell is this? Kakashi grimaced when he reached the place Pakken had gotten the trace of Rin's odor from. It was something way beyond his capability to imagine. The place was a gigantic chamber which had no reason to be underground at all, with flat walls and torches lighting up the space covered with giant tree roots. But the thing astonishing him the most was hundreds of thousands of the same creatures which had been the enemy force at the siege of Sunagakure. Kakashi wasn't someone who would feel fear easily. But right now, he was feeling sweat running down his cheek uncontrollably. If this army were deployed all at once, Konoha would be eradicated in less than a day, no matter how many skilled shinobi she had. No, screw Konoha. He didn't even know if an alliance of every single great village in this continent could stand against this monstrosity of an army. So you managed to find this place. As expected of the famous Kakashi of the Sharingan. Kakashi looked back, and realized he was looking at the masked man of the Akatsuki. So this is your doing, he calmly looked at the enemy's face, which was hidden under the orange spiral mask without any sign of fear. His enemy snorted. Well, maybe. But you are not going to leave this place alive to talk about that. Kakashi smiled under his mask. We'll see about that. His Sharingan morphed into the pinwheel shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi disappeared in a vortex. Kakashi landed on a pillar in the Kamui dimension. Even though he had practiced a lot with the Mangekyo technique, saying that it didn't give his chakra reserve a considerable drain after each use would be a very big stretch. You think you can escape from me by running away into this dimension? He turned. The masked man was materializing into the dimension in a similar way he did himself, in a spiral vortex. So it is true, the Cyclops mused. I have been hoping that my idea was wrong, that it was just a crazy idea of a desperate man who couldn't escape from his own sins, but… The masked man didn't say anything. He just looked at Kakashi's face with an impassive expression, still hidden under his mask. Why are you doing this? The two Mangekyo Sharingan with the same pattern stared into each other. Obito? Chapter 41, Confrontation, Part 2. That's a name I haven't heard for quite a long time, indeed. The masked man answered Kakashi in a surprisingly carefree tone. The Cyclops narrowed his eyes. So you're not trying to deny it? Denying or admitting, it's not important now, the masked man laughed, a dry, empty laughter which chilled Kakashi's hair at the nape. I am never anyone important, just someone with the mission to clean up this rotten shinobi world. Those are the words of someone who is afraid of showing their true face to the world, Kakashi pointed out, hoping to be able to provoke his enemy. But the masked man just gave him a mirthful chuckle. You are too naive if you think those words are enough to provoke me, Kakashi. Welp, so much for that. Then why don't you just show me what is under that hideous swirly orange mask? The Cyclops challenged. The masked man just answered impassively. If you want to see what is under it, you will have to take it off by yourself. Oh, trust me, I will. And with that declaration, Kakashi charged forward. A gigantic tsunami suddenly crashed down on the heads of everyone in the clearing without a warning, drowning the whole island, including every person standing on it, in a sea of water. Even the Baikurin, anchored very carefully far away from the shore, was shaken back and forth dangerously because of the sheer force of the wave. Even with the enhanced power the tailed beast chakra mode had given him, Naruto was not invincible. He could block almost all attacks with the truth-seeking shield, and the chakra cloak itself made his body incredibly tough against physical attack, but it couldn't save him from asphyxiation under a gazillion ton of water. Son of a bitch! Isabu, can't you do something? You are a turtle, for fuck's sake! I can't! Healing is one thing, but to modify his body, Naruto has to be able to think consciously. I can't do anything from the inside, it might destroy his body. He heard the tailed beast inside him bickering in panic, but everything was beginning to fade away. He couldn't think properly anymore. He needed air, but the very last bit of it was leaving him. Things were starting to fade away from his vision. Then he felt fresh air rushing into his lungs. The fresh air, filled with oxygen, revitalized him in a second. Oddly, the air also smelled like menthol. He opened his eyes and saw himself locking lips passionately with Haku, the person who was giving him her own air while pulling him to the surface. He wanted to breathe out in relief and cry at the same time, but then he realized that it would just make the kiss even more passionate. So he just let his body go slack until she managed to get him and herself back to the surface. When the light finally came back into his vision, the two separated, much to Naruto's relief. Then he remembered. Wait, what about Fuchan and the others? Here they are, said Shiro Ichigaki right next to him, plopping up from underwater with Fu and Kosuka. Both of them seemed to be out of breath, just like Naruto, and he shuddered when thinking about the image of Shiro's mouth locking with the old man's, just like Haku had just done with him a minute ago. And then he looked up. Now he understood what it meant to be terrified. Even though he had been with Isabu for quite a while, he had never seen him angry. Usually the turtle, while a little bit too carefree and lazy for his own good, was very friendly and kind. But right now, staring down at him was an Isabu in beast form, who was utterly furious. He snarled in a gruff, difficult-to-hear tone, but somehow, every single person there could understand clearly what he meant, and their necks all froze in place due to the fear his loud, angry voice brought to them. Humans, I have tried my best to avoid you since I returned to this world. I have wanted to get away to somewhere you wouldn't try to find me, to make me your weapon of mass destruction. But nevertheless, you followed me even to this place, to bend me under your will again. No! Understanding what was going to happen, Naruto desperately cried. We're not here for that. We just... So this time, I will strike back. Then he fired a tailed beast bomb at the squad. At this close distance, no one would be able to dodge it. The only way to protect all of them from it was... Jumping in front of the squad, Naruto deployed his last truth-seeking orb. A barrier made of the black substance spread out and covered the whole squad right before the tailed beast bomb landed on them. The massively destructive technique exploded, drowning the team in fire and intense heat, but the shield had already protected them from the worst effects of the attack. However, ugh! Naruto collapsed on his knee, breathing heavily. The truth-seeking shield was very powerful, indeed, but tanking a fully powered tailed beast bomb head-on at point blank with it was still not something a smart person would even think about doing. Just one shot, and he had already felt his own reserve almost drained. And Naruto feeling himself drained was never a good thing. You are different, he heard Isabu growling. You were able to take on my fully powered tailed beast bomb without dying. I can feel the power of our father inside you. But... Naruto suddenly had a dreadful feeling. Is he going to? Let's see what you can do about this. Then he fired another tailed beast bomb, but not at the team in front of him, but rather, at the KPN Byakuren full of shinobi. No! Everyone yelled and moved to stop him, but it was too late. The deadly technique had already been fired, and there's no way to stop it. And Naruto knew the one thing he needed to do, and must do. He didn't have enough chakra on his chakra mode to move with enough momentum to deflect a tailed beast bomb of that scale like he had done during the Fourth War, so... Pulling at the last bit of energy from the tailed beast sage mode that he had, he rushed after the tailed beast bomb. Naruto! Are you trying to? Don't worry. I'm not going to commit suicide. But I'm going to need everything you have, Kurama. Get ready to deploy the mirror. Kurama's eyes widened in realization. The mirror of Yada is her and Naruto's regalia of the soul, which is their ultimate defensive technique. If they utilize that, there's no doubt that they would be able to stop the tailed beast bomb, but that would drain all of your remaining energy. You won't have enough power to handle Isabu after that. I know, but Naruto answered Kurama with utmost confidence, we still have Fuchan over there. I believe that she can handle everything even without me. And he disappeared in an orange flash. The shinobi on the KPN Byakuren were freaking out. No matter how powerful the ship could be, there's no way she could withstand a hit from a tailed beast bomb firing straight at her like this. Of course, she could maneuver around the attack, but that was when they're all ready and everything. Right now, the ship was just sitting there like a nice, cute target for the tailed beast to use to practice shooting. The giant black ball of death was coming closer and closer, and the sails of the ship still hadn't been raised up properly. Panic was breaking out all around the ship. Some sailors had already jumped over the port. There's nothing that could stop the flagship of Kirigakure People's Navy from being destroyed in a horrible, horrible way. Except for a streak of orange light which had just suddenly appeared on the rail of the starboard of the ship. I already said I would not let anyone I knew die a meaningless death again, Naruto yelled, and I never go back on my word. Regalia of the Soul, Ninth Tale, Mirror of Yta. From Naruto's spread fingers, the golden mirror of legend appeared in a blinding light and stood between the ship and the tailed beast bomb. The black sphere crashed against the mirror, but true to its name, the regalia stood firm before the devastating attack and wouldn't budge even when it exploded, shielding the ship and everyone on board from being evaporated. And then, even the explosion was gradually erased from existence. The air became completely silent for a few seconds. No one could even expect someone to be able to nullify an attack like a tailed beast bomb just like that. But the period of stupor passed as quickly as it came, and the ship crew immediately went back to their work, raising the sails and preparing the cannons, ready to get out of the danger zone and to strike back if necessary. Right at that time, thud, Naruto's back hit the floor of the shipboard. Naruto-kun's powerful chakra signal has just disappeared. Fu's eyes widened when she heard the declaration from the Mizukage. She immediately reached out her sage sense, and was horrified when finding out that Naruto's life force was only flickering feebly on board the Byakuren. He must have used the Mirror of Yata, she muttered. Having been with Naruto for 3 years, she knew what Naruto's regalia of the soul was, and what it could do. After all, he was the one who taught her how to use that ultimate technique. Naruto's regalia has unlimited defensive power. It could stop even a tailed beast bomb firing by Chomei at him at point blank. Nothing can get past it, even the most powerful attack ever, as long as Naruto is still able to maintain its form. But that is exactly the problem. To compensate for that immovable defense, the Mirror of Yata would consume all of its owner's stamina upon the completion of its mission. Stamina, not chakra. Even if Naruto's chakra storage was nearly infinite thanks to the 9-tailed beast inside him, his stamina was still just that of his human body, albeit enhanced quite a lot thanks to all his trainings. Therefore, Naruto would be left exhausted after each and any use of the regalia. That was one of the reasons why Naruto was unconscious for quite some time after the battle with pain, not only because he had starved himself for a few days, but also due to the fact that the Mirror of Yata, deployed for the first time ever in battle, had drained him to the core. Even by now, it would still take him a few hours of rest before he could even move again. What should we do now? She heard Chojuro asking. Naruto-san is down for the count. How can we stop the Three Tails from rampaging all his way to Kirigakure? Of course the tailed beast wasn't stupid. After the 2 failed attacks, he had realized that staying here longer with those insects wouldn't be a good idea. So he had decided to change his target, and he was now moving towards the direction of Kirigakure. We cannot let him move away from here, Mei yelled. If he manages to get close enough to fire another tailed beast bomb at the village, there won't be anything left we can do. Fu's face paled. You mean we have to? The Mizukage answered her without turning back to face her. I'm sorry, Fu. This is the only way. Then she, together with the 3 swordsmen, started moving towards the Byakuren, leaving the Konoha shinobi back on the island where the water was gradually draining down. Is this really the only way? Fu clenched her fist around Hyperia in anger. We have come all the way here, fighting to the death to protect him, and now we have to accept this result? No. Fu nearly jumped when the voice of Chomei rose from the staff in her hand. This is not the time for you to give up, Fu-chan, the staff said in a firm voice she never heard her saying before. All those years I've been with you, I've never seen you giving up on anything. Why are you starting it now? That's not like you at all. But, as difficult to believe as it is, I have to say that your staff is correct, Fu. She turned, and saw old man Kosuke standing next to her. This is not the time for you to think of giving up, the old man continued. At the moment, you are the only one with enough power to take over Captain Naruto's role. Aren't you looking forward to becoming a Jonin after this? If that's so, you have to understand that letting yourself be overwhelmed by fear and self-doubt is something you must never let happen. If you do, sooner or later, you will not only bring forth your own demise, but at the same time, you will put your own teammates and subordinates in danger. Those harsh words were like a slap on Fu's face. She didn't think that someone as nice as Kosuke-san could say something so so blunt, so cruel. Hey old coot, I never said that. Chomei retorted angrily at the old man's back, but Fu stopped her by cutting in a sad, low tone. How did you know that? Could it be? The veteran shinobi answered her without turning back. Just consider it a personal experience. Ready the cannons. We cannot let him get in range. Mei and her team had returned to the Byakuren, and now she was barking orders to the crew of the ship. With all the sails raised, the ship was now dashing on the water surface in her top speed, racing with the Three Tails who, after failing to destroy the ship, decided to move towards a new target, which was Kirigakure at the horizon. Even though the village was quite far away from where they were right now, if he managed to get into the range of about 10 kilometers to fire a fully charged tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast was getting closer to the ship, any time now. Haku! Do it now! I got it! Upon the Ice-Style Master's command, the water under Isabu's feet was spontaneously frozen, trapping his, relatively, short legs inside the ice and rendering him unable to move. The Three Tails roared in annoyance, and thrashed his tails around, trying to break free from the cuffs made of ice in vain. Broadside cannons! Fire! All 48 cannons on the side of the ship opened fire at the same time, and Isabu was hit with a rain of cannonballs made of cast iron. He roared in pain, and started charging another tailed beast bomb in retaliation. Chojuro! Now! Yes, ma'am! Hiramakari release. Gigant form! From the fish-like sword, chakra poured out and formed the gigantic hammer just like in the preliminary battle of Naruto's first Chunin exam in this timeline. But this time, Chojuro had gotten complete control of the technique. Hi-ya-awaweya! With a loud cry, the chakra hammer was brought down on Isabu's head. The force of the strike was so great it forced the tailed beast's mouth to close down, right on the tailed beast bomb he was charging. The attack exploded violently inside his mouth. Even the most stupid person would have to say that it hurt. The sudden shock from the backfired technique briefly stunned Isabu, and the Mizukage didn't miss that opportunity. Lava-style, sticky net. A net made of some kind of hot, sticky substance created from Mei's chakra burst out of her mouth and covered Isabu's whole body. The turtle roared in pain from the heat searing on his skin, and struggled like mad trying to get out of the net. We got him! There is no way he is going to escape from Mei-sama's sticky net! Chojuro cheered when the tailed beast seemed to give up and stopped struggling. His left eye closed down, as if the turtle had lost consciousness. Wait a minute, Mei suddenly said. Something doesn't seem right. Then Isabu's visible eye snapped open again, full of rage. He opened his mouth, and a blast of water, sharp and powerful like a bullet from a gun, shot out and cut the center mast of the Byakuren cleanly in half. All the rigging of the ship was pulled together with the broken mast when it collapsed, right on top of the Mizukage and the three swordsmen's heads. No! Everyone screamed, but only Shiro Ichigaki managed to react in time. With an almost instantaneous movement, he tossed his pair of swords at the cables that held the middle mast against the two other masts, cutting them and at the same time, stopping the falling mast from pulling down the other two with it. Get out of the way! He yelled, and everyone below quickly scrambled away when the center mast broke into pieces and rained down the shipboard a shower of splinters and broken pieces of wood. No! The ship! A person screamed in dismay when he saw the Byakuren being bombarded by the wood fragments. Too busy to mourn the ship, the poor man didn't even notice that one of the biggest pieces was falling on him. Look out! Only when he heard Haku's voice did he raise his head and see the incoming debris. His eyes widened. It was too late for him to move away. Flash! A beam of orange light suddenly cut through the air from nowhere, evaporating the falling debris in a blink of an eye, saving the man's life. Everyone on the ship turned their heads at the same time towards the source of the new attack, and their eyes all widened at what they saw. Hovering in front of the ship, facing the Three Tails, was a giant beetle with 7 huge, transparent orange wings spreading out at the tip of its belly. Isabu and Ai-chan, it said in a feminine voice, please stop. This has gone too far already. Chomei, the giant turtle, snarled, annoyed when he realized who had just intervened. So you chose to side with humans, against your own siblings? I'm not trying to fight you, the beetle insisted. But please stop with the prejudice that every human is bad. Even though a lot of them might have done wrong things, there are still people who care about others, and they actually want to talk to you. You cannot judge all of them based on what some individuals did to you. The Three Tails didn't say anything in a few seconds. Then, when he opened his mouth again, I see. Those humans have already managed to brainwash you. Chomei was horrified. No, they didn't. Even more reason for me to kill all of them. Then he shot another gigantic blast of water at the ship. But Fu and Chomei had already anticipated it and jumped in the way, blocking the attack before it could reach the target. The blast hit the beetle, but she shrugged it away as if it was nothing. If you don't want to listen to me, she said with a calm tone, then I will have to show you what a bond between us tailed beasts and humans can do. Then the Seven Tails beetle charged. We need to go help Fu-chan, Haku said urgently, looking at the two-tailed beasts brawling with a dreadful feeling continuously rising inside her. That's right. Chojuro also agreed. We cannot let Fu-san risk her life for us like that. There must be something we can do. Mei bit her lips. The truth was, she also wanted to go there to help Fu fighting the Three Tails, but I wouldn't think about that if I were you, Mizukage-sama. Everyone was startled when Kosuke landed on the board next to them. Kosuke-san? Where have you been? No time to talk, the old man cut in before the Mizukage could say anything else. Listen, Fu-san told me to tell you this. Let the tailed beasts handle the tailed beasts business. This is something only they could work out with each other. We humans cannot do anything. So let's just repair the ship enough to get out of here first. I refuse. The firm voice of Haku made the whole ship blink. What? But why? Because Fu-chan is my friend, she looked at the old man with a determined eye. I am not going to leave my friend here alone when she needs to risk her life for us. Are you crazy? A sailor yelled at her. Didn't you see what that creature can do? It will flatten us for sure if we continue staying here with the state of the ship like this. Instead of answering the man, Haku turned towards the other people on the ship. Anyone wants to go, just go ahead. No one of you is going to convince me to leave. Even you, Mei-sama, she looked at her Mizukage with a defiant eye. Silence in a few seconds. Then, surprisingly, Shiro was the one who raised his voice the next. If Haku isn't going, then neither do I. Haku turned towards the white-haired swordsman with gratefulness. Shiro-kun. And me either. Chojuro also said, to Haku's surprise, even though his voice was trembling a bit. Even though I am the weakest one here, I cannot stand looking at people from Konoha sacrificing themselves for us. They are our allies, and I am not going to let them die just to give us a chance to run away. The two swordsmen then turned towards Mei. Mizukage-sama, Shiro said, please lead our ship and everyone back to Kirigakure. We will catch up with you when we finish things here. Then they turned, ready to jump into the sea. Stop right there. The three stiffened when they heard the voice of the Mizukage. The woman was now looming over their heads in a menacing way, and somehow, her voice was kind of angry. You three brats have some nerves, talking to your superior like that, she growled, and the three shinobi cowered in fear. Do you want me to kill all of you? The three little swordsmen braced themselves, waiting for death to arrive. But then, haven't you heard it? Start with the ship's repair, now. We need to have her in good enough condition to at least move. Throw away everything heavy. We need to keep the speed of the Byakuren as fast as possible. The eyes of everyone on the ship were now as wide as dinner plates. One of the sailors raised his voice. But we are not going to intervene, the Mizukage cut in. We are just going to sit back and watch, saving our energy, and we will only come in if something bad happens to Fu-san and the Seven Tails. Kosuke-san is right. We need to let the tailed beasts settle tailed beast businesses themselves. The two tailed beasts separated after a very nasty clash. Even though Komiai's head was covered in a very thick helmet made of some kind of chitin, Fu could still feel the shockwave from the collision shaking her body wildly. Physical attacks are useless against him, Fu thought. He is incredibly sturdy even for a tailed beast, it seems. Then, let's do it, Komiai-chan. The jutsu we have been practicing. All right. Fire style. Inferno. Blossom. Komiai's 7 wings flared up in golden flames. The flames rose, and then gathered in front of the beetle into a giant ball of whitish crimson fire. When the size of the fireball reached the level of a small building half the size of the Byakuren, the beetle released her hold, and the attack flew at Isabu with an incredible speed. The other tailed beast couldn't even do anything to avoid it. It hit its target, and the turtle was immediately engulfed in a crimson flower made of fire. Not only him, but also an area with the radius of at least 100 meters. The force of the explosion from the blast shook the sea, and even the Byakuran from afar was shaking wildly, not unlike before. When the fire died down, however, the pair clicked their tongues in annoyance when they saw Aisabu emerging from it, almost unscathed. However, a good sign was that clear, large burn marks had already been able to be seen on the shell and the legs of the turtle. Just as expected of the tailed beast with the greatest defense, Fu breathed out. Even an attack of that scale couldn't hurt him too badly. Chomei swerved aside to avoid another blast of water coming from Aisabu while agreeing with Fu. Even our most powerful jutsu could only scratch his outer shell a bit. And you only have about 5 minutes left on our tail beast mode. What should we do now? It's true, the defensive shell of Aisabu was so firm and tight, normal strikes won't be able to hurt him enough to knock him out. As long as he still has that shell, there is no way. Wait a sec. Komi-chan, I think I found a way to finish this battle. But we are going to need a decisive strike. Are you ready for it? As ready as you are, Fu-chan. Then let's go. Spreading her wings wide, Chomei shot forward. The beetle crashed at Aisabu with a force so great that even though the other tail beast was bigger than her, he was lifted up from the water surface and flipped over like a potato sack. What the? We're not done yet. Chomei turned in the middle of the air and rushed him again, even faster than the first blow. Then another blow. Then another one. With each blow, Aisabu's body was lifted higher and higher from the water surface. His body was flipped completely upside down. No. This is... A turtle is most vulnerable when he was flipped upside down. Fu and Komiai's voices echoed through the air when they delivered the last blow of the barrage on Aisabu's shelled stomach. The turtle was flung downward into the sea. He crashed through the water surface with a loud boom like a cannon being shot, leaving a big gaping hole as the water couldn't gather quick enough to fill up the place where he crashed. Living with humans has taught me a lot of things. And one of those things is that there are a lot of things more important than just selfishly protecting ourselves and not caring about anything or anyone else. That is what our dad wanted to teach us when he created us, and today I'm going to teach that to you, even if I have to beat everything out of you, Aisabu and Ai-chan. Chomei charged into the water where Aisabu was lying stunned, and the eye of the turtle widened when he saw the biggest tailed beast bomb ever ready near her mouth. This is our maximum power. An earth-shattering explosion. The damaged Byakuran swiveled wildly on the water surface when the shockwave from the explosion spread. Everyone screamed hysterically while trying to hold on to anything they could on the ship. The ones who couldn't find anywhere on the ship to hold on just grabbed anyone near them and wouldn't even dare thinking of releasing their grips. However, only Haku saw the figure of a girl being flung into the sky from where the explosion occurred. She immediately released her own grip, and with the momentum of the spinning ship, she launched herself towards the direction of Fu, who was free falling, and easily caught the girl in midair before landing gracefully on the water surface. Are you all right, Fu-chan? She smiled when holding the other girl in a bridal carry. Fu was only able to answer her with a weak smile of her own. Then the two felt the water rumbling. No way. Fu groaned weakly. He still has power to fight? Haku immediately dropped Fu and moved in front of the other girl when the shell of Aisabu started emerging from underwater. The turtle's eye bore at the two tiny girls lying in front of him. These two preys were so vulnerable, he could kill them in one gulp, no matter how the girl in kimono was standing and spreading her arms, trying to stop him from getting to her friend. The turtle opened his mouth, then closed it again. Why are you not afraid? He asked in curiosity. I am going to kill both of you. Why didn't you run away? I'm never going to run away when my friend is in danger. Haku looked straight into the tailed beast's eye without a hint of fear. A certain man taught me that the first time I met him. Even though I was his enemy back then, he didn't even hesitate to protect both me and my father from certain death even after we tried to kill him. That's what I admire the most about him, so for my friends, I'm never going to hesitate to step in to protect them when they are in danger, even if I have to die. Even if they are a person, or a tailed beast. Aisabu was taken aback from the words he had just heard. All the time he knew and interacted with humans, the only things he saw and experienced were fighting and killing. He had been forced to look at his brothers and sisters being sealed inside vessels to be used as weapons for wars. and then when it was his turn, he had been put through tortures and restraints by the very same village of the ones standing in front of him right now, to the point that he had to resign his chakra and will to them for use as weapons. He had never heard of anyone saying they wanted to protect tailed beasts before. And yet the girl in front of him had been saying that while staring straight into his eyes without fear. Not even a hint of lying had appeared in her eyes. It was so unbelievable, but at the same time, so obvious and clear he couldn't even afford to deny. And you too, Haku continued. We are not here to do anything to you, we just want to talk to you. There are people who want to capture you for their own evil purpose, but we don't. We want to protect you from the hand of those people. So please, go back to Kirigakure with us. Please, Isaba-san. This time Isaba really was stunned when he heard his name being called. How do you know my name? He asked in wariness and anger. In Kirigakure, we not only have the usual visit of the Jinchuriki of Kurama the Nine-Tails Fox and Chome the Seven-Tails Beetle, but also house the Jinchuriki of Saikyo the Six-Tails Slug, who is now living happily with her Jinchuriki in the village. Mei raised her voice. No one knew when she had arrived next to Fu and Haku. We would be most honored to sanction you in the village, too. We are not forcing you to do anything, she added when she saw the tailed beast's expression. You are completely free to do anything as long as you don't destroy the village, and we are not going to forcibly seal you into any vessel. We are going to prepare a comfortable place for you at the outskirt of the village, as long as you agree to be monitored by us to prevent the Akatsuki from getting their hands on you. That is all we need from you. I promise in the name of the 5th Mizukage that Kirigakure is not going to do anything that put you in harm. The voice of the Mizukage was gentle, but convincing. Anyone hearing that would probably agree to come with them immediately, but how can I know that you are not just lying? Humans have never been a trustworthy species. I have been tricked and imprisoned many times in the past by your predecessors. What makes you different from them? If I take back my words in the future, you can go on a rampage and kill me in any way you want. Everyone here will be the witnesses for that, Mei answered simply. The only thing I would require of you is that you won't touch the village. I will be the one who takes all responsibility if that comes true. Silence for a few seconds. No one dared to take a breath. The decision of Isaba right now would be the thing that decided everything. Finally. Very well, I accept your proposal. But if you don't keep your words, just prepare yourself for the consequences. Everyone let out the breaths they were holding in relief at the same time. Haku smiled brightly. The weight in her chest had been lifted away completely. Thank you so much, Isaba-san. Hope we can become friends. Friends, huh? This was the first time Isaba heard a human wanted to be friends with him. Phew, Fu also breathed out in relief. Glad everything finally finished without anything bad happening. Then she stopped. Why did she suddenly feel something was missing? Guys? Everyone turned towards her. Where is Sai? The 5 Orochimaru gathered under a tree near the border of the island. Never before had he been humiliated so much, so pathetically in his life. Even that fight with the idiot and the 2 Kages 3 years ago hadn't been such an embarrassment. He had been there with all 5 of his bodies, each of which was at prime condition, wielding powerful Kekkei Genkai, and yet those 2 demons. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru stiffened, but then relaxed again when he realized the voice was of Kabuto, his trustworthy assistant. Kabuto, the middle Orochimaru hissed urgently, we need to retreat to the hideout at once. Are you sure? The spy looked at him dubiously. One of your bodies is bleeding quite severely. If we don't heal you now, it might cause trouble. There is no time, Orochimaru gritted his teeth. I underestimated those Jinchuriki too much. We have to retreat now to formulate another plan. If not, they might catch up to us. Oh? A third voice interjected. If you are returning, then would it be possible for you to bring me with you? All 5 Orochimarus lashed out with their swords of Kusanagi at once and impaled the source of the voice straight through the gut. The person gasped and collapsed into a puddle of ink. Goodness, the voice exclaimed, this time from somewhere else. Danzo-sama told me about you, but I didn't expect you to be so perceptive you could see through my clone without even taking a glance. You really deserve the name Orochimaru of the Sannin. All Orochimarus frowned, lowering their blades. Only now did they realize the one who had just spoken wasn't any of the Jinchuriki, but rather the dark-haired teenager who was with them and the one who had stabbed Orochimaru Taiya in a non-lethal place. Yes, indeed. I did see through it. That was indeed what just happened. They decided to just roll with it. Then the middle one narrowed his eyes. You are the one who stabbed one of my bodies in the back. Why should I believe you? Just to remind you, I did stab that body in a non-lethal place so that you would be able to escape without any harm, Sai answered, still with the annoying fake smile. And if you still don't believe me, I have a letter from Danzo-sama addressing to you. He told me you would understand if you read it. He stuck his hand into the pouch on his belt. And Kabuto slammed him into the ground so hard it made a web of cracks on the ground. The content of the pouch scattered on the surface, and a scroll rolled towards Orochimaru. He grabbed the object and opened it, then, a smile appeared on his face. Kabuto, release the boy. He is going with us. So he might have gone with Orochimaru. I knew it! Fu punched the water in anger. I knew that bastard didn't have anything good in him. Ever since our first meeting, no, screw that, he was one of the people who tried to kidnap Naruto-kun when he was healing in the hospital 3 years ago. How could Lord Hokage trust him? Actually, I don't think he is actually working for Orochimaru. Everyone looked at Kosuke, who had just arrived from the ship. Haku looked at the old man curiously. Why do you think so, Kosuke-san? I found this in Sai's baggage last night. When you went out for a walk, the old man took out a small book and gave it to Haku, whose eyes widened when she realized what it was. This is a bingo book. Not just simply a bingo book, the old man corrected her. This is a bingo book for ANBU operatives who specialize in assassination missions. Look at page 108. She turned to page 108 and frowned. Isn't this Orochimaru? Yes, the man nodded. I didn't think about this until we met Orochimaru, but something wasn't right. The only page without the cross over it was this page, which could only mean that the only target who wasn't eliminated was Orochimaru. But why are there 6 pictures there, though? Fu looked at the page and asked in confusion. Doesn't Orochimaru have 5 bodies? And why is the last one blank? Not answering her, Mei turned towards Kosuke. Are you implying? Yes, the old man nodded. I don't know what exactly his intention is, but we can agree with one thing. Either Sai is actually betraying us, or he is throwing himself into a suicide mission. The reasoning of the old man seemed to convince everyone. After all, no matter what, he was still the person with the most experience in the group. Things like this, he should have known things like this better than anyone else. If what you think is true, then it is not good at all. Haku bit her lip. And Naruto-kun is still unconscious in there. What should we do? We'll go. Everyone turned towards Fu. I and Kosuke-san will go after Sai and Orochimaru, she continued. Whether to beat him up for betraying us, or to rescue him from Orochimaru if he is doing something stupid, I don't know, but he is a Konoha comrade, and we are not abandoning our comrades when they are in danger. Is it okay, Kosuke-san? The old man chuckled. You are more like a jonin already, Fu. Of course I'm going to go with you. The will of fire does not allow a Konoha shinobi to abandon their comrades in need. Fu nodded. Then she turned to the Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, can you help us take Naruto-kun back to Kirigakure for treatment first? After finding Sai, we will go back to retrieve him later. Mei looked at Fu from her head to her toe in consideration. Then, she nodded. Very well. We will take care of Naruto-kun for you. But you have to promise me to be safe and come back here. Fu nodded again. I promise. Chapter 42, Confrontation, Part 3. The 2 shinobi danced around each other in a flurry of taijutsu. Kakashi launched punches after punches, kicks after kicks at the enemy in front of him. He was sure that in the Kamui dimension, there was no way the masked man could abuse the technique to slip past attacks as Naruto had told him about. That was why the Cyclops decided to bring the fight into this dimension at the beginning. If the man really was Obito, he might be able to gain some advantages fighting with skills alone. After all, he had trained himself relentlessly for this day to come. However, he quickly realized that he had overestimated himself a little bit too much. If Kakashi himself was like a typhoon, then the masked man in front of him was like an earthquake. His hits were not in any proper forms or styles, but each of them contained the power of a battering ram. It was just like fighting a less skilled Tsunade. No matter how skilled Kakashi was, letting himself get hit by one of those punches and kicks would hurt quite a lot. This was a battle of skill versus strength. Blows after blows, the 2 shinobi clashed against each other again and again, with each blow faster than the one right before it. Then, after their fists collided in a particularly nasty blow, the two finally separated. Both of them were a little bit out of breath. Then the masked man started going through hand seals. With his Sharingan revealed, Kakashi immediately realized the tiger seals, which made up a large part of the string of seals, which signified a very powerful fire ninjutsu. He immediately went through his own string of hand seals for a water ninjutsu. Fire style, Inferno Flame. Water style, Tsunami Break. Tsunami Break was an A-ranked water ninjutsu, which usually wasn't able to match the power of an S-ranked one like Inferno Flame. However, with Kakashi's precise chakra control and the elemental advantage it provided, the copy ninja was able to deal with the opposing jutsu without losing too much energy. How the two shinobi managed to spit out those two jutsus from their mouths even though they were hidden under the two masks was a different matter. After the two jutsus died down, the two combatants once again faced each other, Sharingan bearing into Sharingan. You really have lived up to that Kakashi of the Sharingan moniker that people give you, Kakashi, Toby remarked with the same impassive voice. I guess it's time to switch to something else. He unraveled something he was holding on his back. It was a very large non-folding fan. Kakashi wasn't that unfamiliar with this type of weapon. He had seen a lot of shinobi wielding similar things, such as Temari of the Sand, who wielded a fan of herself, but there is only one clan in history who wielded this particular type of fan in battle, which is the Uchiha clan. Switching to weapon, huh? The Konoha Jonin drew his own weapon, the white light chakra saber. Even though the light in the Kamui dimension was dim, the blade of the sword was still gleaming brightly. Let's see how good you are with that. Naruto groaned and cracked open his eyes. The first thing he realized was that he was looking at a wooden ceiling. There were cracks and holes everywhere on it, but it still served the purpose of hiding the people inside from bad weather quite properly. And his surrounding was shaking back and forth gently. Only then did he realize that he was back on the Byakuren, and the ship was now moving in a steady speed. He pushed himself up by his arm and sat up. His body felt so empty, so tired, as if he had just ran 20 kilometers without stopping. He wasn't in his room the other night either, because this room has a window which looks outside, where he could see the bright blue sky, which signified it was some time in the afternoon. He was surprised, though. The last time he had used the Mirror of Yada, he had needed to stay in bed for a day before he could have even moved his arm. This meant his body had grown quite a lot, and his recovery speed had also improved massively. It was a good sign, especially considering the fact that the destiny fights were getting closer and closer. Ah, Naruto-kun, you are awake! He looked at the window right next to his bed. Haku's head was sticking through the window frame with the familiar peppy smile he usually saw on her. 2 seconds later, the entrance door burst open, and she ran into the room and sat down at the corner of his bed. Haku-chan? Why are we moving? What happened? Did we? The girl put her index finger on his lips to shut him up. Don't worry, she giggled. The mission was a complete success. We managed to convince him, and now we're on our way back to Kirigakure. Naruto's face brightened with each of her words. Really? So? Yeah, Haku answered him with a bright smile. Just go outside and you'll see. Naruto was confused, but he followed Haku outside, anyway. And his mouth gaped open when he saw it. Isabu was swimming calmly next to the ship. His single eye stared at Naruto when he saw that the Jinchuriki had stepped out of his room. Whoa! Relax, Naruto-kun, the voice of the Mizukage rose behind him. Mr. Three Tails here has agreed to our proposal. He is not going to harm us, at least until any one of us breaks our words. Naruto turned towards Mei in surprise. So? Yeah, after you used that barrier technique to protect the ship, it was Fuchan who stepped in and talked some sense into his head. The female Mizukage nodded with a smile. So our successful negotiation today was thanks to Fuchan, and you also, Naruto-kun. Huh? Naruto could only stare at her, dumbfounded. Then he remembered. Wait, if that's the case. Where are Fuchan and the old man? And Sai too? Don't tell me. Calm down, Naruto-kun, Mei soothed him. They are all right, at least for now. There was something in her voice that made Naruto suspicious. What do you mean? Why did you say at least for now? Mei grimaced. Well, the thing is... She told Naruto what happened. After hearing the whole story, Naruto also grimaced. So that's what happened. You don't seem surprised, Haka noted. He looked at her and nodded. It's not like I hadn't expected this to happen. It's just, I didn't know it would happen in this manner. You know, that Sai guy used to work for a person named Danzo in Konoha. Danzo Shimura, huh? Asked Mei. I heard about him a lot in the past. That guy is famous for being a warhawk, right? Yeah, Naruto nodded. I have been suspicious about why Orochimaru could know of where we were heading to and got there even before we could. It must be someone who was on the ship with us who leaked out the information, and ruling out every other person, I think the only one left who could have leaked it was someone in our teams, Sai or Old Man Kosuke. I see, so do you think Sai betrayed us? Naruto shook his head. That doesn't make sense, actually. If Orochimaru had actually been supported by Danzo, he should have finished the job and left the scene before we arrived, or waited until we finished fighting Aisabu then ambushed us and taken him after we exhausted ourselves fighting him, shouldn't he? Aisabu is a tailed beast after all, even a legendary Sannin would struggle battling him. I suspect that Danzo just leaked information about Aisabu's whereabouts to Orochimaru, looking forward to using our hands to get rid of that snake for him. His reasoning was surprisingly smart. Even Naruto himself was a little bit taken aback with what he had just said himself. But then he remembered something else. Wait, then Fuchan and the old man, they are throwing himself into Orochimaru's lair. I need to go help them. He took a few steps, trying to jump off the ship, but immediately smashed his face to the ship floor when he stumbled. You cannot go anywhere with your body at a state like that, Haku said, crouching down to pull him up. You spent too much energy when you used that barrier technique. Fuchan said it would be days before you would wake up from exhaustion. The fact that you are already standing here is already too much to believe. Ugh. Naruto's bubble deflated immediately. He knew that he was in no condition to go help anyone at the moment. The after effect of using the mirror of Yato was still in full. But still. Come on now, Naruto. Didn't you say that you would believe in Fu? Kurama said inside him. I believe with all her power, she will be all right. Yeah, but she doesn't have much experience in this, does she? And just two of them going into Orochimaru's lair like that. So those things you have just said are just for show, he heard Shikaka snorting. Come on, bro, just relax yourself and sit still for a while. What can you even hope to do with that battered body? Naruto winced. You didn't need to say that in such a cruel way, Shuki-chan. Stop calling me by that stupid nickname. But what the Tanuki had just said made Naruto think. It was true, Fu was no less powerful than him when talking about firepower. In fact, when it comes to destructive power, she might even be more powerful than him. Now worrying about her just proved that he was a hypocrite when he said he believed in her before. For now, he thought, let's just relax and go back to Kirigakure to wait for her. After that, if something happens, he will go and find her. You are Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of my sister Kurama. Everyone nearly jumped when Aisabu's voice boomed next to them. Yeah, Naruto carefully said, looking at Aisabu's eye warily. That's me, I guess. You are different, the turtle continued looking at him from head to toe, as if he was evaluating him. You are not just simply a Jinchuriki. There is something else within you, something bigger. Yeah. Naruto began sweating. Of course Aisabu wouldn't expose everything to everyone on this ship to hear, would he? Very well. Come here. I'm allowing you to sit on my head. Eh? A minute later, Naruto was sitting on top of Aisabu's head. Having lived with the turtle, from another timeline, for a long time, he knew that this permission was only for someone who he had a certain level of trust on. It meant that there's no need to worry about being eaten alive anymore, at least for now. Naruto really didn't want to experience that feeling another time. The first time was already traumatic enough for him. So, how did you manage to tame my sister? Naruto was baffled at the blunt, insensitive question the turtle blurted out at him. So that was what he was wondering about. Oh, I'm gonna murder that stupid turtle in his dream, Kurama grumbled in his head. As if hearing Kurama's voice in Naruto's head, the Aisabu outside snorted. She's saying that she's going to kill me, isn't she? Naruto blinked. How did? This time, both Aisabus snorted at the same time. Oh, that old vixen's always like that. Who doesn't know? While the Aisabu in his head was being beaten to a pulp by Kurama, Naruto chuckled. Well, saying that I tamed Kurama is not quite true, you know. It's more like, we became partners after we reached a mutual trust. We have the same enemy we need to defeat, and both of us cannot even hope to touch that man if we don't work together. So, after a while, for some reason we started to believe in each other without any doubt, as if it was like that from the beginning. Yeah, it's really hard to explain, hee. Aisaba's single eye glanced upward, looking at Naruto. You really are a strange one among humans, aren't you, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto tilted his head. What do you mean? The fact that you treat a tailed beast as your partner is already strange enough. It's to the point of being suspicious, the turtle snorted. You should know that throughout the course of history, someone who treated us decently alone is already very rare. Do you know that most of the time when any human tried to approach us, their intention was just to imprison us to use as weapon? Naruto shifted uncomfortably on Aisaba's head. Well, to be honest, at first I was like that too, when I first met Kurama, he admitted. And it was quite a long time before Kurama actually opened up to me, too. Before that she just hated my guts. Well, the fact that my dad literally grew her a penis didn't help. Naruto. Yeah, and she's trying to kill me in my head for that now, he winced. But anyway, what I mean is, well, when people have the same goal, the same target, and they have to work together, it is easier for them to understand each other. It's hard to explain why, but maybe if you have someone like that, someone who you are willing to work with, you will understand. I'm sure of it, believe it. Aisabu didn't say anything in response. He knew everything Naruto had just said was just too good to be true, so good it sounded suspicious. But this Naruto guy, he seemed too honest to even tell a lie. And the fact that he managed to befriend Kurama of all people. Could it be, this is the one you told us to find, father? But still. There is still something else you are hiding from me, isn't it, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto started sweating. He was keeping something secret, but it was something he could not discuss in the open like this. And after living for quite some time with Aisabu himself, he knew that even though the turtle was a little bit slow, he was incredibly perceptive. There's no way he could hide anything from him. He decided to just tell him half of the truth. Well, yeah, there is still something I haven't told you. But trust me, I have a very good reason to hide it from you, at least for now. Can we wait for until we reach Kirigakure, and after you settle down? I promise I will tell you everything I can. Aisabu's eye glared at Naruto in a calculating stare. Then, the turtle answered. Very well. I will trust you, for now. But you'd better keep your word, or there will be consequences. Naruto grinned. I promise. Kakashi glared at the fan on Tobi's hand, gauging up the weapon carefully. It looked just like a very big Uchiwa, but a mere single glance of the skilled shinobi he was allowed him to realize it wasn't at all. The edge of the fan was so sharp it wouldn't be wrong to call it a giant sword in the shape of a fan. The fan was made from a type of metal Kakashi hadn't seen before. With that amount of metal used to make it, it must have weighed quite a lot, probably at least equal to the Kubikuribocho of Kirigakure. For some reason, a terrifying aura flowed out of the masked man just from holding it on his hand. Just looking at it made Kakashi's spine chill. But right now, he knew he had two big advantages. First, he had already heard from Itachi that the right eye only allows Tobi to stay in the Kamui dimension for 10 minutes. When that 10-minute limit caps, he will be forced out of the dimension with no exception, and won't be able to return to the dimension for at least 5 minutes. For some reason, Kakashi's Sharingan doesn't have that limit. That was more than enough time for the Konoha Jonin to escape, since the Kamui from his left eye can also open the gateway to any place in the normal world that he wishes to go to. But that also means his enemy would not think of holding back, either. And second, he had important information in his hand. If this man was actually Obito, then the information about Rin's state should be something he wouldn't be able to ignore. He hated this idea, but this is the only way to wake the Uchiha up from his despair and desperation. But that kind of information isn't something he can blurt out to everyone, especially members of the Akatsuki. He needs to be sure that the information goes to the person it is intended for, not anyone else. He needs to break that mask. 7 minutes left. He slipped into his stance, his Sharingan locked into his opponent's. Come. The masked man didn't even hesitate a single second. In a single bound, he crossed the distance between them and swung the fan in a vertical arc on Kakashi's head. The slash was very powerful and fast, but somehow, The sword fan smashed onto the surface of the white pillar they were standing on. However, it bounced back almost immediately, and a horizontal slash was delivered right towards Kakashi's waist. However, Kakashi nimbly jumped up right before the sword fan could cleave him in half. He twisted his body on the air, and aimed a quick slash with his sword covered in lightning chakra at his opponent's neck. The drawback of this kind of sword style was that due to the weight of the sword, it would be very difficult to control the movement of the sword itself after the slash had been delivered, due to the inertia. Only a person who was properly trained with the sword style, such as Zabuza with his mastery of the Kubikuru Bocho, could properly handle the blade. A mere copycat would just expose all of his weak points to his enemies to strike back. But the Sharingan of the masked man wasn't just for show. Seeing the incoming danger, he immediately took a step back and twisted his body, pulling the fan backward by his right hand and blocking the incoming shorter blade. Kakashi winced when the white light chakra saber collided with the blade of the fan, and to his horror, the Chidori covering the blade fizzled out into nothing. What? Uchiha returned. A blast of wind energy blasted out of the surface of the fan with the full power of Kakashi's own Chidori. He was blown away into the air, and fell out of the white pillar they were standing on, into the black abyss. Shit. Kakashi didn't even dare to even wonder what might be waiting for him in that unending void. Hastily channeling lightning chakra into the white light chakra saber again, he stabbed the sword as deeply as possible into white pillar right next to him. The blade plunged into the pillar to the hilt, and it helped slowing his fall down quite a bit before he managed to balance himself on the pillar. That was so dangerous. Sending chakra to his feet, Kakashi leapt up back to the top of the pillar. His hands weaved through hand signs for a powerful S-ranked water jutsu that he knew, which he was confident that Obito would have a hard time countering with another jutsu due to his affinity with the fire element. Water style, Spiral Dragon Burst. The jutsu was fired right after Kakashi's feet landed on the white surface. The enormous water technique thundered its way towards the Akatsuki member, and would have devastated anything on its way if there had been anything standing between the two combatants. And just like before, the masked man withdrew the fan and used it as a shield in front of him to block the jutsu. The water technique dissipated after a few seconds, as if being absorbed by the weapon, and Uchiha returned. Just like before, a burst of chakra blasted out of the fan's surface, nearly sending Kakashi off his feet even though he was pretty far away from Toby. TCH. Now he understood why the masked man chose that heavy, bulky Uchiha as his weapon. Normally, something like that would be very ineffective in battle due to the size and the weight. However, that specific fan has a special ability. It can absorb the chakra of a ninjutsu being sent at it, and convert it into wind element chakra, then send the technique back at its owner in the form of a wind burst with the same amount of chakra that it has absorbed. The stronger the jutsu sent at it is, the more powerful the returning burst will be. And the burst will be even more dangerous if the opponent stays close to the wielder of the fan during combat. In short, a weapon with both perfect offensive and defensive capabilities. Kakashi bit his lip. What should he do now? The masked man withdrew his weapon to his side, and Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Channeling some chakra to his feet, he jumped back, making a distance between him and the enemy. That fan is a melee weapon, so maybe if I don't get into its range I can… air slash. Kakashi's eyes were now as wide as two plates. Say wa. The Akatsuki member swung his weapon in a slashing motion. From the blade of the fan, a projectile made of air shot out and flew towards Kakashi with the speed of a bullet. Not even having time to think about anything, Kakashi reacted with his instinct. Earth style, mud wall. The ground in front of him erupted from the surface into a wall with 3 dog heads, shielding him from the incoming attack in just a blink of an eye. The hastily put up wall didn't manage to block the attack completely, but it still gave Kakashi a precious opening to slip past its worst effect. A perfect defense, and now, powerful attacks both melee and ranged? What kind of hacks is that freaking fan? No, wait. There is nothing perfect in this world, Kakashi knew that. Even something like that wicked weapon has to have some kind of weakness. But what might it be? It is impossible to attack Toby from afar when he was still holding that fan. It would just stop the jutsu dead on their track and return them back to him. Then the only thing he can do is… Gripping the white light chakra saber tight, Kakashi did something no one sane would ever think that someone like him would do. He charged headfirst towards Toby. Humph. Toby obviously also thought that Kakashi had lost his mind. He swung his fan and delivered 4 sharp waves of wind chakra at the Konoha shinobi, clearly intending to cut him to shred. He was sure that Kakashi would throw a fire jutsu of his own to counter the move, since fire has an advantage towards wind. But when he does that, there will be a surprise waiting for him, and this time the Konoha Jonin won't be able to escape death. He made a hand seal, ready to throw his own jutsu. However, wait a second. Kakashi didn't have any intention of slowing down at all. Instead, he was charging right into Toby's technique. The wind blades tore into his body one by one, but miraculously for some reason, they seemed all to be stopped by something before they could deal any actual damage to his body. How is that possible? Toby desperately raised his hand to deliver another slash, but Kakashi was much faster. He had arrived in front of the masked man even before he could bring his hand down. His left hand lashed out and grabbed the Akatsuki member's wrist. And the right hand, holding his trusted sword, thrust forward, aiming at the enemy's exposed chest. But too naive. To Kakashi's horror, the masked man raised his left hand in front of him, and took the full brunt of the stab by that hand. The cold, rash fingers immediately wrapped around Kakashi's fist, locking it in place. Now you're trapped. Kakashi's Sharingan looked into Toby's. Then, a smirk appeared under his mask. No. It's you who's trapped. What? Oh no. The masked man looked down, and his eye widened when he saw Kakashi's left foot coming right at his exposed waist, sparking with blue electricity. Kakashi's prized ninjutsu, Chidori, is basically a technique which covers the user's hand with lightning-based chakra, to use the piercing capability of the lightning element to turn the user's hand into an unblockable blade. However, even with the enhancing power of the technique, a hand is, in the end, just a hand. It cannot simply stab through matters just with some mere enhancement that easily. The blade is just not sharp enough to do it. That is why, besides having their arm trained thoroughly to be able to withstand the force of the sudden thrust, the user needs to maintain a rapid speed to deliver a decisive stab at the vital organs of the target. That is a fatal drawback that makes the Chidori unable to be used properly by a person without the Sharingan, because with the sheer speed of the technique, an user without the Jujutsu would suffer from the tunnel vision when running at the target in a straight line, which screams nothing but an easy target for the enemies to practice shooting. And of course, as the creator of the technique, Kakashi himself had thought about it a lot after realizing that massive drawback, and had devised a way to overcome it without depending completely on his inherited Sharingan, in case he somehow was unable to utilize the eye anymore. By compressing the chakra forming the Chidori into a smaller area, such as his fingertips or the palm of his hand instead of letting it spread through his whole hand, not unlike the third step of the Rasengan, he can enhance the piercing power of the jutsu, basically making the blade sharper without having to remain constantly in his highest velocity while performing it. While this reduces the effectiveness of the technique as an one-hit assassination jutsu, as well as costing him more chakra, it allows him to be more flexible and accurate in his fighting style, to the point even though the technique still wasn't completely perfected, meaning that he still needed the Sharingan to use it to its full extent, he was still able to follow and cut down a lightning bolt from the sky, which required both utmost precision and immense power. That was the story about how his own perfected Chidori was renamed Raikiri, the sword that cut down lightning, and how only Kakashi could do it, since he was the only one who managed to learn how to use the Rasengan from his teacher. And incidentally, this method also gave Kakashi the ability to apply Raikiri to any part of his body to use various types of attack, such as to the feet to deliver devastating kicks with cutting power, just like what he was doing at the moment. In this close distance, there is no way for Toby to dodge the incoming lethal attack. This is, definitely, a decisive strike if it manages to land. The Akatsuki member knew immediately the only thing he could do. He flicked his wrist, spinning the fan on his right hand half around into a reverse grip, and Kakashi's feet rammed hard into its surface. The chakra was immediately absorbed into the fan, and the Chidori fizzled out of existence. However, he didn't expect Kakashi to immediately turn his kick downward and rip the fan off his hand, pinning it down the marbled ground. With the momentum, the Konoha shinobi pulled the white light chakra saber off Toby's gripping hand, and at the same time, a chakra-empowered punch was sent towards the Akatsuki member's face with his left fist. Now let's see. He was completely defeated. There is no way out of this now. Who you really are? The fist finally landed on its intended target, Toby's mask that was hiding his face from the world. The masked man was sent flying, and crashed on the white surface painfully. When he managed to stand up, Kakashi grimaced under his own mask. So it was true, you are. The broken mask fell off Toby's face piece by piece, revealing a familiar face Kakashi could never forget in his life. Under the mask was really Obito's face. However, Kakashi knew something strange, something unnatural was done to his friend. The right side of his face was covered, was made from a white substance which was disturbingly similar to the enemies Kakashi had seen during the siege of Sunagakure, and from the color of his right hand which was sticking out of his left sleeve, he could figure out that the whole right side of the masked man was made from the same substance. In Obito's left eye socket, there was a fully matured Sharingan, but it didn't have the same pinwheel pattern that his Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye socket had. You have become much stronger than you were before. Toby, no, Obito now, sneered at Kakashi in a disturbingly monotone voice. It seems I would not be able to kill you with how I am at the moment. What happened to you, Obito? Kakashi asked, quietly and mournfully. Why did you turn into this? Why, you ask, Obito answered. Even with the asking word, it wasn't a question. It was more like a harsh, cold accuse. There's actually no real reason. But if you really need one, then it is because you let Rin die. Kakashi was surprised by the words of the Uchiha. Aren't you going to blame me? Blame you? Sneered Obito. What good will blaming you do if the world is going to disappear after I finish my plan? Kakashi was shocked. The world disappearing. You don't have to do this, he said, trying to keep his voice calm. There is something I need to tell you about Rin. She might be. You are not in any position to talk about her to me, Obito cut in with a snarl. The steel fan which had been lying on the ground flew back to his hand with just a single motion. Someone who impaled her with a chidori right in front of my eyes doesn't have any right to talk about her in front of me. And now. The air started rippling around the Uchiha. Kakashi's eyes widened. No, it's too late. I'll let you live for today. But you'd better sleep with one eye open, because I might come to kill you at any time. Then he disappeared into the vortex before Kakashi could say anything else. The dimension was returned to its eerie silence. Kakashi just stood there, staring at the place where the man who used to be his best friend had just disappeared for a while. Then, he reached into his flak jacket and pulled out some pieces of paper. They were Jiraiya's special seals which allow him to repel some chakra-based ninjutsu by absorbing the chakra into them like sponges, but they are quite fragile and cannot be used multiple times. Before Kakashi's eyes, they started disintegrating on his hand. When the final fragment disappeared, the Konoha Jonin made a heavy sigh. I failed again. It should be here, but... The two Konoha shinobi landed in the clearing. This place was where they should have found Sai, but... My tracking device shows that he's supposed to be here, Kosuke said, a little bit confused. Fu looked around. The clearing didn't seem to have been through a battle, but there were still signs of a slight struggle here and there. She walked towards a tree nearby and picked up something from the ground. You're talking about this, aren't you, Kosuke-san? The old man nodded. Yeah. I put it in Sai's backpack last night when he snuck out to spy on you. Could it be that there was a fight here and it fell out of his backpack together with these things? He pointed at the stuffs littering the ground nearby. Most of them were scrolls of all sizes and painting tools, except for... What is this? Fu walked over and picked something up from the pile. It was a small notebook filled with hand-drawn pictures. Not a single word was written, but the pictures themselves were made into a story of what seemed like battles with different enemies. The strange thing was, it seemed to start from both sides of the notebook with two different protagonists. One of them, the one drawn at one end of the book, was definitely Sai. And the other one. Who is this other person? I don't remember seeing him in Konoha before. Looks like these two guys are going to fight each other at the center of the book, Kosuke noted. And from this, I think, this might be illustrations of Sai, and someone close to him. Maybe his brother? Really? Fu asked, surprised. That's so cruel. The shinobi world is just like that, the old man said bitterly. Even the closest people to us, we cannot always trust. There will be times when even the ones who we trust the most would backstab us. Fu looked at the old man. That voice was definitely of someone who had experienced betrayal in some way. She suddenly felt something squeezing at her heart. This might not be the right time to talk about this. They needed to find Sai first. Well, let's just leave it until we find Sai, she decided. For now, we need to find out where he went first. We are going to reach Kirigakure in about an hour, ma'am. Very good. Back to your position. Hearing the words of the sailor, Naruto sighed in relief. This mission is finally going to end. After a bit of rest, he will go looking for Fu and the old man. Even though he trusts them, there is no way he's gonna leave them alone if they are going to strike somewhere like Orochimaru's base. Right at that time. Killing intent. Naruto's hand immediately lashed out by instinct and shot a Rasengan towards the direction of the killing intent. The projectile attack met something in midair and exploded violently with a loud bang. Then he slumped down on Isabu's head. His body was still too weak to attempt something rash like that. Are you alright? The turtle asked in concern. Never mind me. Prepare for battle. The Jinchuriki yelled, despite the state of his body. We are under attack. But he actually hadn't needed to raise his voice. Even before he launched his attack, the Mizukage and her guards had noticed the sudden burst of killing intent and had gotten themselves ready for battle. Obviously no one had expected to be ambushed when they were nearly home. Come on, Shiro gritted his teeth. Aren't we allowed to even take a rest? Walking out of the cloud of smoke made by the collision of the two attacks, the person wearing the Akatsuki cloak cracked up a sinister grin. Chapter 43, Confrontation, Part 4. Naruto glared at the Akatsuki member who was standing on the way of the ship. He was a middle-aged man who was pretty muscular for a normal shinobi. From what Goku had taught him before, that type of muscle is usually seen on people who has practiced martial arts their whole life. Just by looking at his face, Naruto could see that he was a clearly evil guy, with the impressive mustache and the arrogant, smug grin on his face. The sharp, glaring eyes which were shooting a piercing gaze at him and Isabu didn't help. But the thing that worried Naruto the most wasn't the fact that he was evil. After all, the Akatsuki was full of evil crazy guys anyway. What unnerved him the most was that he didn't know anything about this person. He didn't even exist during Naruto's past life. No, he did. Gyuki's voice startled him. What do you mean, Gyuki? The Oxtopus didn't answer him. Rather, he turned towards Matatabi. You realized that attack before, sis? Yeah, Matatabi nodded. She was showing an alerted expression Naruto had never seen on her face before. There is no doubt. It's that guy. Who is that guy? Frustrated, Naruto nearly screamed in his head. Osama Narita, known by the moniker Lord Conqueror in Kumogakure, Gyuki answered him. That guy once tried to overthrow the Reikage and take over the village by force. I remember that happened during the time your village was invaded by Orochimaru, around your first Chunin exam. Hearing that made Naruto raise an eyebrow. Really? Why didn't I hear anything about that? Surely if something as big as that had happened, I would have heard something about that in the past. Oh, please, this is what we are talking about, remember? The Oxtopus snorted. Do you remember what happened to your friend Hinata? That was because A was manipulated by half of the Shinobi Council of Kumogakure to make that decision without him even knowing about it. Until he realized that he had made a big mistake, it was too late. He would rather announce that he planned for that to happen than admitted that he was led by the nose like a cow without even realizing it. So do you really think that blockhead, arrogant Reikage would let the news about someone trying to overthrow him leak out of the border of the village? A flame of rage started bubbling up inside Naruto, but not related to what the tailed beast had just said. So that was the reason why Niji and Hinata-chan had to suffer all of her childhood. And you didn't even think of telling me that sooner? He asked the two-tailed beasts. That is a rather convenient excuse for that old man to behave like a jerk, you know. And Hinata-chan should have been allowed to know about this. The two-tailed beasts winced. We're sorry? Naruto facepalmed. Never mind. Moving on, is that guy strong? How powerful is he comparing to the other Akatsuki members? Yeah, if he is anything like who we fought during our timeline, then he is very powerful, Gyuki admitted. Of course he cannot be compared to ones like Pain or Itachi, but he has the power to manipulate ki. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What the hell is ki? Basically, it is life force. Surprisingly, it was Goku who explained. Before the advent of chakra, martial art masters usually exploited life force to perform superhuman feats. Delivering punches and kicks that could shake mountains, running at incredibly high speed, or even flying, It is safe to say that Ki is the predecessor of chakra, if you asked me. Life force, huh? Sounds so much like chakra itself if you asked me, Naruto pondered. So does it mean he can do things like Saikyo-chan usually does? With style and things? No, Oniai-chan, this time it was Saikyo who answered. You practice using wood style already. You should have known how difficult it is to imbue pure life force into a technique. What this man is doing is just to convert his life force directly into energy, and empower his body with it. Of course it is powerful, but at the same time, it is also very inefficient, simply because it is too difficult to use. You cannot apply elemental transformation to Ki, and shape transformation of Ki is incredibly hard. Only some rare people with extreme talent can do it. Besides, doing that is no different from burning out your own life to fight. But that alone makes him dangerous, Koko was the one who concluded. Since he could use such an inefficient way of fighting so skillfully and effectively, he must be incredibly experienced and talented. And you already knew how far real fighting experience can help in a fight. There must be a reason that the Akatsuki chose him as a member. Naruto grimaced. Just great. An enemy he didn't know anything about, with way more skill and experience than him. But that is not the only thing that makes him dangerous, Koko and I. What Matatabi had just said made him blink. What do you mean? The most dangerous thing about that guy is that he is extremely manipulative, the cat answered him. In our timeline, he managed to gather an army of thousands with his charisma alone. Some of them are even infamous missing nin with notorious records. Even some people in Kumogakure's shinobi council were pawns under his hands. Furthermore, he can make a type of drug containing his blood that forces anyone ingesting it to follow his order without question. Once the drug has completely dissolved into the ingester's blood in a high enough dose, there would be no helping. The poor guy would become his mindless puppet, only fighting for him alone while still keeping all of his abilities. Naruto blanched. What the fuck? Yeah, it's that bad, Matatabi agreed. Luckily that kind of drug is incredibly difficult to make, with all those rare ingredients and things, and it takes quite a long time for it to come into effect. During our time he only managed to do that to about 100 people, but who knows what he can do now that he is with the Akatsuki. Naruto shuddered. Just imagining the bastard doing that to the other members of the Akatsuki, or even worse, to Nagato or Obito, scared him shitless. Then we have to kill him as soon as possible, he concluded. But how can we do that with my body like this? Before Naruto could do anything though, the Mizukage had acted first. All troops, hold your position and protect the Three Tails and Naruto Uzumaki. Chojuro, Shiro, come with me. She jumped off the ship and rushed the Akatsuki member with a look full of vengeance, but all of her kicks and punches were parried easily by the enemy. She jumped back a few steps, making a safe distance while estimating the problem. Feisty, the Akatsuki member grinned nastily. You are going to be a good addition to my army once I finish with you. Who are you? What do you want? Mei asked carefully, her eyes not leaving the opposing face. Are you planning to take the Three Tails too? The man only answered her with another smirk. Lord Conqueror. Does not answer to anyone. Then with a sudden movement, he kicked the water and closed the distance between them in an instant. His right hand lashed out, aiming for the Mizukage's face. She leaned aside, and the hand went past her head, but immediately it flipped in midair and turned into a slash at the side of her left temple, forcing her to raise her hand to stop his wrist. And she winced when she felt the impact of the blow on her hand. If his wrist alone could produce such a force, there's no way to tell what would happen if his palm had landed on her face. Still, Mei Terumi was still a powerful fighter by herself. There's no way she would back down that easily. He is strong, but I have handled a lot of powerful enemies before. This is nothing. Then an incredibly fast punch was launched at her in a very close range. It was very fast, but from what she could see, the power from the strike was nothing to worry about. She raised her hand, ready to block the incoming attack again. Then her instinct screamed at her to dodge. Not even having a second to think, she followed the call in her head and hastily leaned aside, letting the fist fly past her lower body. It didn't even touch her body, and yet for some reason it still managed to scratch her torso. And Mei winced when her dress received a rather deep cut at the waist, drawing blood. Mei Terumi wasn't really that bad at taijutsu. However, just by feeling that one single blow, she had realized that the enemy in front of her was not simply a normal taijutsu user. She hastily backed away, 100% expecting that the enemy would be coming after her. But instead, he stopped and relaxed himself again, not even taking a stance. "You're very lucky," he said in a mocking tone while sneering at her. "Had you tried to block that strike, you would have lost your precious arm right there." That just pissed May off even further. Is this guy thinking I'm just a nameless nothing? She clapped her hands together. Immediately, a whirlpool formed under Lord Conqueror's feet and started dragging him under. Lord Conqueror raised an eyebrow when he felt the restraints under his feet. "Got him!" She flipped through a very quick series of hand seals. Lava style, magma gunfire. A blazing hot stream of magma erupted from her mouth toward the Akatsuki member. The jutsu was so powerful the magma stream literally glowed white from the extreme heat it emitted. It quickly engulfed the man in black, and the place where he was standing somehow became a huge ball of fire, despite the fact that they were fighting on water. Then May was startled when she heard laughter. More terrifyingly, the laughter was from inside the fire. What the? The jutsu eventually died down, and May's eyes widened in shock. A barrier made of energy had been shielding the Akatsuki member from her attack all the time. It would be understandable if it were a water wall, an earth wall, or anything like that, but a barrier made of pure energy being able to stop one of her most powerful attacks was something she couldn't imagine, even in her dream. Right when the flames started dying down, Lord Conqueror made a gathering movement with his hands. The energy forming the shield quickly gathered into a ball of energy in his cupped palms, and thrusting his hands forward, he launched the ball at the Mizukage. Of course, May had no intention of letting that attack touch her. She made a single hand sign, and a thick barricade made of water rose in front of her, ready to intercept the sphere of energy. But to her horror, the attack went straight through the water wall like nothing. It wasn't even slowing down. Desperately, May threw her body aside, and the blast of energy went past her and continued flying, hitting a place somewhere about 100 meters away from them. The Mizukage winced when she heard the loud explosion. Had she let it hit, she would have been mangled by now. What the hell? Mastery of taijutsu, the ability to manipulate pure energy, and now an attack which could get through even her tough defense. What the hell is this enemy? Fighting him head-on is the most unwise decision at the moment. She needs to find another strategy. She glanced at Chojuro and Shiro next to her, and the two swordsmen nodded in understanding. She slammed her hands into the water, and from her 10 fingertips, sharks made of water appeared and rushed toward the Akatsuki terrorist. This was a signature move of Kisame Hashigaki, a move in the hidden vault of Jutsu of Kirigakure. Any high-level shinobi could learn it, but only someone with very high amount and control of chakra could use it effectively. The sharks burst out of the water and bore their liquid fangs at Lord Conqueror, ready to bite his head off. The Akatsuki member narrowed his eyes and let ki flow into his hands. With quick swipe movements of his hands, he destroyed the creatures easily, and they turned back into water, drowning him in a small torrent. And that was just a distraction. At the same time, Chojuro and Shiro rushed in from behind her, their swords drawing arcs towards the Akatsuki member. Lord Conqueror grinned viciously. "So that's what you are planning, huh? Too bad." And to both swordsmen's surprise, he crossed his hands in front of him and stopped the swords in their ways by his bare palms. What? No, if someone looked closely at it, they would realize Lord Conqueror didn't block the swords simply by his bare hands at all. The energy coming out of his palms was so thick and powerful it managed to slow even sharp physical objects coming at him at high speed. That was a feat not many people in this world could even imagine doing, even those with incredible amount and control of energy like Jinchurikis. This person must be, at least, at the level of Sakura in terms of energy control and power. Wow, that's a neat trick. Maybe I should try practicing that. Are you complimenting your enemy, Naruto? Don't forget he's here for you. Ah, right. Meanwhile, in the battlefield, May was gritting her teeth. Even though the two swordsmen didn't manage to land a hit on Lord Conqueror, they were still doing a good job at not letting him move from the place, due to the pressure coming from their weapons. And this would be her chance. With a quick switch of her hands into a bird seal, the water around the Akatsuki member surged up into tendrils, aiming for the man's stomach. She was sure at this close distance, even the fastest person in the world wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. But Lord Conqueror only answered her with a smirk. Then, he threw his hands to the sides. The water surrounding him exploded with a force so great it blew the two members of the swordsman away. They crashed into the water and immediately disappeared under the surface, before Mei's look of horror. The Akatsuki member threw Mei another smug smirk, and started walking towards her. She tensed up her body and snarled. "There is no way we are going to let you take Naruto-kun today." Still with the nasty smirk, Lord Conqueror answered her with a sentence that froze her spine. "Who said that I'm going to take the Nine Tails? My mission here today is to kill as many of you as possible." Then he dashed forward again, his palm lashed out, aiming for the Mizukage's face. But before it could reach its target, a fist from nowhere had clashed with it in midair, and the force of the sudden contact actually forced the Akatsuki member back a few steps. He looked up in surprise, then his mouth broke into a nasty grin. So the Nine Tails decided to join the battle. Standing in front of Mei was Naruto, but he looked different. Right now, a flame-like dark red aura of chakra was covering his body instead of the normal golden chakra shroud, so strong it caused sparks to burst around it from the friction against the air itself, and his hair was also turning into a shade of red. His blue irises had disappeared, leaving only two blank white eyes in his eye sockets. "From now on," he said, his voice coming out of his mouth like a growl, "I will be your opponent. A minute earlier, I cannot sit here to watch anymore. I have to go out there." "You can't, Naruto-kun. Not with your body like that. If everyone died by that bastard's hand, what would keeping my body intact be for?" Naruto cut Haku short with a sharp voice. "I would rather spend the last drops of my stamina to fight for the people I cherish than just sit there watching them being killed without doing anything, Haku-chan." "But—" Naruto threw Haku a glare, and Haku flinched. This was the first time the sweet and gentle Naruto-kun had looked at her like that. "You just stay here and protect the ship," seemingly realized that he was scaring her. Naruto continued in a softer tone. "You are more familiar with how to manage sea vessels than me. You should be here to command the crew and protect Isabu at the same time. Don't worry." When he saw that the girl still wanted to argue, he added, "I still have one last trick I haven't used in the last battle." Haku still wasn't that convinced, but after a few seconds looking into Naruto's eyes, she finally nodded, and ran to the back of the shipboard. "Isabu," Naruto looked at the turtle, who was peering down the ship with his lone eye from above. "Can I ask you to protect this ship just in case something happens? Please?" "Humph," the turtle snorted. "Normally, I'm not going to let a human command me to do anything, but since you asked nicely, I'm going to make an exception. Go out there and show me what you have." Nodded in relief, Naruto reached inside his mind. "Goku, let's do it!" "Alright." And Naruto's body exploded in red chakra as the four tails temporarily took over his body. In the Mizukage office in Kirigakure, Zabuza looked up from the paperwork he was working on out of the window and frowned. "What is this sudden insecure feeling?" Naruto was one of the rare people in the world who had mastered the power of the tailed beasts, thanks to his friendship with them. Whenever he utilized their chakra, his own power would be amplified massively, and with the skills he had gathered during his own timeline and from the training trip with Jiraiya, he could confidently say that he would have to fear anyone when he's forced to fight. However, that would only be true if he were at a proper condition to fight. No matter how much power of the tailed beast he could use, the one who would fight in the battle was still Naruto himself. As the Toad Sage had taught him during the training trip, if he couldn't hold his own with his skills during the battle, he would only become a moving target for higher caliber shinobi to practice shooting, no matter how powerful he could be. That was also the reason why Isabu was captured so easily during Naruto's timeline. Even though he could overwhelm Deidara and Tobi easily in terms of firepower, the skills and battle experience of the two terrorists were too much for him to handle. As each tailed beast only specializes in one single power outside of raw strength, if they have to face someone who has a versatile battle style, or someone with the power to counter their fortes, they would be manhandled quite easily. And that was the reason why Naruto and the tailed beasts had come up with a plan. During battle, in case Naruto was somehow incapacitated or was in no condition to fight, Naruto would choose a tailed beast with the suitable skill for that battle to take over his body temporarily and fight in his place. Even though doing that would cause Naruto's body to be damaged quite worse than Naruto fighting by himself, the tailed beast could unleash all their power on the enemy and return the control back to Naruto before things went downhill. And the tailed beasts don't care at all about stamina. They can fight freely without worrying about stamina drain, unlike the mortal body of Naruto. They had tried this tactic against Pain 3 years ago during the Battle of Amigakure, but at that time, the limit Naruto's body could handle was only 30 seconds. Now, after years of training, they had managed to extend that limit to 5 minutes. And that limit was more than enough for the tailed beasts who specialize in a specific skill to overwhelm their opponents. And against Lord Conqueror, who is good at taijutsu, the tailed beast who is the master of taijutsu would be the best opponent for him. Naruto-kun, the Mizukage and her subordinates stared at the Jinchuriki in awe. Naruto glanced back at her and opened his mouth, but coming out of it was a deep, strong voice May had never heard him using before. Mizukage, go back to the ship with your 2 bodyguards. Leave this one to me. What? Outraged by the sudden command, the Mizukage protested. No way, I will leave you alone with this. You will just be in my way if you keep staying here. Go! The sudden snap from the Jinchuriki made May realize that the person standing in front of her right now was not the same Naruto she had known for quite some time anymore. Gulping, she nodded and together with the 2 swordsmen, she started retreating back to the ship. You think I'm going to let you run away that easily? Lord Conqueror sneered, and he launched himself toward the retreating Mizukage. His hand lashed out again, aiming for her head, and was stopped abruptly on its way by another hand, which belonged to Naruto, who had just moved between the 3 retreating people and the Akatsuki member. I said, your opponent is me. A brutal kick was delivered at the torso of the missing Nin. At such a close distance, it was impossible to dodge the sudden attack. The Akatsuki member was launched across the sea surface, and he crashed painfully into the water. A loud splash echoed through the air. Wah! The Akatsuki member pushed himself up from the water surface. The strike didn't seem to injure him that badly, but it still managed to shake him up. The power of the kick was unexpectedly heavy and hard. Had it not been for the hasty reinforcement of his torso, it would have been a fatal strike. Goku really hadn't held back anything. That hurt, he snarled while glaring at Goku in Naruto's body. They really didn't call you the strongest Jinchuriki for nothing. Then he saw a red and orange blur appeared right in front of him. This is not the time for you to talk. Not even stopping for a second, the tailed beast continued his relentless barrage on the Akatsuki member. The name Lord Conqueror wasn't claimed by Osamu Narita without any base. His taijutsu style utilizes ki, a type of life energy which is said to be even stronger than chakra, to perform feats surpassing any dream normal human beings could even have. That style was incredibly effective, to the point he could overpower most of the shinobi he had faced quite easily except for the most powerful ones. He had always been so proud of his prowess, and not without a good reason. It's safe to say that he could be considered one of the most powerful taijutsu human users of the shinobi world. Too bad for him. He could never expect he would someday have to face a god-tier taijutsu master. Punches after punches, kicks after kicks were sent towards the vital points of Lord Conqueror's body, and the terrorists couldn't do anything but frantically dodge and block the deadly blows aiming to kill him as quickly as possible. In just 5 seconds, more than 200 blows were traded between the 2 combatants. The air was soon filled with sparks coming from the clashing of their fists, as well as energy. Impossible. I know that the Ninetales is incredibly strong, but how could he be so skilled at taijutsu? There is no opening in his stance at all. No way a human being could reach this level. But Lord Conqueror wasn't a master at taijutsu for nothing. Even in the middle of dodging and parrying frantically, he still managed to see an opening in Goku's movement. A very tiny one, but it was definitely something he could use to turn the situation around. His hand, covered in ki, lashed out in glee toward that small opening, and he smirked when the strike hit exactly where he wanted it to hit. You're finished. His special taijutsu style was something which is stronger the stronger, and more rigid his opponent is. And the enemy in front of him right now was definitely the most powerful person he had ever met in his life. Even if this could not strike the heart, it would surely be a fatal blow. But then, his triumphant smirk quickly morphed into a terrified look when the Jinchuriki took the whole brunt of the attack, let it explode out of his back, and grinned back at him as if nothing had just happened. OCRA. Then a punch to the face sent him flying backward like a sack of potato. He crashed onto the water surface 1, 2, 3 times. His bloody mouth had missed 2 teeth after that humiliating blow. Who the fuck are you? He snarled while pushing himself up painfully. How in the world did you manage to counter my move like that? Goku answered him with another grin. Heh. If you think that style of yours is something I don't know, you're making a very big mistake. Your fighting style is the heaven and earth becoming one taijutsu style, isn't it? What? How did you? Indeed. That's definitely heaven and earth becoming one. Naruto blinked when he heard that name. What? That is the style Lord Conqueror is using, Goku answered him. No wonder why he could be so confident. That is one of the most dangerous taijutsu styles which utilize ki. It is a fighting style which is based on sending life energy into the targets, and using their own strength and rigidity against them. The more powerful someone's defense is, the more damage it would deal to them. It is said to be a legendary style that has never suffered a loss on the battlefield. If someone like that bushy-brow sensei of yours had to fight him in a one-on-one duel, he would definitely lose. What? Naruto exclaimed. How are we going to defeat him then? Goku grinned at him from inside his head. Oh, you're talking to the only individual in this entire world who knows how to defeat it. The heaven and earth becoming one style is indeed incredibly powerful, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have any weakness. And just like a lot of powerful things in the world, its fatal weakness lies within its very own strength. The basis of the style is to utilize the life force of the user to send powerful, unblockable attacks straight into the enemy's body. Because of that, it has the power to bypass even the strongest, most rigid defenses. It is basically the progenitor of the gentle fist style, with more power and variabilities, and not having to depend on the Byakugan to work. However, without the Byakugan, the style lacks the precision it needs to deliver decisive, one-hit killing blows. If the enemy knew how to soften their own body down, rejecting the energy injected into their body, the strikes would be no more than light taps. And that was how Son Goku, the tailed beast with the knowledge of every taijutsu style in the world, was utterly humiliating the person who boasted to be the most powerful taijutsu master. Goku sent another nasty blow at Lord Conqueror's chest, and the terrorist did a quick desperate calculation in his head. He raised his hands and sending as much ki into the palms as possible, he received the punch. A deafening explosion, and the Akatsuki member was sent flying. No, he didn't just take the blow. He is trying to use that punch to make a distance between us. Realizing that, Goku immediately dashed after Lord Conqueror, but it was too late. Just with that brief separating moment, the Akatsuki member had already been ready to fire his own technique. Both of his hands lashed forward, aiming at Goku. A huge lion-shaped blast of ki exploded from his palms and shot forward in an incredible speed, threatening to engulf Goku in Naruto's body, who was advancing very quickly towards him. There was no way to dodge. Seeing the incoming danger, the tailed beast in human body immediately halted his advance and threw a punch imbued with a humongous amount of chakra at the flying energy head. Boom! Naruto's body was thrown back by the explosion. Goku did some backflips and landed on the water surface with a splash. He didn't dare attack recklessly anymore. What the hell was that? Looks like that Hinata girl's lion fist, but was way larger. That guy is pretty skilled for a human, should be at least at the level of that bushy-browed jonin in the village. But the Akatsuki member didn't stop there. He drew back his hands and made some sophisticated movements with his arms. Energy gathered into two translucent spheres on his palms, and cupping his hands together, he merged them together into a big orb of energy. Rasengan! No, that's completely different. Then he thrust his hands forward, and the sphere flew toward Goku in a rather fast speed. This attack didn't have the shape transformation, but its energy density and power both far exceeded those of the one from before. If it hit, it would hurt. But that sphere was small. It would mean nothing if he dodged to a side before it could hit. And Goku in Naruto's body's eyes widened when the sphere started expanding. Oh son of a bitch. Even if he dodged right or left, or even upward, he wouldn't be able to escape the sphere of energy, which had expanded to the size of a rather large-tailed beast bomb. But what he could do was... He turned off the chakra flow that was keeping him stable on the water surface, and his body sunk down into the water right before the sphere of ki went past him. The energy sphere flew past his head and ascended into the sky before exploding violently with a deafening bang. Pushing chakra out of his foot again, Goku launched Naruto's body out of the water. Time's running out. And there's no way that Akatsuki bastard would let him go before he killed him, or was killed by him. You surprised me, Ninetales, Lord Conqueror's voice came out in front of him. I didn't think that there is someone as powerful as you who exists in this world. That level of taijutsu. I have never seen anything like that in my life. I will admit, if I continue fighting you today, I will be the one who lose. Then the terrorist lowered his voice into a menacing tone. But do you remember that Akatsuki members work in pairs, not alone? Then suddenly the sound of an earth-shattering explosion came from the direction of the ship. What? Goku glanced back, and was terrified when a mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke rose from where the ship was staying. Something that could cause such an explosion could only be a tailed beast bomb. What kind of enemy was over there that Isaba needed to fire a tailed beast bomb of that scale to fight? A piercing and "oh" echoed through the air from the direction of the ship. Oh no! Everyone into your position! Load the cannons! Set up the boundary field around the ship. Do not let anyone board the ship without knowing who they are. Leaving Naruto, Haku immediately focused all her effort into protecting the ship and everyone else. She knew that if something happened, she would be the last defense line available, and without proper preparation, there would be no way she could handle a large-scale attack alone. Even though she was a Jonin and a member of the Seven Swordsmen, she knew from her experience and stories her father had told her that people from the inner ring of the Akatsuki aren't those she could handle alone. She unsheathed the Nuabari, which was lying comfortably within the thin scabbard at her waist. For some reason, since that terrorist from the Akatsuki appeared, she had had an uneasy feeling. Even if the Akatsuki were incredibly powerful, there was no way they were going to attack the flagship of Kirigaku's People Navy with the Mizukage and a majority of the village's elite force with one single person. That was just suicidal. Not to mention, if they had already known about their journey, they should have known that Naruto-kun and his team were also here. So there should be another one, isn't it? A man in the Akatsuki cloak stepped out from the shadow of the mast. He was a tall man with dark, long hair hiding his left eye. Looking at what she could see of his face, Haku could tell he was about the age of Zabuza, or maybe even a bit older than him. From the man, she could feel a strong, but chilling aura seemingly causing the air around him to drop a few degrees. But what made Haku flinch was when she saw his visible eye. Usually, such a deep blue eye would be considered beautiful and exotic, especially in the shinobi world where the color was very rare. However, the beauty of his eye was completely destroyed by the fact that it was empty. There was absolutely no spirit in his look at all. Looking into his eye was just like staring into a lifeless void. It's just like he had no soul. Who are you? Haku pointed Nuabari at him. What are you planning to do on our ship? Answer me. He's with the Akatsuki. One of the shinobi who were taking care of the ship exclaimed. He sprang into action, his hands weaved through hand seals. And suddenly he couldn't see them anymore. Hell, he couldn't even feel them anymore. They were both cut off cleanly at his wrists. The strike was so fast and so decisive the poor man didn't even seem to feel the pain for a few seconds. Only when blood started spurting out uncontrollably from the two stumps that used to be his wrist did he start to scream from the piercing agony he was feeling. Then the poor man felt something behind him, right next to his neck. No! Haku screamed, but it was too late. The man had been cut in half by a slash so fast it looked like a flash of lightning. The two pieces of the poor shinobi fell on the deck with two heavy thuds. Only now did Haku realize what the weapon on the Akatsuki member's right hand was. It was a saber about 30 inches long, with a hilt made of gold and wrapped in a deep blue strip of cloth. The curved blade of the sword was made by a strange metal Haku had never seen, which even in the murky weather of the day could still be seen glowing brightly in a white light. And Haku felt an eerie chill just from looking at that blade. The energy coming from it was so cold, she had never seen anything like that before. It felt as if the blade itself was freezing up the air around it. The man turned his glare away from the corpse on the deck without a hint of remorse. He started walking towards Haku. She could feel the air becoming heavier and heavier with each of his steps. He's only one man. Let's take him. A shinobi standing behind Haku yelled, and a roar of agreement echoed through the air. 10 Jonin-level shinobi rushed forward. Their hands ran through the same series of hand signs. Haku's eyes widened. No! You idiots! Water style, water dragon jutsu. 10 roars came from below the ship, and 10 dragons made of water rushed up and charged towards the Akatsuki swordsman. He looked up, still with those blank, spiritless eyes, and lifted his saber and raised it to the side at his shoulder level. In that single moment, Haku immediately understood what he was going to do. She immediately channeled the maximum amount of ice chakra possible into Nuabari and made a vertical slash downward in front of her right before the Akatsuki member made his horizontal swing. Swish, half of the ship was turned into a giant icicle. Literally. The wave of chakra coming out from the Akatsuki member's slash was so strong and cold it froze up the whole front half of the ship together with the remaining mass, together with about 20 Kirigaku shinobi who were unlucky enough to stand at their places when the slash was launched. Only Haku, who has perfect compatibility with ice style and had prepared herself for the attack, could avoid being turned into an ice cube. What the hell? What kind of ice style jutsu is that? Just a casual swing of his sword, and it already managed to do this much damage. What in the world is that weapon? Haku's hands started sweating. Even though she was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist now, if what she thought was correct, she was facing someone who is definitely out of her league. This guy was too powerful, more powerful than any swordsman she had ever met. She didn't even know whether her father could be a match for him, with that terrifying weapon on his hand. However, she's not going to give up that easily. Even if you are strong, she growled, I am still a member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Don't underestimate me. She formed a one-handed seal in a blink of an eye. Ice style. But before she could finish, what in the world? The Akatsuki member was standing right in front of her. It's not like Haku couldn't see him moving. She is the fastest shinobi in Kirigaku, and one of the fastest in the whole world. During the 3 years time skip, she had practiced vigorously to improve her own body to the point she didn't need her ice mirrors to move in an incredible speed. But that guy, he's just so fast. Even though her eyes could follow his steps, her body couldn't reflex quickly enough to react. Just like an advancing typhoon. His sword was brought down on her head, and she instinctively swung her own sword upward in retaliation. And she winced when the 2 blades clashed against each other. Goh. The bastard's slash was incredibly heavy. Luckily, Nuabari was also remarkably sturdy despite its fragile appearance, and that sword was not as heavy as Kubikurabocho. If it were anywhere near the weight of the gigantic sword, Haku's arms would definitely be broken before her sword could be. But Haku wasn't trained as a professional assassin even before officially joining Kirigaku for nothing. She had found an opening right at that single moment. There. She thrust the hand not holding her sword at the Akatsuki member. A blade made of ice formed around her hand like a catter, and in this face-to-face distance, she was sure there wouldn't be any way for her enemy to avoid a stab to his stomach. And Haku was right. The man didn't dodge her sudden stab at close range. Instead, he turned his sword hand and smashed Haku's frozen hand away. Then a foot landed on Haku's stomach. Air was knocked out of her lungs. She gasped and choked out spit while her body was sent flying backward and crashed into the mast at the other side. Gah! The enemy swordsman was charging at her again. The cold saber once again descended down her head with a flashing arc, and Haku matched the slash with her own upward one. Her arms shook dangerously from the collision. But this time her opponent didn't even let her have a chance to recover. The sword on his hand changed direction and delivered a horizontal slash aiming at her waist. And of course, Haku had to flip her own sword to block the incoming slash. The 2 swordsmen soon engaged in a wicked sword dance across the frozen board of the ship. The Akatsuki swordsman with the icy saber, and Haku with Nuabari and a makeshift sword made of ice, they traded blows after blows. No, it's more like, only the Akatsuki member delivered the blows. Haku couldn't even do anything but defend and parry the barrage of slashes aiming at her. The swordplay of her opponent was really graceful and elegant, but at the same time, incredibly fast and deadly. Had it not been anyone else but Haku, they would have been cut into pieces long before. But even though she could somewhat follow the movements of her enemy, to the point that she could defend herself against his relentless barrage, she knew that she wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Right now, she could feel that her stamina was dropping dangerously fast. She needs to finish this quickly. When the icy saber on the Akatsuki member's hand aimed at her waist again, Haku raised Nuabari to block the slash. Then she twisted her wrist, spinning the needle-like sword in her hand and pushed the opposing sword away. This gave her an opening to backtrack from him a few steps. Naturally, he wouldn't want to let her get away that easily. He kicked the frozen surface and dashed after her. And this was within Haku's quick plan. Swinging her arm in a wide arc, she tossed Nuabari at the man. The needle-like sword tore apart the air and flew at the advancing Akatsuki member like a missile. But there's no way such a straightforward attack could do anything to harm an experienced fighter like him. He just needed to lean aside, and the sword flew past his face harmlessly. And of course, Haku had never expected it to hit either. She flicked her finger. The sword, attached to a tiny steel string which is tied to her finger, immediately stopped dead on its track and changed its direction back towards her with a speed that was even higher than when it had been thrown. It flew around the Akatsuki swordsman and tied his upper body up before flying back towards Haku. He struggled, but the steel ninja thread wasn't that easy to break. Haku caught the sword which had returned back to her. Then she slipped into a stance no one had ever seen her using before. Her left foot was put forward, and Nobari was held by both of her hands, raised up to her head's level. All of her chakra was pumped into her feet and her arms. This technique is something she hadn't been able to perfect, but in this situation, it was the only way. She took a deep breath, lowered her body forward and… Sakura-san. I'm going to borrow your technique. Chakra exploded from her feet, propelling her towards the restrained Akatsuki member. Lightless blade. Closer and closer. Nobari lashed out, its tips aiming at not one, but 3 different points on the Akatsuki member's body: his left shoulder, his right shoulder, and his chest. 3-piece thrust. It's worth noting that in the past, before the advent of chakra, only a few rare people could dominate the world with their exploitation of ki. However, there were still others who became legends not because they were naturally strong, but because they spent all their lives and efforts to work themselves up to their legendary status. And one of those people was a famous swordsman named Tsuji Okita. Being a member of the police force Shinsengumi, Okita usually needed to fight people with incredible skill in swordplay. Facing all of those enemies, some of which were even more skilled than Okita himself, without any kind of special ability, he had to work himself to the limit to keep up with his dream of justice. And being a genius as he was, he developed a technique which allowed him to defeat any swordsman that he faced. That technique, lightless blade, 3-piece thrust, was a thrust technique so fast it could strike 3 different targets on the enemy's body almost at the same time. They could be any places, but the 3 places Okita always aimed for were the shoulders and the chest of the enemy. The chest strike was usually the fatal one, while the 2 strikes on the shoulders would disable the arms of the target, preventing him from ever holding a sword again if the chest strike failed to kill him. Haku had never practiced with a sword before she received Nobari, but being a genius, she had absorbed the sword style of the longsword much faster than any other owners of the sword in the past. However, after mastering the style, she realized immediately its weakness. If she had to fight a swordsman with a bigger, stronger sword than Nobari, there is a high chance that they would just block all the strikes coming from her and then overpower her with their own sword. Therefore, she put all her effort to find a way to counter that weakness, and finally found it in the form of a very old technique that might as well be said to have been lost in history. 3 stabs were launched at the 3 precise points on the man's body, almost at the same time. With his arms restrained, there's no way he could block it. However, Haku had made 3 mistakes. First, she had never managed to master the technique. The technique, in the hand of Tsuji Okita himself, was one that could launch 3 separate strikes at 3 targets so fast that in the eyes of normal people, they seemed to happen at the same time. In order to do that, he had to train his upper body, especially his arms, vigorously for years for his muscles to develop enough to launch such quick and powerful strikes. Not to mention, as the creator of the technique, it's natural that he was the one who understood it the most and knew what the most efficient way to use it was. Haku, being a girl who was still depending more on her skills rather than muscle power, as well as learning the technique from description only, obviously wouldn't be able to perform it at the same level as its original creator. Therefore, while it was still an effective sword technique, the intervals between the stabs were still a split second longer than it was supposed to be. It left the opponent, especially an experienced one, with a chance to react before the stabs could reach them. Second, the technique is known as a sure kill one. However, one of the reasons that made it a sure kill one was that the sword used to perform it was the Kikuikimanji, a long and incredibly sharp katana which could split a strand of hair in half by just touching it with the blade. The sword was known through history as a demon blade with the ability to pierce through almost anything with just a simple light stab. Even though Nobari was a legendary sword by itself, it's impossible for it to gain that achievement without any special enchantment on it. As Haku had spent all of her chakra to enhance her legs and arms, as well as to use Jet Step, a jutsu she had learned but hadn't reached mastery. To the maximum level, she couldn't spare any to add wind element, which would enhance the piercing power of the sword, to the stabs. And third, and the most fatal mistake, Haku had managed to restrain the upper part of her enemy's body. However, his lower body, especially his legs, were still free. Therefore, when the stabs nearly arrived, he just did something really simple but out of Haku's expectation. He took a long step backward. Wah! Not expecting the sudden move, Haku lost her balance when her sword hit empty air where it was supposed to strike. Her right arm went past the left shoulder of her enemy, sending her right into the range of a bone-shattering knee to the stomach. She was sent flying. Her sword left her hand and stabbed uselessly on the board. Haku's body crashed painfully on the floor. The poor girl gasped when she felt a piercing pain at her right side. It seemed her right ankle had been twisted from the fall. Being disarmed, having little chakra left, she could only look helplessly when her enemy ripped apart his binds and walked towards her. Haku had been trained to be a weapon for Zabuza since the time she met him. Therefore, she had never felt fear, even when facing death itself. At this moment either, despite death walking up toward her, she just glared at her soon-to-be murderer with a defiant look. Her hands curled into fists, even though she knew that it wouldn't help. The Akatsuki swordsman now stood right in front of her. He raised his hand, lifting his saber over his head. The icy blade was brought down mercilessly. Splash! The man had to halt his attack and jump away hastily before a torrent of water washed across the shipboard. Strangely, there was no drop of water landing on Haku. She snapped his head towards the direction of the sudden attack in astonishment. The voice of the gigantic turtle boomed across the wreckage of the ship. If I didn't do that, the brat who holds my sister would not leave me alone for a while. Consider this my answer for your proposal. Haku looked up with a face full of gratefulness. Mr. Three Tails. Don't bother thanking me, Isabu grumbled. Then he slammed his right forepaw on the water surface. A spike made of coral pierced through the ship from under, aiming straight for the Akatsuki swordsman. He jumped backward to evade, but immediately, another spike burst out behind him, blocking him from retreating. He had no choice but to jump forward again, back to the direction where Haku was sitting. Hiramakari release. Zweihander form. Above Isabu's head, the roar of Chojuro echoed through the air. This was the first time anyone had ever heard him roaring like that. And no one even knew how he managed to jump that high either. Hiramakari on his hand now had taken the form of a giant two-handed sword with the blade about 10 meters long. Eat this. He swung the sword in a downward horizontal arc. The blade made of chakra tore the wreckage of the ship in half, separating the combatants with the rest of the ship crew who were frozen in the block of ice on the other half of the ship. At the same time, a pair of hands grabbed Haku's waist and pulled her into the air. She glanced to her side, and saw Mei flying in the air next to her. So the one who was carrying her was definitely Shiro. Why? But Mei just held a finger on her lips in response. Haku blinked in surprise, but a glance at Isabu and she immediately knew what was going on. He was charging a tailed beast bomb. With a roar, the turtle shot the black sphere at the empty half of the ship at a blinding speed. The wreckage was obliterated in a deafening explosion, and the shinobi in the air were all flung away by the shockwave. They crashed into the sea, splashing the salted water everywhere. No. Haku held her hands to her mouth. Did we just... She couldn't finish her sentence. Half of the ship, with a lot of people in there, were blown to smithereen, just like that. Just because she failed to kill a criminal. Don't be shocked, Haku, Shiro's voice rose next to her. How many people have you watched being killed before? Haku really wanted to scream at her teammate's face. How could he say something so heartless? This is not one, two, but tens of people's lives that were abandoned in that destroyed half of the ship. All of that just for killing a criminal that she failed to kill. How is that even acceptable? Glancing at her, the white-haired man said calmly, Don't worry. Before we blew up the ship, we did go and tell the rest of the crew to abandon it and flee into the sea. Kirigakure shinobi are people whose lives are tied with the ocean. They will find a way to escape. No one died from that blast. Haku blinked. That was so convenient it sounded like a lie. Really? Shiro snorted. Unless they are stupid enough to stay on there when I told them the ship was going to be blasted with a tailed beast bomb, then yeah. Haku turned her head back to the wreckage. Shiro was usually rude and blunt, but he wasn't the type of person who likes lying, especially in times like this. She had no choice but to believe in him for now. Then her eyes, the hawk eyes which never missed a saban throw before, saw it. The shadow from within the cloud of smoke. No. The shadow dashed out of the smokescreen with a speed so fast, even faster than before. His saber pointed forward, aiming at the Mizukage. "Mei-sama!" She screamed, but the Akatsuki member had managed to cross the distance between them before the warning even left her lips. Even Mei herself could see the enemy coming at her like a typhoon. She hastily stood up, but it was too late. The swordsman in black and red had arrived. His sword went down on her head without a hint of mercy. She didn't even have a sword or anything like that. There wasn't a way to stop the attack. Then someone leapt in between Mei and her assailant. It was Chojuro. Hiromikarii was brought up high to block the attack. A flash of hope rose in Haku's chest. Her trusted bodyguard was right on time. Now there's time for the Mizukage to get back her balance and counter. And she saw a dangerous gleam in the enemy's still empty eyes. No! The two blades met in midair. Then a sharp, humongous burst of chakra spiked up from the blade of the Akatsuki member. And the blade of Hiromikarii was cleaved through easily as if it was a piece of butter. And its poor wielder took the full brunt of the slash. It was like time itself froze in that moment. At that instant, Chojuro managed to turn his head. His eyes met the female Mizukage's. "Mei sa ma." Those were the last words he muttered out before he fell, slowly and lifeless, into Mei's arms. Nuh! To Naruto and the tailed beasts, that scream was no different from the sound of thunder exploding right next to their ears. Crap! What is even happening over there? Naruto! Kurama said urgently. I could feel the chakra of that glassed boy who wields the fish-like sword suddenly dropping dangerously. I think he's going to die. Naruto's blood went cold. Chojuro was one of the people he liked the most in Kirigakure. The poor guy, while rather shy, is always friendly to everyone and spends all his effort on trying to become better. In some sense, he's very similar to his friend Rock Lee. And a guy like that doesn't deserve to die that soon. Goku! Can you just finish this guy quickly? We don't have time to waste here. Yeah, I know, the ape growled back. I'm also starting to feel annoyed of this bastard. Then in Naruto's body, he did an unexpected thing and turned around and started running back towards the direction of the ship. Of course, Lord Conqueror wouldn't let an opportunity like that escape. He flew after the Jinchuriki, his palms stretched out, being pumped full of ki. Where do you think you're going? Then his arrogant smirk suddenly twisted into a snarl of horror when Goku turned around and caught the hand full of energy with his own hand. And both of his hands were literally glowing with bright red chakra. OCRA. Try running away this time, bitch. Then a fist full of chakra drilled straight into his stomach. And another fist. And another. And another. And another. And another. And another. Lord Conqueror gasped out in pain. Spit and blood spewed out of his mouth while he flew upward into the air like a ragdoll. God dash! Below him, Goku made a few intricate movements with his arms before putting his forearms into a cross in front of him. Lord Conqueror's eyes widened when he felt the sudden humongous surge of heat from his opponent and from under the sea where he was standing. He knew what was going to happen, but there's definitely no way he could avoid the incoming attack. Continental eruption. A gigantic column at least 20 meters in diameter made of pure magma from the deepest part of the sea erupted upward right under the Akatsuki member. It is impossible to stop an attack of that scale, and there's no way he could survive being hit by it. At that moment, Lord Conqueror finally found an enemy he could never conquer. Greawaha. The lava torrent soon died down. There was no trace of Lord Conqueror left, even a single speck of dust. Did we get him? Naruto asked nervously. No, answered Goku grimly. Silence. Yeah, Koko agreed. Someone got him right before the attack hit. He disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. It's like he was teleported away. Obito. Naruto thought bitterly. No time to think about that now. Chome urged him. Let's go back to your friends. Yeah, let's. Shit! Goku suddenly cut in. The time limit is up. I have to return your body now. And Naruto found his consciousness back in his own body. Then at the same time, utter agony filled his brain. Everything became a blank white in his eyes. All of his nervous system screamed out as if hundreds of thousands of tiny knives were stabbing his body at the same time. He couldn't even control his own chakra anymore. A cloud of chakra exploded out of his back while he collapsed onto the water surface. He vaguely heard the tailed beast calling his name in panic, but his brain was too burned out to even think a proper sentence. The only thing that could pop up in his mind now was, "I'm sorry." Then he sank into the salty water of the sea. The scream coming from Mei's mouth was so terrifying, partly because no one could ever expect someone like the Mizukage to let out such a heart-wrenching noise. For a while, no one among the Kirigakure shinobi could even move a muscle. The Akatsuki member pulled his blade out of Chojuro's body nonchalantly. A loud squelch was the only sound that was heard during that moment. "You bastard!" Finally, Shiro was the first one who snapped out of his stupor. Dropping Haku unceremoniously onto the water surface, he roared and launched himself toward the Akatsuki member. His pair of swords blazed with blue electricity. He immediately engaged in a furious sword dance with the Akatsuki swordsman. The lightning swords and the icy saber clashed against each other, making clangs after clangs in the air. Among the three swordsmen accompanying Mei for this mission, Shiro was the only one who did not have a legendary sword with him. However, at the age of 20, he was also the oldest and most experienced one among the latest generation of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist. He had been practicing with his swords since he was a little kid, just simply because that was the only thing he was good at. Because of that, he had a much better feeling of the movement of swords than Haku and Chojuro, who had only gotten their own blades for a few years, did. And thanks to that, he was fending off the Akatsuki swordsmen much better than Haku and Chojuro had done. He didn't use the edges of his swords to meet the slashes coming from his opponent like his 2 teammates. Instead, he parried each slash with the wide sides of his blades. His speed might not be able to compare to that of his opponent, but his mind's eyes came from all of his intense training and experience, helped him follow all of his opponent's movements, and allowed him to know where the most efficient places to hit the icy blade to deflect the strike were. This is, after all, the fighting style he had practiced for his whole life. There was no opening for the terrorists to exploit. And it seemed Shiro's skill had actually managed to take the Akatsuki swordsman by surprise. In fact, it seemed he was gradually being pushed back. But no matter how skilled Shiro was, there's no way his battle experience could catch up with that of an enemy who was much older than him, and wielded a sword that was potentially equal to any of the 7 legendary swords of the Mist. Shiro had known that the sword of the enemy was incredibly powerful. Therefore, he had carefully covered his swords in a pretty thick layer of lightning chakra before jumping into the fight. Lightning is his natural affinity. He knew that if he used lightning to enhance his weapons to the maximum level possible, they would not break easily under the pressure coming from the enemy's sword. Theoretically. But theories are, after all, just theories. The sword on the enemy swordsman wasn't like anything Shiro had ever seen before. The ice chakra coming from the blade was so strong even covering his swords with lightning couldn't stop them from being chipped upon clashing against the opposing blade. And it seemed the Akatsuki swordsman had also noticed that. Suddenly Shiro felt the collisions from the blades leap up in intensity. Cracks were starting to appear on his 2 thick, heavy blades. Shiro gritted his teeth. "If you want to disarm me, then you're not going to be able to keep your weapon either." The icy blade once again came at him from the right side with a diagonal cut. Shiro's eyes followed the route of the blade. His hands lashed upward. And before the swords clashed against each other once more, he flipped his hands, and the saber was caught and locked up between the back edges of Shiro's short swords. "You're done for!" Putting all of his strength into his arms, he let out a loud roar and pulled hard. The saber was ripped out of the opposing man's hand and flew away. And it seemed that was also the limit of his swords. The blade shattered with that final effort. Yes. He's lost his weapon. Now I'll. Ichiraku. That sound came from Shiro himself, when he received a brutal kick to the face. Yes. When the Akatsuki swordsman lost his sword, he simply changed his tactic and kicked Shiro in the face. The kick was as fast as a lightning bolt, and as powerful as a tornado. The young swordsman couldn't even react. He was hurtled through the air, bouncing a few times on the water surface like a rock before crashing into the water with a loud splash. The terrorist stuck out his left palm. The saber, which was flying, halted abruptly in midair and flew back to his hand as if a ridiculously powerful magnet was pulling it back. Watching from afar, Haku couldn't do anything but staring mutely at the fight. What kind of monster is that guy? How in the world could there be someone who is so skilled, but at the same time, so utterly ruthless like that? That's just unfair. And to her horror, the man turned toward where she was sitting. He's thinking of getting rid of the weaker ones first. Her body felt colder than any ice-style jutsu she had ever used before. With her ankle twisted, she could not move anywhere. Is she going to die here for real? She closed her eyes, waiting for death to claim her. But the final blow never came. She opened her eyes again in surprise, and saw her Mizukage standing in front of her, holding the broken Hiramakari on her hands. The broken blade was literally on fire. The heat radiating from it was so intense it made even the air around them glow white. The sword of the Akatsuki member was stopped dead on its way upon clashing with the broken sword, something even Hiramakari's official wielder couldn't have done before. You are not going to kill anyone else today. Never before had anyone heard Meitarumi growling in such an utterly furious and terrifying tone. Even the swordsman in black realized the danger he was having to face. If the Akatsuki member could show emotions, he would be grabbing his own stomach and retching from fear by now. But since he couldn't, he just jumped backward a few steps and raised his sword in front of him warily, while keeping his eyes on the Mizukage, not like a hawk tracking down its prey, but rather like a rat at the wall corner staring at the cat advancing toward it. He swung his sword, sending a wave of chilling chakra toward Mei, but the Mizukage just dispersed it with a lazy swing of her own sword. Then she raised her left hand and made a half-bird seal. Water spiraled under her feet, then rose up to form a water dragon much larger than those created by the Kiri shinobi before. The air rippled when it charged forward, aiming its liquid jaws at the Akatsuki swordsman. The aforementioned man narrowed his eyes in focus, and with a swing of his sword, he sent a freezing tornado of chakra at the incoming dragon of water. The two attacks clashed in midair, making loud hisses which echoed around. Mei's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light of vengeance. And of course, a skilled fighter like the Akatsuki swordsman couldn't have missed that sign of threat. He cut off the chakra flow into his own attack, ready to jump away, only to realize that his feet were stuck. They were locked inside an icicle which Haku silently created right while he was focusing on countering the Mizukage's attack. Unable to move away, he could only stand there like a deer in the headlights staring at the incoming fatal attack aiming for him. Die! Mei roared, and swung Hiramakari with her right hand. A dragon made of scorching fire exploded out of the blade and spiraled around before merging together with the water dragon, making a blazing tornado which overwhelmed the cold wave from the Akatsuki member completely, drawing the man under a sea of fire. And this time, she didn't stop. Another jutsu, and another one, and another one. The barrage of super powerful ninjutsu bombarded the place where the Akatsuki member was standing. Water vapor filled the air as if a metric ton of ice was thrown into a blast furnace all at once. The sea shook and churned. Anyone looking at this would definitely think that Armageddon was coming. Even Haku was shocked seeing this scene of destruction. Never before had she seen Mei so angry, so mad. Finally, the screen of vapor started dying down. There was no sign of the enemy swordsman anymore, no shred of black cloak, no strand of hair, not even a speck of dust. Is he dead? Haku said, rather shakenly. Possibly, Shiro said, landing next to her. I can't sense his chakra anymore. Maybe he was disintegrated by that jutsu barrage, he added hopefully. No. The three shinobi turned toward Isabu, who had just grumbled. Before your attacks could hit, some kind of vortex had appeared and sucked him away in a blink of an eye, the turtle explained in a disgruntled tone. The bastard. No one said anything to each other for 3 seconds. And at the fourth, Mei curled her hand into a fist and punched the water surface in anger. The sea shook wildly from the sudden impact. And Haku, the girl trained to be a killing machine since she was a child, the person whose mind was thought to be unshakable no matter what circumstances, finally broke down and cried. Hiruzen jumped up from his seat when space in front of his table started twisting. With a quick movement of his hands, he flung his Hokage mantle away, revealing his battle gear ready under it. And then he relaxed, and caught Kakashi, who had just stumbled out of the spiral gateway in the air from his Kamui dimension. The Jonin didn't seem to be injured badly, but looking at his visible eye, the third Hokage could see an utterly devastated feeling in it. What happened? He asked curtly. The Jonin looked up at him, and gave his answer in a very deep, broken sigh. Something really, really bad, and you are not going to like what I'm going to tell you, Hokage-sama. Lord Conqueror was flung out of the Kamui dimension unceremoniously at the meeting chamber of the Akatsuki hideout. His partner, the swordsman, was also sent out promptly next to him when their rescuer, Toby, appeared behind him. Now you see why I told you that the Nine-Tails was very dangerous? The Uchiha's voice rose with a sneer. You underestimated him, and this happened. Like you're the one who could talk, Lord Conqueror bit back. Look at you. You couldn't even handle whatever you fought either. And unlike you, we didn't have to run away. The visible eye under Obito's mask flared up in anger. You! Enough. The two turned toward the direction of the voice. It was Pain, who had just entered the room. The air seemed to become suddenly quiet upon his entrance. That Jinchuriki is not something a normal person can deal with alone. He requires the power of God to subdue, and I will personally do it, when the time comes. You don't need to worry about him. However, the only friend of the Jinchuriki you managed to kill was that little swordsman. I want you to do better in the future, or else. Then he turned around and walked out of the room without even looking back. Lord Conqueror stared at his retreating back in anger. You bastard, just wait until the day I get my hand on you. Then he looked at the dark ceiling. Somehow in the flashing light of the torches on the walls, the shadow of a certain Jinchuriki could be seen through his eyes. The next time we meet, there won't be a result like this. Just wait for me. Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 44, The Meaning of Power, Part 1. So the masked man really is Obito, after all. Kakashi confirmed bitterly. Yes, Hokage-sama. And just like we thought, Rin had gone to that place after she was released from Kirigakure, and there was no such thing as having the three tails sealed inside her bullshit. But it is still unknown where she went, or whatever happened to her after that. So basically, we are back to square one again, the Hokage concluded. But at least we managed to confirm the force the Akatsuki is holding in their hand at the moment. If that's the case, we might have to hold another Kage summit soon. We will not be able to fight against that number alone. But he stopped mid-sentence when he saw Kakashi's face. Even though he couldn't see under his mask, he could still feel despair in the limited expression he could figure out. I see, he said quietly. You're still unhappy you couldn't convince Obito to give up. Kakashi sat down on a chair nearby. His left hand gripped his headband, where his Sharingan was lying under. Never before had anyone seen him looking so miserable. What the hell? What is this power in my body even for, if I cannot use it to do anything good to the ones I love? When Naruto regained his consciousness, he realized he was lying on something. That something is not as hard and cold as the ground, but also not as comfy and bouncy like the cloud. Then it shouldn't be hell or heaven he was at now. If he were at hell, it should be like he was in a blast furnace, and if he were at heaven, there should be pretty things like chimes and angelic songs echoing around him that he could hear. So that could only mean he wasn't dead. Of course he wasn't. He could still feel his body aching from the fight. Although, at the moment, the pain wasn't as intense. It just felt like a truck had just ran him over, and to a ninja, pain like that was nothing. He opened his eyes, and was surprised when very gentle sunlight peeking through a wooden roof met his irises. He was lying in a small cottage, on top of a hemp mattress with a blanket covering his body. It meant someone had rescued him after he sank into the sea. He pushed himself up, but immediately groaned in pain when a massive headache hit his brain. It seemed the exhaustion was greater than he thought. He might have to stay in bed for at least a day. Oh, you are awake! A voice rose from behind him. He turned, and saw a girl sitting next to a hearth, looking at him with a bright smile. She looked familiar, but for a second, Naruto couldn't remember who she actually was. Who are you? His voice came out of his throat in a croaking tone. The girl answered, still with the gentle smile. My name is Isaribi. Want some porridge? Naruto blinked. Isaribi, the girl who was transformed into a sea monster under the experiment of Orochimaru, who he met in the land of the sea. At the time they first met, she was also the one who rescued him from drowning, just like this time. In his timeline, she went back to Konoha with him for Tsunade to find a way to cure her from her condition. But after the legendary medic failed to reverse her condition, she left the village, and he never heard about her again. But now she looked different from how he remembered her. Before, when he first knew her, she was a gloomy and distant girl who only opened up to Naruto after he showed her the burden he had to bear himself. Before that, he had never seen her smiling. But now, he could see that this time she had opened herself up a lot without him even doing anything. She didn't even bandage her body up to hide her condition anymore. The blue, scaly patches of skin could easily be seen on her face, her neck and her arms. But even those were not as ugly and horrid as before. Instead, they looked like something usually seen on beautiful mermaids on pictures. For a second, Naruto's stomach twisted dangerously. Was he somehow swept by the current all the way to the land of the sea? He blinked again at the sweet, attractive aroma when Ichiraku raised a bowl to his face. "I didn't poison the porridge, you know," she said, still with the same smile on her face, and Naruto suddenly realized he was starving. He received the bowl from her hand and took a small sip. His eyes widened immediately. The porridge was made only from rice, seaweed, and some kind of shellfish or clam meat, and yet the taste was so awesome, as if it was made by a chef at a 5-star restaurant. Then again, it might be because he was too hungry to ask for anything else. He devoured the bowl in 3 seconds, and Ichiraku giggled seeing that. "Wow, you must be really hungry." "Of course," Naruto answered her, wiping the corner of his mouth in the process. "I've just finished fighting a life-or-death battle, believe it. I was completely drained. I'm a shinobi, you know." Ichiraku giggled again. "Oh, I know. You're from Konohagakure, just like them." Naruto blinked. "Just like them?" "Yeah," Ichiraku nodded. "Just like Anko-san, Karen-san, Jugo-san, and Sakura-san." "Karen-chan is my sister!" Naruto exclaimed. "You met them before? Then you must be Naruto-kun," Ichiraku smiled. She nodded again. "Yeah. They were the ones who helped me 3 years ago." "What happened back then?" Naruto asked in thrill, and the girl smiled. "Well, it's a long story." Wow. That was the only thing Naruto could say after hearing Ichiraku talk about her life. So basically, she was still the experiment of the bastard Amachi, and still terrorized the ships in the land of the sea. However, what happened after that was completely different from how he remembered it. The Yumibozu was unleashed. Amachi cackled in glee. "Soon, it will devour everything in the land of the sea, and there is nothing you can do about it." Ahahaha. Team Anko, together with Ichiraku, could only watch in horror when the creature made of seawater smashed the wall of the chamber open and started rampaging into the sea, toward the nearest coastal town of the land of the sea. "Anko-sensei, Sakura! You two take care of Amachi. We will stop that monster!" Karen yelled, and jumping out of the gaping hole on the wall together with Jugo, she chased after the blob of water. Ichiraku hesitated in a moment, then also leapt into the water after the 2 Konoha shinobi. "Why are you trying so hard?" she asked when she caught up with Jugo, who was now running on the water surface while firing blasts after blasts of chakra at the water monster. You are just a monster like me. Why are you trying so hard to protect the people that you don't even know?" She didn't mean to say those words. They were only blurted out in a fit of confusion, and Jugo understood that. He answered, while not even stopping his barrage on the water blob to slow it down. "I know that I was born different, and I'm not proud of that fact. But even so, I don't care. If I can use that power of a monster that I hold within myself to help others who are in need of me, then I don't mind being a monster." Ichiraku was completely dumbfounded by the declaration of the shinobi in front of her. That kind of thinking is just absurd. It defies all kinds of logic in this world. As if reading her mind, Jugo continued. "Are you thinking I am a fool? Yes, of course people would think that. But to me, doing that has a bigger meaning than just a foolish dream of a desperate man. That is not only my way to redeem myself from the hideous things I did in the past, but also my way to prove that what people think about ones like me is wrong. What makes a human lies not within what he looks like or what kind of power he holds, but within what he does with what he has. That is, what living in Konoha, among people who don't judge me for my appearance and power, taught me, and right now, I am sure that is not a wrong thing." He said those words with a calm, confident, and firm voice. And those words were the very same thing that shook Ichiraku to the core. She didn't even remember when she was brought in as Orochimaru's experiment. The only thing she knew was, she had been the target of glares of hatred and harassments from everyone in the land of the sea for years. She didn't know why they hated her so much, and quickly, and correctly, came to the conclusion that they hated her because of her strange power and appearance. And she didn't even try to do anything to change their mind. The only thing in her mind was a desperate and selfish wish to turn back into a normal human, no matter what it would take. She was even willing to kill as many people as possible as long as she could be cured of her condition. A feeling of shame suddenly filled her mind. In some way, she was even worse than a monster. Then she felt Jugo's hand grabbing her shoulder. She looked up, and saw him looking at her with gentle, but encouraging eyes. I understand what you are feeling. I used to have that kind of thought in the past, when I was under Orochimaru's hand. But just remember, it is never too late for a person to change themselves. What matters is who you choose to put your trust in. Then he turned away, leaping back into the battle. Ichiraku clenched her hands into fists, and came to a decision. And after the fight, I decided to leave the land of the sea and move to the land of water, hoping that they would treat me better than people in the land of the sea had done. So yeah, now I'm here, and I do not regret my decision, she ended happily. Naruto blinked. So, this is the land of water. Near Kirigakure? Ichiraku winked. You can go see for yourself. She waved her hand toward the wooden door. Naruto pushed himself up from his bedroll and walked outside, and immediately had to close his eyes because of the bright sunlight outside of the room. Blinking a few times, he finally managed to open them again, and gasped in surprise when he saw what was in front of his eyes. He was standing on a place higher than the ground. The view in front of him was that of the blue sea, stretching out and touching the sky at the horizon. The sun was descending from the sky. It was already late afternoon. The sea surface was calm and gentle, but the light breeze was more than enough to give Naruto's face a pleasant feeling which soothed him of his pains. He could see something that looked like a fishing village at the corner of his eye, about 2 kilometers away from where he was standing. Before I arrived here, I had expected people here to turn me away just like people in the land of the sea had already done. Ichiraku's voice rose next to his ears. But I was really surprised when the people here was more than happy to give me a place to live. They even gave me the job of taking care of this lighthouse. I couldn't even ask for anything more, to be honest. Then she absently curled a strand of hair in her fingers. Or maybe they did that because I don't look as scary and hideous as I was before. I really have to thank Sakura-san for this. Naruto felt a surge of admiration for Sakura's immense skill in medical jutsu surging within his mind. Then he remembered something. But, living near a ninja village like this, surely they would know about your existence, and your power, wouldn't they? What if they tried to force you to join their village? Oh, they already tried, actually, Ichiraku answered nonchalantly. You wouldn't know this, but when I first arrived here, they literally sent representatives every day to my place, trying to convince me to work for Kirigakure. But of course, I turned them down every single time. I don't have any intention to become a shinobi, nor to use the power I have for anything other than helping people. So after about a year, they kinda got fed up and decided to leave me alone, as long as I promised to protect the land of water with everything within my power if there's something bad happen. Then she smiled. Well, that doesn't mean they completely gave up though. Haku-san still visits me every month, bringing me food as well as a lot of stories. So that little Mizukage still have some dignity left in her thick skull, huh? A voice rose dryly in his head. Kurama! You're awake! Of course we're awake, the vixen snorted. After beating up that stupid monkey for putting you in great harm like that, how the hell can we stay asleep? Luckily for both you and us, that Kaima girl appeared right in time to pull you back here. Had she been just a few more minutes late, we would have been dead. That was the time when I felt closer to death than ever. Naruto shuddered. What's wrong? Ichiraku blinked at him when she saw his strange reaction. Oh, nothing, Naruto waved her down. My tailed beast has just talked to me. She was thankful for your timely rescue, Ichiraku-chan. Kurama snorted in his head. Come on now, you don't have to be so tsundere about that, Kurama, he teased. The Kaima girl blinked. So, you have a monster inside your body too? Naruto winced. Kurama really hates being called a monster, you know. That made Ichiraku wince too. Oh, really sorry about that. So that means, you are also the same as me? Well, at first, maybe, Naruto chuckled. When I first knew I had Kurama sealed in my belly, I got the same reaction as you. I had to say, at that time, All I wanted was to find a way to release her and let her destroy the village, and for quite some time, I had also thought she was just something I had to hate and be wary of, and something to exploit to become strong. But over time, I realized that I was wrong. Even monstrous beasts have their right to be understood. And then, after fighting each other for quite some time, we turned up to understanding each other. And now we are, well, kinda like best friends, yeah? He could hear the sound of small giggles and Kurama's annoyed grumble in his head. That's so admirable, Ichiraku smiled. The pair continued staring at the sea for a while. The water was so calm and serene. If not knowing better, no one would expect there had just been a devastating battle happening near there. Then Naruto remembered something. So, I guess you know the way to Kirigakure? He asked. I need to go back there now. I have to know what happened during the mission. It was so terrible. What happened? Ichiraku blinked. We finished our mission, but during our trip back home, we were ambushed by 2 members of the Akatsuki, Naruto explained bitterly. They were incredibly powerful, and we were all exhausted after our missions, so, they killed Chojuro. He punched the rail in anger. A deathly silence. I'm really sorry about that, finally, Ichiraku said quietly. But don't rush yourself like that, she continued. You should stay here with me tonight. Your body isn't in any condition to go anywhere. Tomorrow I will take you back to Kirigakure. We need to take a trip by boat in order to get to the village, and no boat is running at this time of the day. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but then realized what she said was true. Even though his body was in a much better state now than during that wretched battle, he could still feel the fatigue seemingly calling him back to bed. If a fight broke out now, he wouldn't be able to be at his best condition to face it. You're right, he smiled. Thank you, Ichiraku-chan. Mei Terumi was drunk as a fiddler. Usually, the Mizukage hated alcohol. But today, the first thing she had done when arriving back at Kirigakure was locking herself in the Mizukage chamber, and drinking any kinds of alcoholic drink she could find in her vision. It was as if she was trying to drown herself in alcohol. But no matter how much she drank, she still couldn't make her brain forget about that moment. She could never forget the last look in Chojuro's eyes. Those empty, haunting eyes. It reminded her about how useless, how weak she was, how the boy had trusted her, and yet she failed him. Screaming in anger, she threw the saucer she was holding at the wall. The poor ceramic creation smashed itself in the wall, and shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. Mei! Stop that! You're going to kill yourself if this continues. Open the door, now! Someone thumped furiously at the locked entrance. She turned her blurry eyes at the door, and screamed in a slurry voice. What's ATT? Go away, Limelin! The voice rose again, firmer and stronger than before. If you don't open the door, I'm going to knock it down. The drunk eyes of the Mizukage opened a little bit wider. Dunya daare. Before she could even finish the sentence, the door had been blasted open with a force that it was torn off its hinges and flew across the room in such a speed it smashed the window on the opposite wall into thousands of glass pieces. And the culprit was none other than Zabuza. Wozafik diyu thine yuri. She screeched, but the effect of her sentence was completely nullified by her slurry voice. Ima kiel yu. Her sentence was cut short as she fell into blissful unconsciousness, courtesy of a quick chop to the back of her neck from Zabuza. He caught her as she fell forward and put her lying down on the couch in the Mizukage chamber. That should stop her from drinking herself to death, at least for now, the captain of the 7 swordsmen breathed out. He dropped himself on a chair next to the couch tiredly right before Shiro Ichigaki walked into the room. Sensei. Zabuza looked at the entering man. Shiro. Where's Haku? At the lake, the white-haired man answered solemnly. I think she's trying to drown herself. But from what happened, it is understandable. Not only did she lose the Nuabari during the fight, the mental damage coming from the death of Chojuro was too much for her to handle. Zabuza sighed. Things are starting to get out of their hands. He hadn't been there, so he couldn't imagine what kind of people could defeat the whole crew of the flagship of Kirigakure's navy, kill one of the elite members of the 7 swordsmen, and damage the 2 others as well as the Mizukage herself mentally, not to mention making the most powerful Jinchuriki disappear and then after everything, get away with that. He looked at Shiro. Very well then. Give me a report. Who were the enemies, and how powerful were they? The white-haired man nodded. One of those 2 called himself Lord Conqueror, and he is very skilled in a type of taijutsu using chakra or something similar. He was defeated by Naruto-san, but was seemingly rescued by someone before he could deliver the final blow. And the other guy, he was a very skilled swordsman. He is very fast, and his proficiency with his sword could rival any legendary swordsman in Kirigaku's history. But... Zabuza narrowed his eyes. But? Yeah, Shiro nodded again. It's actually that sword of him that gave us a very hard time. I've never seen any sword like that in my life. That saber is created using a material which glows brightly with a bluish light, and each swing of the sword could send out a wave of ice element chakra so powerful that even our flagship was frozen easily with just a normal slash. What's wrong, sensei? He blinked when he saw his teacher's fingers gripping the knee of his trousers tightly. Sweat started rolling down on the older man's cheeks, and his face was gradually losing color. No, it couldn't be. Sensei? Shiro asked again, hesitantly, and Zabuza snapped out of his trance. He muttered. Sorry, bad habit, but if what you said was true then… Do you know those Akatsuki members, sensei? Zabuza shook his head. I don't know that, Lord Conqueror, but the description of the sword you mentioned matched that of a certain sword that I saw in the past. That sword, Shiryuki the Snow-White Saber, was made from a bar of chakra-conducting metal buried for hundreds of years under the never-melt snow mountains of the South Pole, which had absorbed the sub-zero cold nature chakra of the ice and snow from years to years and acquired the power to change any kind of chakra flowing through it into ice element. That bar of metal was so cold that it could not be used to forge weapons. Any fire coming near it would be extinguished immediately due to the freezing air coming from it. That was why the creator of the sword, a legendary swordsmith whose name has been lost for quite a long time, was forced to create it solely from grinding and filing the metal bar until it formed the proper blade of the sword. And because of that, only some certain people could touch and wield the sword properly. If they don't have the proper abilities, the sword would freeze them to the core immediately when they touch the hilt. So it's like, the sword chooses its wielder, doesn't it? Zabuza nodded. In a way, yes. And if that sword is really Shiryuki, then the identity of that Akatsuki swordsman is clear. He must be the last person I know who was the owner of Shiryuki, a swordsman named Honto Warakata. The unfamiliar name made Shiro blink. Honto Warakata? I've never heard about any person with that name before. What kind of shinobi is he, sensei? Zabuza shook his head. Have you ever heard about the term wandering swordsman, Shiro? Shiro blinked again. Are they like samurai? No, Zabuza shook his head again. Samurai are also swordsmen, yes, but they are usually employed by daimyos and work as an army force of a land or a country, just like shinobi themselves. However, wandering swordsmen don't work for anyone. They travel across the land, doing various jobs for payment, training their sword arts to become stronger, but they don't stay at one place for long, never work under a master, and only fight for what they believe in. That makes them different from shinobi and samurai, who work in groups and with a set codes of law of their own. I see. Shiro mumbled. If that's the case, how did you know that Warakata man, sensei? I don't think the bingo book would have the name of people like him. Of course the bingo book doesn't have his name, Zabuza snorted. No, I met that man only once during the time I traveled the continent, before I met Haku. I was no match for him, and he stomped me to the ground just after trading a few blows. That fight was the reason why I traveled to Haku's village to find a descendant of the Yuki clan, the people with power similar to that sort of him, to strengthen the power under my wing in the hope of overthrowing the fourth Mizukage someday. But… Zabuza suddenly stopped mid-sentence, surprising Shiro. But? Yeah, but the older swordsman nodded. It is impossible to imagine that guy being in the Akatsuki if you already met him once. I still remember the last thing he said to me after beating the crap out of me. A defeated Zabuza lay sprawled on the ground. He wasn't even holding his sword anymore. The mighty Kubikura Bocho could be seen buried into the trunk of a tree nearby. How? He gritted his teeth. How could you be so strong? I've never seen anyone as powerful as you. Even among the 7 swordsmen. The man standing above him just looked at him. A look not of hatred, nor of pride or even victory. More like, it's just a look of pity. You said your name is Zabuza Momochi, didn't you? Zabuza snarled. So what if I am? The man looked at him from head to toe once again. Then, he sighed. It's not like you are not powerful. You are, indeed, one of the most skilled swordsmen I've ever met during my journey. However, you are never going to defeat me in your current state. Zabuza's eyes flashed in anger. What did you say? You have the skills, you have the strength, but what you lack is a purpose, the swordsman continued as if Zabuza hadn't just interrupted him. You don't know what you should do with what you have beside fulfilling your selfish desires. If you still haven't understood, then I will tell you, true power can only be achieved when you fight for other people you cherish. Then he walked away, leaving Zabuza there, stunned, confused and seething in rage. And that's why after the duel with him, I decided to travel to Haku's village to find myself a descendant of the Yuki clan, the people with the ability to wield ice element in their blood, he admitted. At that time, I only thought that the power of her might be a great boon for my plan to overthrow Yagura, but now... He chuckled. Hate to admit it, but beside the blonde brat of Konoha, that guy might be the person whose influence made me the man I am today. Then he frowned. But that made the fact that he joined the Akatsuki even more unbelievable. Even in my wildest dream I still cannot believe that an honorable man like him could stoop so low that he became a terrorist. Could it be? Shiro gave a theory, that he is under someone, or something's control? Maybe that Lord Conqueror is hiding something about him. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Akatsuki is letting them work together. Zabuza grimaced. If that's the case, then we're in a way more serious trouble than we thought before. Then he abruptly stood up from his seat. Shiro, he commanded in a sharp voice. Send the ANBU to find as much information about that Lord Conqueror as possible. And immediately update the bingo book about the 2 new Akatsuki members, and alert Konoha and Suna about this. They must know about this new development before it's too late. Another training dummy shattered under the blade of the katana Haku was holding on her hand. She gasped, stumbling back in exhaustion. Those were just the normal, basic kata she always did when training, but today, somehow, the sword felt so heavy on her hands. Usually, she could do those moves as if she was born with them, but now, all of her movements were awkward and sloppy. Letting out a scream of anger and frustration, she threw the katana at a nearby rock. The blade of the sword smashed into the hard surface and broke in half. Of course she understood the reason why she was like this. It was her uselessness that caused everything. Not only did she lose the treasured Nobari, the sword entrusted to her by her own father, and the Mizukage herself, she was also the reason why the flagship of the Navy was destroyed, and why her own teammate was dead. Trying to drown herself at the lake didn't help her in any way, so she had resorted to forcing herself to train like a mad woman to forget about that terrible moment. But until now, it seemed that it didn't work either. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Collapsing on the ground, she punched the grassy surface. Again. And again. Blood started dripping down her knuckles onto the ground, but she didn't even care. She just kept punching the ground nonstop while screaming all of her anguish and despair out. Unknown to her, a person had been watching her since the beginning. And only when he walked out and grabbed her shoulder did she jump in shock and surprise. "Yu Takata-san." Then she gasped when the Jinchuriki pulled her into a hug. "Sure," he whispered. "You don't have to hold back anything. Just let everything out." Those words coming from him acted as the final trigger. Everything inside Haku exploded outward like a bomb. She couldn't stop herself from crying her heart out anymore. She always knows that an assassin isn't allowed to show their emotions like this, but right now, she didn't even care. Yudakata didn't say anything for a while. He just stood there, letting the girl release every bit of pain and sorrow in her heart onto him. After a while, when her crying had reduced to slight hiccups, he looked at her. "Feeling all right yet?" She nodded, and the two sat down on the grassy clearing. "So this is the first time you saw someone precious to you dying?" Yudakata suddenly asked. Haku shook her head. "No, actually. I saw my mother being killed right in front of me, by my own father when I was 6. That was a few years before my FA. No, Zabuza-sama took me under his care and trained me to be a shinobi." The Jinchuriki nodded. "So tell me, how did you feel this time? Is it different from how you felt when you were a kid, seeing your mother being killed in front of you?" Haku stared at Yudakata with wide eyes. That question was a really sensitive one, but at the same time, it hit bullseye at what she's wondering right now. "How do you know that?" she asked. Yudakata didn't answer. Instead, he just continued looking at her, waiting for her answer. "It was true." Finally, Haku lowered her head. "When I saw my father killed my mother, I didn't actually remember anything except for me going completely mad and murdering everyone in front of me. But this time, the only thing I felt was despair and hopelessness. I don't know why, but I couldn't even move a muscle when he killed Chojuro-kun. Why am I so weak? She finished miserably. So that's what it is, She blinked. Huh? Tell me, he closed his eyes. Why do you think even though you could slay those people who killed your mother easily, you couldn't when facing that very powerful swordsman? Haku was surprised. Wah. Isn't it because I was too weak? Yudakata's mouth lifted up in a small smile. Is it true, I wonder? Huh. Anything in life has two ways to look at. The Jinchuriki looked up into the sky. In a perspective, it is true that you might be too weak. However, in another point of view, it might just be that you were not strong enough. That's all. Eh? Haku blurted out dumbly. Aren't they both the same? Yudakata shook his head. No, Haku, they are what makes the biggest difference. You see, if you continue thinking you are too weak, you will forever be weak. The only thing you would do when you have to face that powerful enemy again is running away to hide, because in the deepest part of your consciousness, the idea that you can never reach his level has already been hammered down firmly. However, if you are not strong enough, then it only means you haven't been able to reach his level yet. But someday, you will be able to catch up, and that will be the time when you will finally be able to avenge your comrade. I don't know about you, but if I can't protect the people I love, then I will make sure that the people who harm them face proper retribution. Haku was stunned by these words. For a few seconds, she didn't know what to say anymore. Yudakata stood up. He walked to a tree nearby and picked up a rather large branch lying on the ground. He pointed the makeshift stick at the girl. Now, if you want to have a little bit of practice, pick up your sword and come at me. Even though I cannot use chakra yet, I'm sure my swordsmanship would still be able to give you a good fight. Haku nodded and stood up. She picked up the broken sword she had thrown away before and gripped it tightly in her hand. Now she understands. Even though that swordsman was incredibly skilled and powerful, that doesn't mean she will never be able to defeat him. She is going to push herself to the limit again, and the next time they meet, she will not lose any more comrade to the Akatsuki. Yeah, she pointed the broken sword at the Jinchuriki, who smiled at her. I'm not going to lose myself again, and the next time, I will definitely surpass him. The pair of Konoha shinobi crossed the forest in silence. Not only because they were getting closer and closer to the place where Fu had sensed Orochimaru, and Sai stopped running. Since Fu could sense their presences not moving anywhere else, it could be safely assumed that Orochimaru had reached one of his bases. And it also meant Sai hadn't given away anything about her abilities. Therefore they could afford to slow down a bit to save their strength for the incoming fight. No, it was also because Fu was having other things in her head to think about. Specifically about the content of the sketchbook she found in Sai's backpack. For some reason, she didn't think that the book would end at the fight between the two brothers. Maybe because the number of paper sheets in the sketchbook was even. If the ending would be the victor in the fight of the two brothers, the number of sheets should be odd instead. Maybe there was some other meaning behind that. Or maybe it was just her hopeful thinking. Being Komiai's Jinchuriki, positive thinking was something she had gotten used to since she was a child. But it couldn't change the fact that right now, Sai was a deserter who willingly went to the side of one of the most dangerous missing nin in the whole continent. Or at least that's what it looked like. And considering he had once tried to kidnap Naruto-kun when he was at his weakest, there was really no reason for her to care about him. Why should she even care about him anyway? She had not even known about him before. Is this the feeling of being a leader? Always having some care about your teammates and subordinates, even though they had no bond with you before? The place where they were going to appeared right after they exited the forest. It was a small clearing with a rock formation standing in the middle. Really unimpressive, but both of them knew impressiveness isn't something shinobi should think about when deciding something is dangerous or not. This is the place, isn't it? Fu nodded. She gripped the handle of Hyperia tightly. Yeah. Just wait. We're going to take you back, Sai.